Hey, early birds, we're going to get started with our zoom into spring gardening in about 10 minutes. So go grab a drink of water, use the bathroom, grab a snack, and we'll see you in 10. Hey there, early birds. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes. So go ahead and grab your snack and your drink, and we'll see you in 5. All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the UFIFAS Seminole County Extension Zoom into Spring Gardening event. I'm Katie McCormick, the Residential Horticulture Agent and Master Gardener Volunteer Coordinator here in Seminole County. Normally this time of year, our Master Gardener volunteers have been hard at work since 6 a.m., putting up tents, directing vendors, and seeing to last-minute tidying in our demonstration gardens. While our in-person gardening expo had to be canceled this year due to COVID-19, the Master Gardener volunteers wanted to make sure their educational mission continued, and we have planned an amazing lineup of speakers for you all today. You're welcome to tune in or out at any time during our presentations today. We'll be here on Zoom, Facebook, streaming the talks from 9 a.m. to 4:15, and we'll also be recording the whole day. So if you miss a talk, you can always rewatch it later. Before we get started, I wanted to give you some pointers on how today will go. If you have any questions and are joining in through Zoom, you can type them into the Q&A box. Our chat box has been disabled for today in Zoom. We'll also be answering questions as we go in the Q&A box, and we'll be asking them of our panelists as time allows. If you're joining in through Facebook, our Master Gardener volunteers are moderating the chat spaces there, and we'll either answer your questions or bring them to me to ask our experts live. We have a little bit of something for every gardener in our topics today. First, we'll be getting a tour of an established pollinator garden with Dr. Patrick Bullen at the University of Central Florida's Arboretum. Next, Jenny Steibolt, a renowned botanist and garden writer, will be teaching us how to be climate-wise in our landscape practices. After that, Stacy Matrazzo of the Florida Wildflower Foundation will be highlighting some native plants for Florida gardens. If you join us at 11:30, Juanita Popenoe, the commercial fruit production extension agent in Lake County, will be giving us an update on growing citrus greening with greening disease. Growing citrus with greening disease. This afternoon, Lynn Barber, the Florida Friendly Landscape Agent in Hillsborough County, will be teaching us how to be lazy gardeners. I know that's a talk I'm particularly excited for. Starting at 1:15, we'll have Tom McCubbin, an Extension Agent Emeritus, gardening radio show host, and author, giving a talk on the do's and don'ts of Florida gardening. Nita Villalobos-Bell, a native plant expert, will be giving a presentation on incorporating native wildflowers into your landscape at 2:15. And if you're interested in making your landscape into a larder, Robert Bowden, the Executive Director of Lou Gardens, will be joining us at 3 o'clock to give a talk on edible landscaping. And finally, to see us off this afternoon, Tina McIntyre will be giving a talk on the happenings at Seminole County Extension. Before we get started with all of our renowned speakers today, I want to talk about what is UFIFAS Extension. So UFIFAS Extension is the University of Florida's Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences, and it's an extension of that. It's part of the land-grant university system created in 1862. And the purpose of extension is to extend the research and knowledge of the University of Florida to the residents here in Florida. It's locally, state, and federally funded, and it includes family and consumer sciences, agriculture, horticulture, and 4-H. It's found in all 50 states and all 67 counties in Florida. Some of the programming that falls under things like family and consumer sciences would be teaching you how to have healthy finances, as well as to cook healthy and be food safe when you're cooking. For our agriculture, we have agents that go out to our local farms to do site visits. They also teach all kinds of classes online for pesticide trainings as well as field trainings. Horticulture would be myself, Katie McCormick, teaching our residents here in Seminole County all about how to garden in their yards, as well as our Florida Friendly Landscape Agent who works with both residents and commercial operations to make sure that they're using the best practices in the landscapes that they're caring for. And finally, with our 4-H, we have all kinds of really awesome clubs if you have kids in the right age range, which is 5 to 18. The kids do things like bug camps, they do cooking classes, they do sewing clubs, livestock clubs. There's all kinds of awesome clubs available through 4-H. And if you'd like to start a 4-H club, we're always looking for club leaders. Next, let's talk a little bit about the Florida Master Gardener volunteers, which are who is putting on our show here today. So the Florida Master Gardener volunteers are volunteers who extend the reach of the residential horticulture program into their communities. You can see a couple of different programs that we've done through extension here with Master Gardeners teaching. On the left, that's during our bug camp in the summertime, teaching a teenager how to pin insects correctly. In the middle is our children's activity table from a couple of expos ago, where Master Gardeners were teaching kids how to do our various crafts during Expo. Next, we've got Master Gardeners learning weed identification so they can help you identify weeds in your landscape. And finally, one of the things that I'm really missing this year is our tasting table at Expo outside of the vegetable garden, where we harvested the veggies that we grew in the garden so that you could give them a taste test and decide if they were for you to grow in your garden. Some of the services we offer as Master Gardener volunteers are educators. So if you need somebody to come and give a talk to your garden club or your Rotary Club, or just in your community in general, they are educators for residents, for communities. They also do education in the schools. They're garden troubleshooters as well. We have our plant clinic here at the Extension office that is open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And we have a volunteer here most days to answer your questions, either by calling, by walking in, or by sending us an email at mastergardener@seminolecountyfl.gov. We also have mobile plant clinics that go out to our farmers market, which we're hoping to start up again this spring. If you have a community event where you would like to have a mobile plant clinic come out and have a Master Gardener there to answer gardening questions, we're always happy to help. And you can contact me, Katie McCormick, at k.mccormick@ufl.edu. They also work as lab technicians here at the Extension office. We have a soil lab where we do pH testing. So if you'd like to get started on a new gardening project after watching all of our awesome speakers today, you can take a cup of soil into our Extension office here in Sanford, and we'll test the pH to let you know if what you're planning to plant will actually grow in the soil pH that you're dealing with. And finally, at the end of the day, Master Gardener volunteers are gardeners. We have some really beautiful demonstration gardens here at the Seminole County Extension that the Master Gardeners make sure to keep up and tend to throughout the year. So if you just are looking for a little bit of inspiration, our Extension office here in Seminole County, as well as our sister offices in the counties nearby, all have really beautiful teaching gardens where you can go and get ideas for free just going to visit your local extension. Finally, before we get started with a video from last year's Expo, for Expo 2022, please make sure you save the date. We'll be hopefully here in person again, February 26th in 2022, with all of our usual vendors and our awesome speakers here live in person. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and show you this really beautiful video that our Master Gardener created from last year's Expo while we wait for our first speaker to arrive.
I'm Katie McCormick. I'm the Residential Horticulture Agent and Master Gardener Volunteer Coordinator here at Seminole County, University of Florida, Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences Extension. And what I do here as an Extension agent is teach our residents in the county the most recent scientific information on how they can best garden in their landscapes here in Florida. The other part of my job is training our Master Gardener volunteers who help me with that. So our Master Gardener volunteers go through 72 hours of training every year, and then they help me with educational programs for the community. We do things with the school gardens, we do things here with demonstration gardens, they go out into the community and teach classes, and one of the big events that we do each year is our Gardening Expo here at the Extension Center. Expo is a great community partnership between a lot of businesses here, and the University of Florida IFAS, where our volunteers and community partners come in and we teach a lot of classes on different gardening techniques all throughout the day. Demonstration garden tours throughout the day as well. So we do demonstration garden tours. And we have a lot of really cool plants here for people to experience, maybe take home with them if they're interested in buying them. If you're interested in becoming a Master Gardener volunteer, you can go to the Seminole County Extension website. It's through the Seminole County government's website. If you just look up Seminole County Master Gardener online, we should pop right up. The application is right there, along with my contact information. And we'd love to have you as part of the program. We do our classes starting in January. They run for 6 weeks. And then you take a final exam and you're part of our program here in Seminole County.
Hello, I'm Bennett Lloyd. I'm coordinator here at the Museum of Seminole County History. Today, we are helping host the IFAS Expo. That's a gardening expo that IFAS does every year with the Master Gardener program, and their goal is to educate on current methods of gardening and making sure that everything is all hunky-dory as far as codes go, in addition to giving people tips on how to better their own gardens and keep agriculture at the forefront. The museum, we have an extensive agricultural collection. Seminole County has always been an agricultural center from the produce days to the citrus days, even back when cattle was a major thing. And the Seminoles behind me, they were some of the first ranchers in this area. They took over Spanish cattle ranches and they ran cattle all through here. So Florida has always been a giant agricultural hub, and we are educating people on that history because it's vital to who we are as a people and as a county and as a state.
I'm Tina McIntyre, Florida Friendly Landscaping Agent for the University of Florida IFAS Extension here in Seminole County. And Florida Friendly Landscaping is a statewide program that's brought to you by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection along with the University of Florida IFAS Extension. Here in Seminole County, we focus on promoting the 9 principles of Florida Friendly Landscaping to both the residential and commercial professional audiences. So Florida Friendly Landscaping and the 9 principles are important to the community, both here in Seminole County and statewide, because really we're working to protect our natural resources and specifically water. So we want to protect both the quantity and the quality of our water here. So in Seminole County, we have lots of beautiful waterways, including the Wekiva Wild and National Scenic River, St. Johns River, Lake Jessup, Lake Monroe, and we want to make sure that our landscaping practices that we're doing within our watersheds don't impact those waterways, leading to algal growth or overproduction of plants and aquatic species. So really, I always say Florida Friendly Landscaping is a water quality program with a landscaping mask, and we teach people about how to landscape to protect their natural resources. So it's important to the community, it's important statewide, and today we're having our Expo, our 2020 Gardening Expo. And Expo is a great way to engage the community. We have vendors, we have lectures and tours and workshops and hands-on demonstrations. And we've done this yearly for a while now. And Expo kind of just allows people who might not be familiar with where we're located or never might have been to Extension to come to our office.
Okay, so if you want to catch the rest of that video, you can find it on our YouTube page. But it's just about time for Dr. Bolin to get started with his tour. And let me go ahead and stop sharing screen so that we can go find Dr. Bolin in our pictures here.
Katie,
There we go.
can you hear me, Katie?
Yep, I can hear you.
I can't hear you.
Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Can you hear me? Oh, because our we have a couple of disasters this morning. One is there's a giant truck filling a liquid nitrogen tank over there right next to us, which is very loud. And our Wi-Fi is down on campus this morning. So I wanted to make sure, can everybody hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Dr. Bolin.
We're good?
I don't know if you can see me, but yeah, we're good.
I can't hear you very well. Okay, so we're coming through well. Well, welcome. Had a few little technical difficulties this morning, and a loud truck that hopefully is going to disappear in a few minutes because that's causing a little bit of a noise problem. But thank you so much for joining this morning. I'm very excited to be part of this Garden Expo this morning. I'd like to thank Katie, Tina, and Diane and others who helped organize this, inviting me to come to present on pollinator gardens this morning. So I'm very excited to do that. I'm very excited to be here today, and thank you for joining to kick off this morning's program. I am Patrick Bolin. I'm the director of the Arboretum, UCF, and I do oversee the campus landscape and our Arboretum program. So a lot of people probably think I'm a plant biologist or a botanist, which actually is not true. And I want to preface the talk by saying that so the really good plant people in the audience recognize that actually I'm more of an animal biologist. I got my undergraduate degree at University of Michigan with a zoology focus. I got a master's degree in zoology and a PhD in entomology. So I'm actually more of an animal ecologist, but animal, oh, it's spotty. That's too bad. Yeah, that's really too bad. I'm sorry to hear that. I think it's because our campus Wi-Fi is maybe down, but I'll just keep going as best I can. And Katie, if you hit up on the chat, I can see if you say anything. So let me know. Okay, video's a little iffy. That's fine. So actually, sorry we're having that technical difficulty. So I'm really more of an animal biologist, and that's important because if we're talking about pollinator gardens, if you think about it, we're really focusing on the animals because animals are the pollinators. The pollinator plants are obviously providing resources for those pollinators, but to really think about establishing, or if you are interested in starting a pollinator garden, or if you consider yourself a pollinator garden aficionado, know that you are really focusing on the pollinators as much as the plants, or you at least have to think about designing and creating that garden relative to its impact on the pollinator community or the animals involved. So understanding that is absolutely critical. I'm not the world's expert on pollinator gardens. We do have some pollinator gardens here at UCF. I have a lot of experience in horticulture. I know a lot about insects and pollinators, but there may be folks out there who have worked for years in pollinator more than I do. So I'm hoping this morning we can share and explore together this fascinating subject. There are a lot of great resources out there, books, and IFIS is a great resource. Internet is a great resource to get information on pollinators. So in addition to this one brief introduction, I hope you'll consult those resources if you are interested in establishing pollinator gardens. One thing I wanted to introduce this morning was the UCF's Bee Campus USA program. We are a Bee Campus USA, And Bee Campus USA is a division of Bee City USA program.
Oh, it looks like we might have lost Dr. Bolin. Let's give him a couple minutes to come back into the stream.
Okay, am I back on? And sorry about the technical difficulty.
Yep, we got you back.
Am I back on for you, Katie? It looks like I lost you there for a minute. Yep, okay, good. So we are a Bee Campus USA. UCF became a Bee Campus USA a few years ago. And as part of that, we have to do a lot of things. We have to do outreach. We have to do education, like I'm doing this morning. Hopefully you're going to learn something. And also we do have pollinator gardens as part of that. So pollinator gardens are only part of our requirements to be a Bee Campus USA. We have at the Arboretum some leadership teams, student leadership teams. We have a program called Learning by Leading, in which we have student co-coordinators that help us run various aspects of our program. And I'd like to call out to Rachel Guttner and Vern Renzette, who are my two pollinator co-coordinators. And they really do, those students really do manage pollinator gardens. They have 5 interns each semester that they work with to manage the gardens, and they also have volunteers. And that brings us to a couple of things to think about when we talk about establishing a garden. One of those things is diversity. I'm going to talk about that last, but you have to think about diversity when you're talking about establishing a pollinator garden. You also have to think about abundance. In addition to the diversity of different types of flowers and different types of species that you have in a garden, you also have to think about how abundant the flowers are going to be, if you're concerned about flowers, or how abundant the foliage is going to be. The other thing to think about is seasonality. Flowers and different species bloom at different times of year. So if you want to have a continuous bloom, you have to think about when things are going to be blooming, or you at least need to think about when are those resources going to be available, when are the flowers going to be blooming. And of course, for most people, aesthetics is very important. Gardeners are basically engaged in creating beautiful spaces, beautiful gardens, and aesthetics are always a big part of that. So aesthetics are obviously key to the garden. Now, the garden I'm going to show you today, we have several pollinator gardens on campus. This is the first one we established, and it is a demonstration garden, and it's a test garden. So we test different species here. We did have an aesthetic design, but we're really kind of testing what will work. So this is where we test. So sometimes we'll have some gaps. We try something and it failed. So we have to replace it in the next season or the next year. So it's more of a demonstration garden than a straight aesthetic, beautiful pollinator garden. So we do test things here. And I want to emphasize also, just like everything else that you learn from Tina and everybody else at IFAS, is that, right plant, right place applies to pollinator gardens like everything else. And our particular gardens have particular soil conditions, particular sunlight regimes. Things that work here may not work for you. Things that work in another condition may not work here. As an example, part of this garden, and most of it, has relatively high soil pH. So we really can't plant plants that really require a low pH here. We'd be fighting the soil conditions all the time. So you have to consider what you're working with. And as I take you through the garden today, I want you to think about that this is our condition and our place. So on the diversity issue, that's a real key issue. The general rule of thumb, and I like to use it because it's simple to remember, and I don't know where it comes from. It's out there in many places that encourage developing pollinator gardens. And that is really, in a pollinator garden, you want to have a diversity of species, but not only that, you want to have what we call phylogenetic diversity. You want to have diversity up the phyla. all the way to the family level. And a general rule of thumb, which is good to follow, is that you don't have more than 20% of any one plant family, not species, not genus, but plant family when you have a pollinator garden. And there's a variety of reasons for that. One of the reasons is that at the higher orders of taxonomy, like a species is a species, right? A dayflower is a dayflower. But if you go up the in the higher order of the phylogeny to the family level, you start to have a difference in flower type. You have a difference in plant chemistry. You have a whole slew of differences that happen at the family level. And by not having too much of one family in a garden, in a pollinator garden, you ensure that you're hedging your bets and you're providing resources for insects and other pollinators that are adapted to different plant families. A lot of those relationships have developed over millions of years. Obviously, those are important. So yeah, really one of the general rules of thumb. So what are the plant families that people typically plant in gardens? Well, there are a lot of plant families. And again, I'm not a plant biologist, and it's when we start talking about plant taxonomy that I'm glad I'm not. But plant families that everyone can think of, I'm sure you're thinking of the daisy family, the Asteraceae, all of the daisy type flowers. Another major pollinator family, everybody's going to have Asteraceae in their garden. There's families you might not have. You're going to have Asteraceae. Another one you're going to have is the Lamiaceae, or the mint family, because mint flowers are very attractive to pollinators. They're very commonly grown and available in the marketplace. So the mint family is going to be an obvious other family you're going to have. But there are other families. Another key one, especially for our butterflies, because it's a good food source for the larvae, is the Lamiaceae. I'm sorry, the Fabaceae. The Lamiaceae is the mints that we just talked about. The Fabaceae is the pea family. And that family has a lot of plants that are attractive to particular butterflies that feed on foliage. So the Fabaceae is something you're definitely going to have, the legume pea family. Verbenaceae is another one that you're going to have. I think very easy to get good verbenas in not necessarily the genus, but members of that family. We'll talk about and show you some of those. The Apocynaceae or the Asclepiadaceae is the milkweed family. And again, most of you who are pollinator people, you're into milkweeds because you want to see monarch butterflies. So everybody knows about that. There are also some other vines and other plants that you could have. Another major family that you may not think about that much or know the name of is the Rubiaceae. The Rubiaceae has a different flower type, and it's a different family. Firebush is in the Rubiaceae. Pentas are in the Rubiaceae. Panama rose, the bush pentas also are in the Rubiaceae. So Rubiaceae is another very important one. Another one that you're likely to encounter are the borages, the Boraginaceae, and that would include things like scorpion tail, which is a fantastic native plant for our native wasp and bee species. As well as things like frog fruit. The great ground cover frog fruit is also in the Boraginaceae. The Acanthaceae includes things like our twin flower. A lot of people might use twin flower in their gardens. We actually have some Phytolaccaceae, which is the pokeweed family. I'm going to show you one of my favorite new shade-loving pollinator plants that we are really kind of infatuated with right now. And then you have things like the Myrtaceae, which would include the stoppers, the Simpson stopper, the white stopper, all the stoppers are in the Myrtaceae. And then Passifloraceae, I think many of you would know that as the passion vine family. And again, a lot of people will grow passion vine because they want to support the butterflies that feed on passion vine at the immature. March 20th or March 21st or whatever is springtime. So we're winter in Florida. Not the best time to look at a pollinator garden, but a lot better than if we were in New York or Wisconsin. I think you'll agree. And we've actually got some things going on that are very exciting in the garden right now. So I'm going to take you through now. And again, we're going to have questions at the end. I'm going to try to loop back so that we have time for some questions at the end. So if you've got questions or thoughts, write those down. And towards the end of the talk in the chat, we can get into that. So I want to show you now our main garden over here is about 1,500 square feet. It's a pretty big garden. Another thing I want to emphasize, for those of you who think you're going to plant a native pollinator, carefree, maintenance-free pollinator garden, that's rubbish. That's rubbish. Maybe somebody has one, But anybody, a wildflower, a pollinator garden is a perennial. Maybe you've got some annuals as well. It's basically a perennial garden. And anybody who manages a perennial garden knows perennial gardens take labor. They take work. And you're going to find that you've got weeds you got to take care of. It's not something you want to jump into like, I'm going to plant some wildflowers and walk away and everything's going to be fantastic. That's not true. That's not true. It's a perennial garden. Perennial gardens take 20 hours a month for 1,000 square feet. I've got 2 10-hour-a-week co-coordinators and 5 10-hour-a-week interns. I've got 70 hours of labor. It doesn't all go into here, but I guarantee you we put 20 hours of labor into all of our pollinator gardens on campus, of which we have 3, and we're developing others. So it's labor intensive. You can make it less labor intensive. Personally, myself at home, if you think I have a pollinator garden, you got to be out of your mind. I've got thousands of square feet of pollinator gardens at UCF, 2 miles from my home. So I'm a lazy person at home. I want to plant shrubs that are good pollinator shrubs because I don't want to have to weed landscape beds and perennial gardens. I do enough of that here. So this is our big pollinator garden though. I just want to emphasize that, you know, I don't want to scare you away, but if you're going to plant one, think about the maintenance and upkeep of a pollinator garden. So I'm going to start here with the plant. You probably are going to be surprised to see what we do with this little plant. Another thing we're doing this time of year is a lot of planting. This actually here is a Calicarpa americana. This is the beautyberry. These stalks that are 4 feet by the fall, they have tiny little white flowers that in whorls around the stem. They've put it back in the mint family, which I don't believe. It doesn't have a square stem. It'll never be a mint to me. But the botanist insists it's in between. I think it used to be in the Verbenaceae. But that's a great plant for especially a background if you want to have it come up over smaller things in the front. It's got the beautiful purple berries. I'm sure most of you are familiar with that, the beautyberry. We have 2 great actual shade loving pollinator shrubs. One is wild coffee, Psychotria nervosa. You know it by these deep veins on the leaf. It's got a beautiful dark green foliage, and it's just about to bloom. It's a spring bloomer, and pollinators love it. When this thing blooms, it will be covered in pollinators. Yes, there will be honeybees here, but there'll be a lot of different native pollinators on wild coffee. So if you've got shade and you want pollinators, this needs to be in your repertoire. Wild coffee. They have a little one, a miniature one called Little Psycho, kind of cute. But that's a good one. And you see, we actually cut ours back. And we just cut them back 2 weeks ago. Look at the number of sprouts you'll see here. So wintertime is the time for pruning, early spring. You'll see some prune things in here. And again, that's just the way we do it this time of year. Let's see, what I want to do next is look over here. This is another fantastic plant. And again, if you're trying to get another family in your, I'm going to go over to where we can see better. Trying to get another family in your pollinator garden, verbena and Verbenaceae is an important family. This is blue porterweed. You've got 2 different varieties here. It's a wonderful shrub. It's a little freeze sensitive, so it burned a little bit. But these little blue flowers bloom all year long. Starting now, it will go until December. Bumblebees love it. It's in the Verbenaceae. There's 2 different varieties. This is more of a bush variety here. It grows about 3 feet tall. And then Mark Gotts out at Green Isle Gardens sells this more native variety that's a little bit more repent. It's lower, but again, it's got the beautiful little blue flowers on it. See that? Wonderful plant. Everybody should have porterweed. If you don't, I'd ask, why don't you? Because it's easy care. It grows a bit like a weed, and it's a good one to have. Obviously, the asters. Everybody loves the asters. Here's Tixie, little Coreopsis. These resprout from seed, so we get a lot of reseeding. We plant more every spring just to kind of fill in the front. I'm going to show you the front of our garden here. It's along a parking lot. We have a bus that comes along here every day, so we want the front just to be kind of take care of itself. So we've got a lot of asters out here. The Coreopsis is a wonderful one, and that's Coreopsis, I think, lanceolata. Another family we're going to get into here is the mint family. This is Calamint. It's kind of a hybrid variety that, again, Mark Gotts sells out at Green Isle Gardens. Wonderful plant, native plant nursery. There you can see the mint-like flowers. The animals that like mint are honeybees, especially really like the mint. I'll show you another shot of that here. Got a beautiful bloom on it. And again, this is very harsh conditions. It's growing on the edge of a parking lot facing the western sun. You can't imagine a harsher condition. And that's where some of these native wildflowers really shine. Of course, we have the Indian blanket flower that everybody loves, Gaillardia, right here. So that frontage here, and you can do this in your garden. You can create a front of low-lying asters and other native wildflowers, and you can reseed it, let it reseed naturally. You got to keep it weeded, but you're going to get some resprouting from some of those. So that creates a really nice front piece. We typically don't think of palms when we're thinking about pollinator gardens, but that would be another mistake because palms are very important. We have saw palmetto here, Serenora repens, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. It's one of our main native shrubs. Saw palmetto is one of the major nectar flows in Central Florida and throughout most of Florida. It's one of the major nectar flows. So palm flowers are very attractive to pollinators, and that includes things like the cabbage palms right here. Any palm, really, cabbage palm. The thing is, they only bloom for a couple of weeks. So this is that consideration of seasonality. But in the springtime, you're going to get a lot of palms blooming. And those palm flowers are attracted to lots of pollinators. I think Mark Dayrip down at the Archibald Biological Station observed 300 different species of insects on a saw palmetto flowers over his observation period. So it's a very important pollinator resource. Okay, so don't forget about the palms. Count them towards your pollinator count. We have another great little plant here, and it's pretty common. We use a lot of it. It is the skullcap, and it comes in. There's a more native one. There's hybrids like this. That's another great wildflower to have. And then let's get into the Fabaceae, the pea family, which is so important. Here you can see we have Senna ligustrina, which is the privet senna. It's got these wonderful pea flowers. It's blooming here in March. It was blooming in February. And you know it's a pea because it's got the pea pods on it. See that little pea pod there? So we grow this for a variety of reasons. It's a good pollinator plant, but really the leaves are a very attractive food source for the sulfur butterflies, like the great sulfur butterfly. So that's one of the main reasons we grow it. A wonderful plant. That's in the Fabaceae. So you're going to get your legume if you grow your sennas. We have another variety I'll show you in a minute. And if we're lucky, we're going to see some larvae, some beautiful caterpillars of the sulfur butterfly. Now, one thing, I haven't talked a lot about native versus non-native. We do mostly plant native plants here, but if you have a pollinator garden, there's nothing wrong. And don't feel bad if you put non-native plants in. In fact, the first pentas I ever bought, I bought from Mark Gotts. And as Mark said, there aren't a lot of native plants that have good red flowering flowers, and those are really attractive to butterflies. So again, that's another great plant, the penta. And we've got a couple of pentas here that I want to show you. And the pentas are kind of like the firebush, believe it or not. Pentas are in the Rubiaceae. So we're adding another plant family when we add pentas. Butterflies do love the red flowers, so do bumblebees and a lot of other insects. The bush pentas, neither of these are native. The bush pentas are from Mexico, the Panama rose, you may know this as. We need to prune this back. Again, we don't see a lot of pollinators on it, but I do see butterflies on it. And it does grow pretty well in this area. Not native. Those are not native. I do have a couple of great natives here. And again, some people have come and said, oh, no, I don't like that one because it takes over my garden. But I'm going to show you one that is very important in a minute. But also this wonderful lantana. Most of you are probably familiar with lantanas, the orange and red and yellow lantanas. And those are great in their own right. I find that they don't tend to persist very well. We found a lantana out at Mark Gott's place that he showed us, this lantana involucrata. Look at this thing. It's got this beautiful little lantana flower, little lavender, pinkish lavender flower, verbena flower. It's got these beautiful purple berries that I hope you're seeing there, purple berries, and it grows into a nice shaped 3 foot, 4 foot tall shrub. In fact, we're going to prune these back. It's a great plant. It's been very robust. We have very poor soils here, so it's doing very well in high pH soils. It's got some honeybees on it now since it's springtime, but we see lots of native pollinators on this. Great, wonderful shrub, native lantana. It's going to perform well for you, hopefully, if you try to plant it. This is one that some people love to hate, but I again, it is a great, just a really reliable pollinator plant. And one of the things I think that's so remarkable about it is in the fall and summer, it's covered in native pollinators. There would be 10, well, let's say 4 species of native bee and wasp. And I do know that pollinators on the planet are bees and wasps. And we have a lot of, just on campus here, I think we have 105 species of bee. And we have dozens of, not to mention the flies and beetles and everything else. It's pollinators, and that's who use your garden. Now, this is in the Boraginaceae, the borage family. Year. It's somewhat sensitive to the cold. Here's one over here, this big shrub over here. But we're just getting ready to cut this one back. The students are about to cut this back. Already though, it's got, I don't know if I'm going to be able to see this. There's a beautiful little flower wasp. I don't know if you see that there. That's one of our early flower wasps. I don't know the species, but flower wasps are New World family, Scoliidae. We've got a lot of them in Florida. They're wonderful, brightly colored generally. You see a lot of them. So we just saw one there. This time of year, they're just starting. Those are more solitary species, but they're just starting to become active this time of year. So the heliotrope is fantastic. And again, it's a little overgrown here. We're going to cut it back, but we wouldn't have the garden without it. And the students love it because they know it's so good for the pollinators. Other Asteraceae that you're probably familiar with are things like a rosinweed. Here, this beautiful yellow rosinweed. And we've got a few of those over here as well. These tend to do pretty well here. And we also have the cutleaf coneflower, which is another. These are in the Asteraceae, the daisy family. And that's obviously a good one to grow. Now, here's the other shade-loving one we've started to grow. It's called rouge plant. It's the common name. Ravinia humilis is the scientific name. Try to get some of that here. Look at those beautiful red berries it has on it. Look at that. And then look at that little pink, that delicate little pink flower. And if you come out here in the summertime, these plants will be policed and guarded by native pollinators who are like rolling over those flowers. So again, very tiny little flower. It's actually in the Phytolaccaceae. So it's actually a completely different family you may not have. That's the pokeweed family. And the beautiful little red berries will reseed. You can see how they've reseeded down here. Hopefully so not only do they come back perennially, but they also reseed prolifically. Wonderful. Shade loving. If you got a shady spot, that's a wonderful one to use. This Ampilaster, I think I've done a lot of little YouTube videos on there, not YouTube, but Instagram posts on this. This is Ampilaster. It's still just finishing its bloom. This thing bloomed entirely throughout late December, January, and February in the dead of winter. I wasn't sure what it was when I brought it back from the nursery because we had a couple of extra plants. It's grown into this beautiful shrub. They also have this down at the Seminole County Extension Office pollinator garden, and it's profusely covered in flowers in the wintertime and beautiful lavender flowers. And it's growing here in pH 7.9. So we put it under very harsh conditions. This area here, in fact, has bad soil, and we keep trying to find plants that will do well in it. And we're slowly finding those. Here's another one, button spermacovia. Again, not real showy for those of you who want showy flowers, but this is one of the best plants we have for supporting small native bees and wasps. Absolutely fantastic. So there's a lot of really interesting things you can grow here. Firebush, you're all familiar with. This is actually a pruned firebush. We just pruned this back this year. You can hard prune firebush. It doesn't matter what you do, they'll grow back. And we wanted to keep ours a little bit shorter. So it's got this particular one has this great red leaves, but it's got orange flowers that are very attractive to bumblebees and pretty attractive to other bees as well. So that's a real good one to have. Another thing we like to throw in are the salvias. We do have some different salvias here, but we love this Mystic Spires. It's not native, obviously. It just really does performs pretty well. We can put it in different conditions. It blooms nearly year round. We cut it back again. I think it's Mystic Spires, salvia. You should be able to get that at your nurseries. And there's some other salvias as well that we have that do well. So those are really attracted to bumblebees. Typically, there'd be bumblebees on those as we got more into the pollinator season. I want to take you over here and show you our other side. This is kind of our smaller little just a few things, and but there are a couple of great flowers over here, and hopefully we'll get to see some caterpillars if I can find one. Here is a really great specimen of the cutleaf coneflower. And you can tell, oh, look at all those beautiful seeds, and you can tell it's cut leaf, and there's the cut leaf. You can see that the flower has kind of a cut aspect to it. So the cutleaf coneflower, it's perennial, it comes back from a bunch, and we really love those, and those are also attractive. Just wonderful little asters to have in the garden. Pretty durable if you keep them weed free, and a lot of native bees and wasps love that. Now this is the other senna. This is Senna mexicana, Chapmanii. So this is another wonderful senna. You can see the yellow flowers there. I should have shown you on the Ligustrina, which was the other species, had a more lance-shaped leaf. This has a rounder leaf on it. It doesn't grow as tall as the privet senna, I find. And we're going to have a great shot of a wonderful sulfur butterfly. And I was surprised that sulfur butterflies were laying eggs on senna in February. It's supposed to be wintertime, people. I was thinking that's a springtime, but spring in Florida is in February. We have spring, summer, and fall in Florida. Winter, not always, right? So I was very surprised, though. This is the first year I noticed this. You aficionados probably know better than I do. But here we have a wonderful, these are actually beautiful. This is the larvae of the giant sulfur butterfly here. I hope you can see that there. Let me get him. See if I can see him. Look at that beautiful striped caterpillar. Those are just beautiful to see. Again, if you've seen those big yellow butterflies that are flitting around, that's generally the giant sulfur. Already we're producing larvae. So the larvae need the leaf. So in a pollinator garden, you're not only providing flowers for nectar and pollen for bees and wasps and things like that, you're also providing leaf for caterpillars. The other thing I would say before we take questions here is, you want to keep grasses in your garden too. Many of our small wasps, small moths and butterflies actually need grass as a larval food source. So throw in some native grasses if you've got a pollinator garden. It adds nice texture. It adds a really nice backdrop. You can use them in a lot of different ways. And we're actually going to add some more to this garden because we think we're kind of short on them. So that being said, I think we're getting back to 10 minutes left here. I did want to leave plenty of time for folks to ask questions. So I'm going to hand it back to Katie, if there's any questions folks have.
Can you hear me, Dr. Bolin, or should I type these in the text box?
I hear you perfectly.
Okay, cool. So first question was, is that a Hartley Botanical Greenhouse that was in the background there?
No, that greenhouse is a company named Texas Greenhouses. Built that for us. It's a really nice greenhouse. It's only 1,000 square feet, but it's really well built. They had to kind of build it to Florida wind standards, but a company called Texas Greenhouses actually built that for us.
I have another question. Somebody that lives 1 mile from UCF, are the gardens something other people are allowed to visit?
Yeah, so the Arboretum, well, a couple things about the Arboretum. One is it's the entire campus. So if you're on the UCF campus, you're on the Arboretum, really. It's kind of the way we look at it. We have 13 miles of natural trails in the natural lands. We have kiosks up into various locations. You're welcome to do that. But any of the garden areas, including this is the main core area of the Arboretum. It's the one you might see on Google Maps if it shows up. You can come here, sun up to sundown, any day you want. Weekend, parking here is not a problem as far as paying or whatnot. So weekend's a great time to come. You can come down to the greenhouse. You can walk around these gardens yourself. Absolutely.
Awesome. From Facebook, we had a question. What was the plant in the borage family that you mentioned? I think you cut out a little bit then.
The plant in the borage family that I mentioned. Let's go see if I can find that. The plant in the borage family was the scorpion tail, which is heliotropium. Heliotropium. Helio like sun, tropium.
Oh yeah, I
Heliotropium.
know scorpion tail. That one's beautiful.
Yeah, this is scorpion tail here. And we love it. Again, it can look scraggly at different times of year, but these little flowers are major native pollinator magnets. In fact, I tried to show you that wasp over here. I'm sure there he is. The native wasps, flower wasps really love that. So that's one. Frog fruit, actually, which is sold as a native ground cover, and you may have it in your yard if you don't live in an HOA and you have a weedy yard. Frog fruit is also in the boraginaceae, and it's heavily visited by small bees and wasps. Go ahead, next question.
All right. Does spotted bee balm do well in Central Florida? And is it a good pollinator plant?
Monarda punctata?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'm going to show it to you. I almost showed it to you. I thought, I don't want to show you our pathetic bee balm because you're going to think it doesn't do well, but it's growing in pH 7.8 over here next to the aster. Yes, it does okay. It does beautifully. Here's the plant. It's not a bad plant, really. And it's already flowering here. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, we love it and we want to grow more of it. We think maybe this isn't the best site for it because of the high pH, but it is persisting and it comes back every year. So that's just it coming back in February. So yeah, it does great. It's a wonderful one to have.
If you could only pick 3 pollinator plants, which would be the least maintenance and preferably a Florida native? Oh.
On the firebush, on the hard to say on the other ones. Maybe I'd get a senna just so I'd have the legume in there for the sulfur butterfly, or I'd get something like the rosin weed or the coneflower, and I would get something like pentas. The other thing we do all the time, if you've got a pollinator garden and you get gaps or things die, we do a lot of African blue basil, which I forgot to point out. It's another mint. It can die and you can tear it out and grow another one. This one's been growing since last year. Honeybees love it, obviously, because it's a mint. But you can always do fill-ins with your African blue basil. But those are 3 good ones. I would definitely do a shrub because it's easy care, and then something that appeals to different groups, like an aster, and then maybe one of the legumes. And if I had shady areas, I definitely do wild coffee or the rouge plant.
All right. Kind of a follow-up for that one. You talked a little bit about low maintenance shrubs as opposed to doing perennial garden. What are some low maintenance shrubs that are good for pollinators?
Are you still there?
Oh, there you are. Yep. Did you hear my question?
Yeah, I didn't hear that question.
Okay. Kind of a follow-up to that one. What are some low maintenance shrubs that are good for pollinators? You mentioned that you mostly do shrubs instead of perennials in your landscape.
Yeah, but another great one that I love is the dwarf powder puff, Calliandra hematocephala, but make sure you get the dwarf one. It's not native. It's got little red powder puff flowers, very durable, easy to maintain in a relatively small size. That's a great shrub. Again, honeybees really like it, so it's not always the best for other bees. Some of them, and these are ones that are long blooming. If I'm going to plant just a shrub, the firebush blooms all year. The powder puff blooms all year. Yeah, I could do wild coffee, which is great. It's going to bloom for 2 weeks, but that's great. It's a shade plant. So think about how long you want that bloom. There are other shrubs, other good shrubs, depending on your location and whatnot. But those are 2 I can recommend for sure.
So double question from 2 different people. What was the name of the plant again that had the caterpillar on it? And isn't that caterpillar going to eat the flowers too?
The caterpillar does munch on the flowers a little bit. I don't know if you've ever tried to grow milkweed. Monarch's just devastated. The sennas, I never see the sennas totally beat up, even though it's covered in caterpillars. The plant can take the grazing. They do graze on the flowers a little bit too, mostly the leaves, but also the flowers. Yeah. And what was the other part of that question?
What was the name of that senna?
Oh, that senna was Senna mexicana, variation Chapmanii or Senna Chapmanii. You can get that at Green Isle Gardens and native nurseries. I'm not sure if the local nurseries would have it. They might be able to get it for you. And the other one was the privet senna. Senna ligustrina. It grows a little bit taller and has the more lance-shaped leaves. They both get kind of leggy. You've got to prune them to get them, shape them up.
What kind of mint is good for pollinators? So you talked about calamint, right?
Every single mint.
Yeah.
You name it. Oregano is good. Rosemary. calamint. Other mints you might get, well, I showed you the basil. African blue basil is a mint. Pretty much anything in the mint family that blooms well. And again, the reason we like the African blue basil is it blooms all the time. The mint family is very attractive. And of course, things like honeybees really like mint flowers. Other things will come, but they happen to be very attracted to that because they have a big nectar resource. So, but yeah, there are different mints. The calamint and any kind of the rosemary, you can get decorative rosemary. Chondrodina, which is the wild rosemary, is another mint. So there are some good native mints you can get as well.
And then last question in our chat box is, I'm building a bee pollinator garden for my Girl Scout Gold Award. What are some tips you would give me?
Well, get some advice. Once you design it, maybe send it to somebody and think about your site conditions. Sunny, shady, soil, good, bad. Think about who's going to maintain it. So what it needs to be like from a maintenance standpoint. How big is it? Those are some of the things you want to consider. And then try to get some good advice on plants. Think about what kind of flowers you want, how long you want them blooming, whether you have enough maintenance folks to trim shrubs and things like that. But just start small and keep it relatively simple. That would be my advice. But try to get some feedback from somebody who has experience.
All right. That looks like the last of our questions for you, Dr. Bolin. Thank you so much for joining us today and taking us on a tour of the pollinator garden.
It was a real pleasure. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry about the technical difficulties, but I hope everybody got some good things out of it.
Awesome. All right. Have a good day.
You too. Take care.
All right. Next is going to be Ginny Steibolt at 10 o'clock. So we've got 4 minutes for you guys to take a quick break before we get started on our next speaker.
Katie, this is Robert Bowden. Can you call me, please?
Oh, I can hear you, Robert Bowden. What do you need?
Can you call me? When's that?
Oh, we're scheduled with you for 3 o'clock this afternoon, sir.
Great. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
All right, looking forward to it.
I enjoyed the pollinator presentation. It was great. I will see you at 3.
All right, see you then. All right, Jenny, and if you want to start sharing your screen, we can get you set up for 3 minutes from now.
Okay. It says I'm disabled.
1 second. I forgot to change that this morning whenever we got in here again. All right, try it now.
Okay.
All right, awesome. And we'll get started in 2 minutes.
Okay.
All right, it is 10 a.m., so we're going to go ahead and get started with Ginny Steibolt's presentation. Ginny's going to be talking to us about climate-wise landscaping, practical actions for a sustainable future. And Ginny is both a botanist and a author. So take it away, Ginny.
Okay, thank you very much, Katie. My voice is giving up already. All right, so yes, I'm a botanist, and when I moved to Florida, things were different here. I spent most of my time gardening in New England and the Mid-Atlantic region, and what got me started writing was my failure as a Florida gardener. But it's been interesting. I've learned a lot since 2004 when we moved here. But this climate-wise landscaping is not Florida only, and I was a co-writer with Sue Reed, who's a landscape architect in Massachusetts, and our goal. All right, can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, our goal for this book was to give people things that they could do and not just talk about the horrors of climate-wise landscaping. All right, and Sue Reed and I wrote this book together. She's a landscape architect. I'm a botanist and a hobby gardener. She was in the business of being a landscape architect. And we were delighted that Doug Tallamy wrote the foreword to our book. And Doug Tallamy, actually, he looks like a nerd, but he's a superhero when it comes to changing the narrative of why native plants are so important in our landscape. And so we were delighted that he wrote the foreword to our book. Okay. Now the goals of this presentation is to emphasize actions that you can do. And I'm going to make it mostly relevant to Florida. And we'll talk about the importance of native plants and what they have to do with climate change. And we'll talk about some aspects of climate change that you probably haven't thought about. When we were doing the research for this book, it was surprising about what we came up with. Okay, so first of all, when people talk about climate change, they say, oh my gosh, this is too big, we can't do anything. And I have this meme up here as something that fell into my Facebook timeline a couple of years ago, and it says, oh my gosh, we had too much junk mail, blah blah blah, and it's using up trees and it's taking up landfills and everything, but it doesn't say what we're supposed to do about it. And so what Sue and I did when we wrote the book was to not debate climate change at all, but said, okay, let's roll up our sleeves and get busy. What can we do in our own yards and in our own communities? And so we had 3 missions for each of our actions, and they must satisfy at least one of these missions. And so one you would probably agree with is that what we want to do is plan ahead for climate change because it's happening whether you believe the science or not. So to make our landscapes more resilient so that they can better survive in the future with more droughts and more weird weather. Also to help wildlife survive, the pollinators and the birds who are facing climate change as well. And so our landscapes, especially if you think about what Doug Tallamy says in his books, is that even small efforts in our yards can make a big difference for the pollinators and the birds. And some of the things that we can do can actually mitigate climate change just by themselves. So each of our actions, and we have hundreds of them in the book, will do some of these 3 things. All right, in planning the book, we have 10 sections, starting with lawns, and we'll get that in a minute. And we have some science in there too, because I think people, while we didn't debate climate change, we did want to put in a little tutorial about some of the science behind our choices of actions to take. So we have the 5 science primers here that are in the book. They're in a different color so that you can skip them if you don't want the science and just stick to the to-do list of things that we can work on. So that's how we designed the book. All right, so why did we start with lawns? Well, it's because Americans' love affair with lawns has caused all kinds of problems. It's polluted our waters, it takes up too much energy, it uses poisons, it kills the soil. There's uses up 30 to 60% of municipal water is used on lawns. So we started with lawns because it's the easiest and the most impact that you can have is to rethink your lawns so that they can be more sustainable and smaller. And we'd want to replace some of them with pollinator gardens. So you want to reduce the size of your lawn so that you only have what you need. And we want to change the way we think about this, and you stop all the poisons, the the insecticides, the fungicides, the herbicides, whether they're organic or not organic, they're all poisons. So you're not only killing pest plants and pest animals, you're also killing the beneficial ones. And the synthetic fertilizers give a boost to the grass, but they wash through the soil fairly quickly, and they end up in our waterways, causing them to turn into green slime or red tides. And the irrigation is pumping our aquifers too much. And then a lot of the lawn service companies overseed the lawns in Florida with winter rye in the winter so that the lawn will stay green and so that the lawn care guys have something to mow. So it's more like a employment guarantee by having the lawn need to be mowed all year round. My lawn is a freedom lawn. It's free of all this stuff. And when you have none of those herbicides and you reduce the poisons, then you're going to have a lot more different kinds of plants that grow in your lawn. And so these are photos from my lawn. We got toad flax and asters and St. John's worts and lawn lilies and violets. And the thing that is really good about a freedom lawn is that it's 100% safe for your pets and your kids and your family, and for the pollinators and for the birds all the time. And when you're redesigning and rethinking your lawn, one of the things you want to think about is to make it easier to mow what's left so that you would have curved edges so that whoever is doing the mowing just makes one sweep. There'd be no vertical edges so that you wouldn't have to come back with a string trimmer or edger or anything. You just mow, make the one mowing sweep and you have no extra tools. So you can reduce the lawn to what you're actually going to use for outdoor activities and reconfigure it, as I said, and you'd want to replace your lawn with butterfly gardens and meadows and wild spaces and other places to provide better habitat. So why is sustainable lawn care climate-wise? It's because unpoisoned soil becomes alive again, and it stores more carbon. And when you look at the worldwide carbon sequestration, the carbon that's stored in the soil is 4 times greater than all the carbon stored in all the trees, in all the plants, and all the terrestrial plants. So the carbon stored in the soil is extremely important for our climate. And when you stop using the fertilizers and the poisons, that means that they're not manufactured. And so that means that you are reducing your own climate footprint. And the reduced irrigation saves energy and also preserves our water. And we'll get to water in a minute. And the diverse lawns support wildlife. So if you have things that are blooming in your lawn, or you have fog fruit or other things that some of those plants serve as larval resources for pollinators and also for pollination. And the reduced use of power tools reduces the greenhouse gas emissions. And even if you reduce the use of your power tools, you can switch to battery powered tools where they're powered by electricity, which is more environmentally friendly than the 2-stroke or 4-stroke gas engines that emit more pollution than cars. So these particular power tools are the switch that my husband made when he switched. So he's got a battery powered chainsaw, battery powered leaf blower, battery powered leaf trimmer. He's got a battery powered hedge trimmer as well. And they all use the same battery. Also in the scheme of what you would do in having a climate-wise landscape is you want to plant a lot of trees and shrubs. And the trees and the shrubs are larger plants, which means they have a higher transpiration rate. So water that soaks in through the roots of a tree, 90 to 95% of that water that comes from the soil evaporates into the air. And when it goes from liquid to vapor, that chemical reaction actually cools the soil. And the same thing happens when we sweat. When we sweat, it cools our body because the evaporation of water cools the air. So if you have more trees, it actually cools the air. So that is one of the mitigation actions, is by planting trees. And when trees sequester carbon, because during photosynthesis, they store carbon as sugars and change them to other carbohydrates that they use. And of course, the trees and the shrubs, they stabilize the soil and create habitat. Many people say that the trees are the bones of your landscape, so they give your landscape structure. But too often the default landscape is one tree in the middle of a yard. And one of the first things that you can do is to plant shrubs and ground covers and bunching grasses and pollinator plants around that tree, because trees and lawn do not get along very well. So that would be one easy way to get started on reducing your lawn, is to take them out from the trees that are plunked in the middle of your yard. And when you're buying trees, unlike a lot of the old advice that we had is buy the largest tree that you can afford. No, you want to buy really small young trees, because they will adapt to your yard much quicker, and they have a much higher survivability rate. So that you'd want to buy small, locally grown trees, and actually 2 or 3 years is the maximum, so that they would not be topped, so that you would end up with small trees that are called whips, actually. So here's a tree. Oh, I took a picture of this tree at a big box store. It's a magnolia, which is a native, which is good, but this has been topped. And again, this is in response to the advice, the improper advice, is that you buy the bushiest plant you can get. So in order to follow that advice, the growers often top the trees before they sell it. But topping a tree will shorten its life. It changes the hormones in the tree, and then when you bring it home, you have to prune it to get it to have 1 liter. And this particular tree had a 3-inch caliper, which is the diameter of the tree, 6.5 inches from the root flare. And so it's too old. It would be pot bound, it would cost too much money, and it would have a low survivability possibility. But when you do buy trees, and this is a 1-inch caliper tree, less than 1 inch. This is a flatwoods plum. A tree that's been grown in a container will have circling roots, and the medium that it was grown in would be very rich. It would have fertilizer balls, it'd have peat moss and pine bark, and it would be very rich to keep the tree alive in the container. So when you get it and bring it home, do not keep that medium around the roots. Rinse it all away and spread those roots out into the planting hole, and make sure that it's firm underneath where you're planting it, because you want the root flare to be above the soil level. And this is a harsh treatment. This would be tough love. And you can find out more about this on Linda Chalker Scott's website, because she talks about horticultural myths. And if you want to garden smart, you would go to her website, that's www.informedgardener.com. And she talks about root rinsing as one of the things that she does, and the research that she shows, that the roots do grow out farther. And that's important for us in Florida, because we want the trees to be drought tolerant, because we have a 7-month dry season, and we want them to be wind tolerant. And if you keep all that rich growing medium in the root ball there, the roots aren't going to go out into your lousy soil. So you want to do the tough love, rinse it all away. Actually, I put it in my compost pile. But when you plant your tree, just plant it like that. Now you're going to have to water it like crazy, because you will have ripped all the root hairs off of it. So you will need to irrigate more often. So you build a berm around the tree. You do not add any amendments in the planting hole at all. So whatever your soil is, you plant it in that, so that the tree gets used to that. Now, if you want to enrich the soil later, what you would do is you would have a layer of just a top dressing of compost around the outside of the planting hole. And then the next time you do it, then you plant it a little farther out. And so here in this slide, here's the reason why you don't want to leave the circling roots in place, is because the tree will choke itself. Now, this is not in Florida. These are copper beeches. I think they're in California or Oregon. And here it is, probably 15 or 20 years after they were planted. They hadn't taken the planting basket around off from the tree. You can still see the orange plastic webbing that was around this tree. And so what the tree did is it choked itself. So this is why you want to correct the pruning, the circling roots. And so you can find the root flare, make sure it's above there, and get rid of all the non-native soil. Now, they probably encapsulated these roots here because it's really too small a space for these large trees. They should have planted a smaller tree here and let the roots go out. All right, so trees and shrubs, they cool the landscape because of the transpiration and because of the shade. So you can design your landscape so that if you have a deciduous tree, that it would allow the sun next to your house in the winter, and it would shade the house, the side of your house, in the summer. When we plant our trees are added to the global population of trees. And people are worried about the rainforest being cut down, as well they should be, because when a rainforest is cut down, the transpiration stops. So that means that the water vapor that would be emitted from the rainforest into the global upper atmosphere is reduced, and that produces severe droughts, and that is causing things like wildflowers and wildfires in California and even in the Arctic these days. So we need more trees, and we can add to the global population in our own communities and in our own yards, because we can reduce the temperature increase the carbon sequestration. And that is the main climate-wise reason for having more trees. All right, so water. Climate change can cause too much water and too little water, and we need to be prepared for both of those. So what I hadn't really thought about, and this came up when we were doing the research for the book, is that when you save water, you also are saving energy, because energy is required to extract the water from the aquifers or the springs. It's treat the water with purifiers so it's safe, and to deliver the water to our taps with enough pressure so we can take a shower. So that often means that the water is pumped up to the top of water towers, and that takes energy. So when we save water, we're also saving energy. Water is not free, and we need to stop giving our water away, for one thing, but we can help with our own landscapes. So what do you do in your landscape if you want to reduce your water? Well, you'd have drought-tolerant landscapes. And drought-tolerant plants use various means of various strategies for becoming drought-tolerant. Some have small leaves, some have waxy coatings like this milkweed here. It's a pine milkweed. So there's a very waxy coating. Some have tuberous roots and some are succulent. So when you are planting these in your yard, put them in groupings, close groupings, so there's no room for weeds, and put organic mulch, no rock mulch, and allow them to go to seed so that you're feeding the birds, and you would have less maintenance. And if you want moisture-loving plants, then locate them together next to a water feature, like build a pond or something, and put your water-loving plants together, all in one space there, so that you would want to design your landscape so that most of it can exist with just the natural rainfall. Again, our rainfall is weird in Florida because we have the 5-month wet season and the 7-month dry season. So when we're designing rain gardens, which I talk about, I'm not talking about it today, but when we're talking about rain gardens, what will grow in a rain garden in the mid-Atlantic, even if it's native down here in Florida, may not work because their rainfall is much more uniform. And after you adjust your landscapes to less lawn and more gardens, adjust your irrigation. And I took this photo of mulch that's being watered because they didn't change the irrigation system, and they had weed barrier cloth underneath it. And this I visit this site. This is the Jacksonville Naval Air Station. We go there to go to the commissary, and they have this mulch landscape as an endpoint for the landscape. This is their point. When they took out the lawn, I said, well, that's interesting. But then they never planted very much on it. There's only a couple of little shrubs around the edges and a bird bath, and that's it. So they just have the mulch as an endpoint, and that is really a bad idea. And especially if you water it, then the weeds come up through the weed barrier cloth. And rain is local, so get a rain gauge so you know how much rain you really are getting. Rain barrels soak up the rainfall, and we want to sequester as much rainfall as we can in our own yards. And I have 6 rain barrels now, and they come in real handy for my vegetable gardens because our best growing season is in our dry period. In the fall, in the late fall through the winter is the dry season. So the rain barrels, we get enough water to keep them filled so that we can use the rain barrel water. Now the rain barrel water is extremely important for using, when you're watering your plants, even house plants, if you use rain barrel water, it doesn't have the purifiers in it. And if it doesn't have the purifiers, that means that you are going to encourage the soil microbes in the soil by using rain barrel water. So you use it to wet your compost pile, because that means that, because you want those microbes, those soil microbes, to thrive. And if you wet it with tap water, it's going to kill some of the microbes, and the microbes would have to recover from that. So I have a lot of information on my blog about rain barrels and rain gardens, so you can look there, greengardeningmatters.com, and you look at the green resources page, and there's a list of articles there. The other thing that can help you sequester rainwater is to build dry wells. And this is this is especially important in a small yard, where if you've got water building up, you can increase the airspace so that the water has some place to go. And we dug this out in a clayey area in our backyard. We didn't even know that it was a clay until we took out some lawn to build some vegetable gardens, and the water sat there for days and days. So we dug this fairly large dry well. So the rain gardens slow the flow of the stormwater so that it gets a chance to soak into the soil. And some rain gardens, like these two, are public rain gardens on campuses and business areas. This one is in Jacksonville, and it's about a 20-foot right of way between the sidewalk and the road. and they put in a rain garden so that the rain gardens would soak up the water before it went into the storm drains. Rain gardens can be small. This is the downspout next to my front porch, and then a year later, I put a dry well at the end of the drain thing here, took out a bunch of lawn, and then later on I expanded it. I also ended up putting in this nice fern. I thought it was a spleenwort. I came from Maryland and it looked like that, but it turned out to be the tuberous sword fern, so I took those out later. But the reason you want to reduce the water from leaving your yard is because you want to reduce the pollution. And so when water leaves your yard and goes into the storm drain system, it takes chemicals from your car drippage, chemicals from you, and also sediment and other things from your yard, and it pollutes our waterways. So that's why we want to be good citizens and sequester more water on our landscapes. I took this photo in Singapore a couple of years ago. And what I liked about it is that we need to rethink what we do. So these inverted umbrellas are acting as a gutter for this building, but they also have a sidewalk cafe here. But what they did, they have pipes here, and it leads to an underground storage area, and they use that water for irrigation. And in this particular building, they also use it to flush their toilets. So that was kind of cool. Section 4 in our book is ecosystems, and every yard is part of a larger fabric of the ecosystem. And you're going to learn more about this later today. We've got Stacy, who comes next, and then Nita later talk about ecosystems and native pollinator gardens later on. But you really need to use native plants to increase the biodiversity. You want to develop wild patches in your own yard, even if it's just a small corner of a backyard. Build a stick pile back there so that the native bees and the birds can find shelter. And biodiversity is not an option if we're going to take care of our planet. So when we have a butterfly garden, we need to provide both the adult nectar and pollen for the adults and the pollinator larval food so that the caterpillars will have something to eat. And so the old saying is, or maybe it's a new saying, I'm not sure, if nothing is eating your plants, then those plants are not playing a role in your local ecosystem. So real butterfly gardeners cheer when their plants are being eaten. And soil, we talked about that before, it stores a huge amount of carbon, which is good for the planet. So when you build edible yards, and we'll talk about this, when you have edible gardens, you'd want to have raised beds, especially in Florida where a lot of our soil is really lousy, so that you don't compact the soil and you minimize the disturbance of the natural soil. We talked about the science of how the soil stores carbon. And again, it goes back to the photosynthesis where the sun, light from the sun, carbon dioxide and water are turned into sugar with a byproduct of oxygen by the plants. And then all the living things, even the plants, use that oxygen. And animals use the sugar, like the caterpillars, they use that sugar to live. So respiration, which is how we live, we take sugar, we breathe in oxygen, and we give off carbon dioxide and water. So if you look at these two equations, and I know people don't like equations, if you look at these two chemical equations, they are the equal and opposite reaction. So the plants create the sugars, they give off oxygen. Everything that lives, or most things on the planet that live, take in the sugar and oxygen and then give off carbon dioxide and water. Now, soil actually builds up, the topsoil builds up rather slowly. One of our resources said that it takes 500 years to develop an inch of soil. I think it's a little bit less if you help it. Tropical rainforests have notoriously poor soil, which is surprising because you'd think that there was so much going on in a tropical rainforest that the soil would be very thick. But typically they do not, because the whole metabolism of a rainforest is so high and the water is so abundant that the soil is very thin, which is why some of the trees in the rainforest have buttressed roots, and they have various other ways of existing because the soil is very thin. So I took this picture in Costa Rica, and that's my left hand. So it's a lesson for us when we want to have a more climate-wise landscape, because our soils are going to become more like the tropical soils because we might have more of our rain and more activity because there's more heat, so that you might have more microbe activity and other disturbances. So we take a lesson from the rainforests and protect our soil. And I can summarize that chapter in one sentence. We have to stop treating our soils like dirt. All right, and here's one way you can do it. This is a typical entryway to communities in Florida and shopping centers and stuff. And 3 or 4 or more times a year, people come in, they plant all these flowering things, and then when they fade, they take them out, throw them away. And then they do it again and again. So this is seasonal planting. We need to stop doing seasonal planting. And in your own communities, we need to stop doing seasonal planting and plant things that are more permanent, that will stay there, so that we are not disturbing the soil over and over again. Also, most of these seasonal plantings are not native, so all they are decoration. And we need, and Doug Tallamy says, our yards need to be more than just pretty. They need to support the insects. So here's some more ways to reduce the reduce the management of the disturbance in the soil is by cutting the weeds off, especially if they are annuals, or to pull them out gently, and plant the plants thickly so that there's no room for weeds to grow. And weed barrier cloth doesn't work for weeds. We used it in our dry well because it keeps the rocks and the soil separated. But don't think that if you put down a weed barrier cloth and you put rocks over it or mulch over it, that it's going to stop the weeds. It doesn't. And it's got a heavy footprint for manufacture and transport. It's disruptive to plants. It's disruptive for animals like toads and frogs that or especially toads in your soil, they'll disrupt it, and the roots grow right through it. So it is basically ineffective. So don't make the mistake I made. Don't use it. All right, we want to talk about planning for designs, and this is sort of a joke photo that somebody built the fence right up to the tree. But you want to design your landscape so that it's energy wise, so it's fire wise, and so it's flood wise. And for fire wise, because a lot of our areas are near fire prone areas, you would want a 30-foot clearing around your buildings where you would have no shrubs, but just ground covers and herbaceous plants. And then farther out, you would want to keep the ground relatively clear, take the vines and stuff out there so that if a ground fire comes in, that it doesn't have stuff to burn. In our shorelines, we need to do a better job of making our shorelines better buffers, and mangrove habitats and stuff like that, very important for protecting our shores. And we have herbaceous plants. We talked a whole lot about that, and I took this picture in Seattle. It's a wonderful front yard. We could have a similar yard in Florida using muley grass and stuff, but what you want to think about is having long-lived plants, not the seasonal plantings. Allow them to go to seed so they feed the birds. Unfortunately, our big box stores and garden centers feed our frenzy for having pretty lawns by selling us plants that are often poisoned with neonicotinoids. And these are annuals. They're at the end of their life cycle. They've produced flowers. They're done. And so when you take them home, they're going to die. So we need to get away from the seasonal plantings. We used Highline Park in New York City as a good example of how to have a mostly native landscape, and this is highly popular. So this is an elevated park that was built on an abandoned railroad track, and they've planted it with perennials mostly and mostly natives, and it's highly popular, and it's increased the real estate values on the west side of Manhattan because it's so popular. But native gardens are not wild, but they do support wildlife. So support your native plant society and buy native plants, and we can make natives the new normal. And we want to also remove invasives. Now, we don't have much of a problem with kudzu in Florida, but we've got a whole lot of other things that are invasive in Florida. And the organization that decides whether something is invasive is the FLEPSI organization. So how something behaves in your yard does not indicate whether it's invasive or not, because there may be something that behaves very well in your yard, but if it's taken over wild areas, then it's invasive. We need more green in our urban areas, and we can design, again, here's the highline, we can design our urban landscapes with more trees and more plants, so that, and fewer mulch only gardens, so that we can build habitat corridors. We also want to grow more food, and our research for this book, I found that for every pound of food that you grow or buy locally at a farmer's market, that offsets up to 2 pounds of greenhouse gases, mostly transportation and food waste. We waste 30%, or commercial agriculture wastes 30% of our food. So we can have a more resilient food supply if we grow some of our own food. This is harvest from my yard a few years ago. And again, we want raised beds for our gardens, our edible gardens, so that we do not disturb the soil underneath. And I don't use sides for my raised beds, because that gives me a lot of flexibility. So when it comes to raised gardens, I think outside of the box. We can grow more woody fruit crops like blueberries and other woody fruit. We grow more perennials like chives, and actually the one that's next to it is relative. It's the meadow garlic, Allium canadense, which is a native. If you're in commercials, hydroponics uses less water than soil-based crops. You can grow crops on the green roofs. So there's all kinds of things that you can do to grow more food. And if you're not growing them, you can support your local growers with CSAs. And if you're sure of the identification, like that meadow garlic, you can eat the weeds. And if you've got Spanish needles or Biden's alba as a weed in your yard, when it's young, it's edible. So you can eat the weeds. We also have a whole chapter on materials and the climate footprint for materials. So why is this important? It's important because we don't have another planet. And while each of us can do just a little bit, there's millions and millions of people who manage landscapes. We can and should help the world for future generations. You can buy our book on the website. This is actually Sue is selling them, climatewiselandscaping.com. And then last time I knew, the IFAS bookstore also had Climate Wise Landscaping. All right, one more thing. I developed a PowerPoint that's free to download that you can use. It's on the FNPS, the Native Plant Society website. It's under resources. This is a downloadable document under downloadable documents, and this downloads as a PDF file. But in that PDF file, there's a link to the PowerPoint. And so this has got a script. It's about a 10-minute script on why natives are important. And so you can download it, use it for garden clubs whenever you're speaking. It's free. It's well designed because Marjorie is my co-author in the step-by-step book. She designed it. And this is a native yard in the villages. Some of you may know Steve Turnipseed. This is his yard. It's all natives, but it's very presentable. And so you can have native yards even in an HOA. So that is my presentation. So if we have any questions, I'll be glad to field those.
All right, we've got about 2 minutes for questions. And Stacy, while I'm taking Jenny's questions, do you mind setting up your PowerPoint so we can get into you next?
I could stop sharing my screen.
Yep. Jenny, when using rain barrels, is the water that you save somewhat polluted by the roofing materials? And if so, don't the rain barrels concentrate those pollutants?
It depends on the roof. If you have a shingle roof, wood shingles, then you shouldn't have rain barrels at all. But any other roof is okay, and it's been tested so that even if you have an asphalt roof, that the pollution is minimal, and it's even usable on edible yards. It's not drinkable, but if you're watering your edible gardens, it's still drinkable. I mean, still safe.
Can you explain how you went about the sideless raised beds that you showed in that picture of your vegetable garden?
Well, I have articles on my website, so I've talked about that fairly extensively. I have a number of wide row um, articles on how to do that. But yeah, I pat them in place. And what you saw in the picture there was before I composted. I put it before I mulched it. So in between the rows, I put pine needles, and so they stay separated. And the reason that you want to do that is so that you have good water flow, which is important in Florida. And if you have those closed boxes, it's harder to manage the drainage.
Okay, and last question, because we've run out of time. What would be your favorite shade shrub for growing underneath something like a Royal Poinciana tree?
Yeah, I'm in Clay County. I'm a little bit north from you. So I would go with some of what was recommended early on the first presentation.
During Dr. Boland's talk?
Yeah, because what grows up here is going to be different, but I do love the beautyberry. It is such a magnificent shrub, and it does attract the birds, and it grows so well.
Yeah, beautyberry is pretty. One of my favorites from his talk is also the native coffee or wild coffee. So that
Right,
one would grow in a shady situation as well.
right.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning, Jenny.
You're welcome.
And next we have Stacy Matrazo, who's going to be teaching us native plants for Florida gardens, and Stacy's with the Florida Wildflower Foundation.
Great. Can you hear me okay and see my presentation?
We got you, Stacy.
All right, awesome. Thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here among so many other people that I'm familiar with and have such great ideas. My name is Stacy Matrazo. I'm the program manager with the Florida Wildflower Foundation, and I am here to talk to you about native plants for Florida gardens. And let's see if I can advance my slide. There we go. Just in case you're not familiar with us, the Florida Wildflower Foundation protects, connects, and expands native wildflower habitats through our education, research, planting, and conservation programs. We do this primarily through funds obtained through the sale or renewal of the state wildflower license plate. Whether you have the old look or the new look that you see here, your support is helping us fund programs like this, grants that we give for demonstration gardens and school gardens, research projects along the lines of genetic and horticultural studies of native plants, and so much more information that we are trying to get out there. So thank you all, for those of you who have the license plate, for your support. As I mentioned, I'm here to talk to you about native plants for Florida gardens. This is a book that myself and Nancy Bissett put out in February of last year. We wrote this book with the hope that it will encourage people to add more native plants to their home, which will in turn attract more pollinators like our native bees and butterflies, provide food and habitat for wildlife, and add more connections and pathways to our natural areas between or through our urban areas. And I know Jenny talked about that a little bit, and I will be as well. We are one of the most biodiverse states in the country. We have about 2,800, give or take, native species, as well as more families and ancient species than any other state. But we're also one of the fastest growing states in the country. We're developing our natural lands to accommodate this growth and losing valuable wildlife habitat. So what we need to do is look to our urban landscapes to help bridge the divide between those disparate natural areas, between those fragmented areas, those slowly shrinking natural areas, and provide those resources in our urban landscapes and our cities and our neighborhoods so that wildlife has the resources they need, but also can find safe passage to other natural areas. Even the smallest garden can provide essential resources for wildlife if we choose the right plants. So to share our built landscape, our urban landscapes with wildlife, the plants we choose need to do more than just be pretty. They need to play a role in your yard's ecosystem. So this means adding more native plants to our landscapes. and transitioning away from those commonly used non-native ornamentals that have little ecological value. We can swap those out for natives that provide, the resources that we need, but also provide an ornamental value. And yeah, a lot of people don't think about native plants as having ornamental value, but they do. We have many beautiful plants, interesting plants, plants that provide year-round interest with fruit and flowers and colorful foliage and unique forms. So, we really need to look at our urban landscapes in a very different way. And as Jenny mentioned, we need to reduce the amount of lawns in our yards. Lawns are water intensive, pesticide intensive. They have no ecological value. It's just work for us and bad things going out into the environment. So we need to at least reduce them if we're not able to get rid of them entirely. But when we do these things, when we increase the native plant material in our landscapes and we invite wildlife into our landscapes, we can also encourage our neighbors to do the same. When your neighbors go by and they see your beautiful native yard alive with activity from birds and butterflies and other wildlife, we hope that they will want to do what you're doing. And in this way, if I do it and my neighbors do it and so on and so forth, we can start creating those pollinator pathways, those habitat corridors that, again, link our natural areas, our greater natural areas through our urban corridors. So Florida native plants are adapted to our unique conditions here. They have evolved with our state's unique soil and climate conditions over thousands and thousands of years. That means they have the adaptations that help them endure our drought, our salt, our hurricane winds, our seasonal climate fluctuations, all the things that make Florida, Florida. These plants that have been here forever are suited to handle. And it means that not only are they better suited for these conditions, but they're also better equipped to provide food and habitat to our native wildlife, including the pollinators we rely on for our own food production. Native plants also require less water. They require no fertilizer. They shouldn't require herbicides and pesticides if we're using them in the right locations, as opposed to the non-native ones that have not evolved with our quote unquote pests and require all of this additional help. Our native plants also give back to the soil. They provide nutrients that help sustain other plants and organisms. They help control erosion. They beautify our landscapes. And of course, they are part of a healthy and diverse environment. A good habitat has a variety of plant types. So we've included a variety of plant types in the book. Wildflowers can create a pleasing aesthetic, but also provide nectar and pollen, even nesting opportunities for many insects. And a lot of them provide seeds that birds and other small wildlife rely on. And of course, a lot of birds also rely on the insects that are attracted to the wildflowers. Vines are great for adding vertical interest to a landscape, and they're also good when you have limited space. If you can't plant out, you can plant up. But again, these are plants that provide food and cover. So, the emphasis on trying to ensure that you are providing in your landscape, not just looking pretty, but giving back to the wildlife that we are displacing by developing our urban landscapes. Grasses give texture and movement to a landscape. They also literally support the wildflowers. So, a lot of our more tall, lankier wildflowers need the support of grasses. So they provide that, as well as providing cover and seeds, again, for birds and other wildlife. And of course, trees and shrubs are essential to a healthy, sustainable landscape. They can act as a centerpiece, or you can plant them together as a privacy screen or hedge, depending on what your needs are. There are trees and shrubs that will meet those needs. But more importantly, they host a variety of microhabitats that provide cover and nesting opportunities for birds, small mammals, reptiles, amphibians, and even insects. So in compiling the list of plants to include in the book, we took into consideration not only plants that are tried and true and easy to grow and maintain, but also ones that are readily available at nurseries that specialize in native plants. There are lots and lots of really cool native plants out there that might work well in a home landscape, but if you can't find it and you can't purchase it, then it doesn't really help you. To find a native nursery in your area, check out plantrealflorida.org. This is the Florida Association of Native Nurseries. Here you can see nurseries on a map and find ones that are in your geographical area. You can also search by plant if there's a plant you're looking for and find out who's growing it in the state. And if you're interested in growing from seed, the Florida Wildflower Seed Growers Cooperative is your best bet for seeds of Florida native and Florida ecotypes. So the key to a healthy, thriving landscape is plant selection. So you need to choose plants that are naturally suited to the conditions in your landscape. This means light, soil, and moisture conditions. This is going to help ensure success and reduce your maintenance requirements. Before selecting plants, you'll want to evaluate your site's light conditions and soil moisture composition. Then you can use our quick reference guide, which you see here on the screen, to help narrow down the plants that are best suited for your landscape. So each profile in the book, we have this little box, which you see on the left-hand side of your screen, that tells you at a quick glance the plant's general characteristics. What is its sun exposure needs? What does its soil moisture need? What's its bloom color, its bloom season, and what is its growth potential? And remember, most plants are not full grown when you purchase them. So you need to consider the plant's potential height and width and give it the space that it's going to need to grow. For year-round interest, you want to select plants for seasonal, color, and functional diversity. Pollinators are attracted to different colors, so you definitely want to pick wildflowers and flowering plants of different colors, as well as different height, different characteristics. Choose plants that bloom and produce fruit in different seasons so that you always have something available in your landscape for the wildlife that need it. And of course, include nectar and host plants to attract those beneficial insects. And this is just an example of a page from the book, but again, each profile includes a full color photo of the plant and then a description about things like where the plant grows naturally, what wildlife it attracts, identification details, propagation information, what you can buy it or what size you can buy it in and how to space them when you get them into your landscape. Care tips, like pruning or if it's drought or salt tolerant, et cetera, things like that. Hardiness zones, you want to make sure you're getting plants that are suited for the region of the state that you live in. Here in Central Florida, we're in zone 9B. So generally speaking, a plant that is suited for 9B will probably do okay in your landscape if it meets all the other requirements. We also include information on related species, including some information on non-native and invasive varieties to be aware of. So I'm just going to share a few of my favorite plants with you that are featured in the book. All of the plants that I'm going to talk about are easy to grow in the right conditions, be clear about that, and provide resources for wildlife. And they all are really good for attracting pollinators and other wildlife to your yard. This is Florida green eyes. This is a perennial. I think everything I cover is a perennial with the exception of one or two that I'll point out. But as Jenny pointed out, perennials are good. They're going to reseed and reestablish themselves. They're not going to need to be removed when they're done and then replaced. So you want plants that are going to allow themselves to continue. Florida green eyes is great for attracting bees and butterflies. It typically blooms spring through summer, but the ones in my yard have been blooming for the entire year. I just bought a new house and last year we completely redid the landscape, all natives. Yay, finally. Thanks COVID for giving me the time to do that. So a lot of the plants I'm talking about, I can actually speak to my personal experience with too. And things are blooming a little bit differently than they have been. A lot of plants that have specific bloom time or really seem to be blooming a little bit longer right now. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but it's what's happening. This is a really easy to establish plant. It has a nice thick tuberous root once it's established, so it's really a great drought tolerant plant. And it has a really cool secret. When the flower opens, and you see the little center disc florets take on that maroon color, it emits a chocolate scent. It's very subtle, doesn't last very long, but it is absolutely just so wonderful. I get so excited when I see them in the garden because I know it's going to be chocolate time. Partridge pea is in the pea or bean family. So it's a nitrogen fixer, which means it might actually improve the soil and enrich the soil and allow you to introduce other plants into your landscape too. This is great for attracting butterflies as well as long-tongued bees, which are its primary pollinator. It's also a larval host for several butterflies, and it has nectar glands on the leaf stems. So that attracts ants and flies and wasps and other insects that then birds are attracted to. It also produces seeds that birds really like. This plant is an annual or sometimes a short-lived perennial, but it is a prolific self-seeder. So even though it may die back on you, it's generally producing a lot more, dropping a lot of seeds, so you have other ones coming in. It has a really nice look to it. It's got these feather-like leaves, these red stems, a very interesting yellow flower. So it does provide interest in the landscape as well. And it's great in disturbed areas. It establishes really quickly. We have several twin flower species that are native. This is oblong leaf twin flower. It has a long bloom time, spring through fall, although again, it can bloom year round, typically more in the southern part of the state. But it is exceptionally adaptable. It spreads rapidly by underground runners and by self-sown seed, so it's going to maintain itself really well. It makes a really good ground cover because it is low growing, and you can mow over it if you need to use a mower, but it will help produce more blooms. Bees and butterflies love it. It's a host plant for the common buckeye, and it's just generally all around a very easy and lovely little plant. If you live in an area that is, on a retention pond or has a wetter landscape, scarlet hibiscus is one to consider. This is a very large plant. It gets up to about 6 or 7 feet tall, and it has one of our largest, showiest blooms. It's about as big as, a little bigger than my hand, but it's absolutely stunning. It is a summer bloomer, so you're not going to see its flowers throughout the year, but and those flowers only last for a day, but it is a prolific bloomer, so you'll have a lot of blooms coming up behind it during its bloom season. This is a good one for attracting hummingbirds. Hummingbirds love red flowers. They love tubular flowers, which the hibiscus starts off a little more tubular, but does open up pretty broadly. But butterflies and other pollinators really like this plant too. So it is a good one if you have, again, moist, consistently moist or even inundated landscape. It does not tolerate dry land at all. We have about 4 native blazing stars that are commercially available, and they range from the driest to more wet conditions. So depending on your landscape, there's probably a blazing star that's suitable. It's a little bit taller. It can get up to about 4 feet tall, but it doesn't spread. So even in a small garden, blazing star can be utilized because it doesn't need a lot of horizontal space. It's an excellent nectar plant. It attracts butterflies, moths, bees, even hummingbirds have been spotted on blazing star, although it's not as often. And birds eat the seeds. It does bloom typically late summer and fall, but it can have a more extended bloom period as well. There are non-native blazing stars sold in big box garden centers, so you do want to make sure you're getting the native species. These non-native plants, even though it might be the same species that occurs here in Florida, when you buy non-native ones, or if you buy native species that are grown outside of Florida, they're acclimated to different conditions. And so they may not perform nearly as well in your landscape as a native species will. Dotted horseman, I think that was brought up in Dr. Boland's talk. To me, this is the best plant for attracting the most diverse and crazy different pollinators. I've seen things on my my dotted horseman that I've not seen anywhere else. It is a member of the mint family. But it contains thymol, which is the chemical found in thyme, another mint family herb. So it does have more of a thyme or oregano smell to it, but it's very aromatic. You can harvest the leaves, dry them, and make them into a tea that helps promote relaxation. This is really easy to grow. It can handle dry to moist conditions, sun to partial shade. It does like to spread though. So you need to be prepared to either give it the space it needs to kind of just go with it, or pay attention, prune it if you want to keep it down to a smaller area, because it does like to take over if you allow it. But it has a really nice long bloom time. I think frog fruit was also mentioned in Dr. Boland's talk. This is an excellent ground cover. Again, a lot of people have this in their St. Augustine lawn, probably not intentionally. It does like moist conditions, and so it does tend to pop up in a heavily watered St. Augustine lawn. But if you intentionally plant it as a ground cover, it can thrive. It forms these dense mats and kind of creeps out on its own, so it fills in nice. It's an evergreen. It blooms year round, and as you can see, it has a lot of little blooms. It can be mowed over, and it will continue to grow and flower. It also does well in a hanging basket too. But bees, small butterflies love it. It's a larval host for the white peacock, fan crescent, and common buckeye butterflies. So it's very versatile. And it, again, is providing, vital resources as a larval and nectar source. This is another mint family plant, wild pennyroyal. It's a low-growing, semi-woody shrub. It does get a little bit woody, but it is good for attracting bees and butterflies. And because it blooms earlier in the year, typically winter and early spring, it's providing resources at a time when a lot of other things aren't. So it's good, I mentioned earlier, to have things in your landscape that are providing resources throughout the year. This plant is one of those that provides, again, the nectar and pollen at a earlier time during the year. It is delightfully aromatic. It has kind of a lemony mint scent to it, but it too can be brewed into a nice minty tea. And it's great in a mixed wildflower garden or butterfly and pollinator garden, and it's very drought tolerant. So if you have a nice dry, well-drained, sunny location, this might be something to consider. Wild petunia is another low-growing one. I have quite a few that are really nice ground covers. This is one of them. It tolerates pretty much any condition, although you are going to get more flowers and a little bit more dense foliage in sunnier or partial shade conditions. If you're going into full shade, it's going to be a little lankier and a little less bloom intensive, but it's still going to do just fine. This is attractive to many, many bees and butterflies, and it's also a larval host for the common buckeye. It has a long bloom period, spring through fall, sometimes year round, again, as you get a little further south. The blooms only last a day, but it has lots of successional blooms. So the plant, again, in more sunnier and partial shade conditions, can really look fresh all the time. It also does well in a hanging basket or a well-drained container. And it is a prolific self-seeder, and it's one of the species that shoots its seeds. So it will establish progeny a little bit further away from the parent plant, which is nice if you have the space to allow for that. We have a few sages or salvias that are available commercially. They're all great for attracting pollinators. Tropical sage, which you see on the right, has the nice red blooms, red tubular blooms. So again, good for attracting hummingbirds, as well as butterflies and some bees. I think I said on the left, on the right. On the left, we have lyre leaf sage, which you see with that bluish purple. That's another early bloomer. So it generally blooms in late winter and spring. So again, an option for providing resources at a time that other plants aren't necessarily flowering. The coccinia, the tropical sage, it's usually a summer and fall bloomer, but I have had it in my landscape since we installed our plants last March, and they have not stopped blooming at all. And it's also a very prolific cedar. I have tons and tons of it popping up everywhere, and I'm constantly just potting them and giving them to friends because I just have so much of it. But it's such a great pollinator plant. It's easy to care for. It really doesn't need to, you don't need to do anything to it. Prune it when it starts getting a little bit unwieldy, but otherwise it's just a very easy, probably the best entry level plant, I would say. If you're just going to start with one, I would go with tropical sage. We have a few goldenrod species that are available, again, at nurseries that specialize in native plants. Seaside goldenrod tends to be the most generally available. Seaside goldenrod, and actually the other goldenrods too, get a bad rap as an allergen. It's often mistakenly blamed for triggering allergies, but it actually grows in the same habitat as ragweed, or is often found with ragweed, and it blooms at the same time. So people tend to think it's goldenrod when it's really ragweed. Goldenrod pollen is sticky. It's not really wind dispersed like ragweed is. So its chances of being an allergen are minimal to none. This is a great plant for attracting pollinators, especially bees and wasps, other insects that birds are then attracted to as well. It also is very easy to retain in the landscape. Seaside goldenrod in particular spreads by underground rhizomes. So you really want to give it some space to kind of do its thing. Or you're going to be kind of harvesting it out if you don't have the space for it. But if you do, it can really make a big show. It's just quite lovely. It does need a lot of sun to do its best blooming, but it will tolerate a little bit of shade as well. I mentioned grasses earlier. Grasses are really important for a variety of reasons. This is Elliott's lovegrass, a bunch grass that looks beautiful throughout the year. It has a nice kind of blue-green foliage or leaf, but then when it blooms, as you can see here, it produces just this plumes of wispy seed heads. They're absolutely stunning, especially when the wind's kind of blowing through them. This is a larval host for the Zabulon skipper, and then those seeds, which it produces, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of perhaps, they're tiny, but they are a good food source for invertebrates and small birds who can also use the plant's foliage for cover as well. Lovegrass can tolerate a variety of conditions. It does great in nutrient-poor soils. It's drought tolerant, but it can also handle some inundation or some moisture. And again, it is, it looks great all year, even when it's not flowering. Muley grass is another clump forming or bunch grass that looks stunning when it's not bloom, but as you see here in the fall, when it starts to put out its purple plumes, it is totally just spectacular, especially if you have the space to plant it in mass, because then you just get this amazing purple haze in your landscape. It really is adaptable to conditions. So it's great for most Florida landscapes. It's drought tolerant, it's hardy, it's mildly salt tolerant and wind tolerant, and it self-seeds. So it's going to maintain itself for many, many years. This is redbud. So this is a tree, gets up to about 30 feet. We are in Central Florida here at the southern end of its range. It doesn't really do well once you start getting a little bit further south. This tree is deciduous. So for some of the year, it doesn't have anything on it. It does have these nice big heart-shaped leaves or kidney-shaped leaves, but right before it leaves out, for about a month in the spring, it is completely covered in these just absolutely beautiful, like fluorescent pink blooms. You're probably seeing the tababuis blooming, the yellow and pink ones all over town. This is kind of our native, or all over the state. This is kind of our native version of that, if you will, and that it's only going to bloom for about a month, but that month is going to be amazing. The flowers depend on long-tongued bees for pollination, so you're going to attract those when it's flowering, but the leaves are attractive to caterpillars, especially Io moth caterpillars. And the seeds, this is another member of the bean or legume family, so it has some nice big bean pods. Those are eaten by a few different species of bird, and also well, bobwhite quail, they're birds too, sorry. The leaves are browsed by deer too. So if you happen to be in an area where you have deer in your landscape, this is something that they can get into as well. The flowers and seeds are also edible to us. We can eat them raw, or we can roast the seeds and eat them. But again, this is deciduous, so you are going to have some time in the year when it's not going to have any leaf or flower cover. But it is pretty fast growing. It can tolerate a little bit of flooding. It's nice if you plant it with, say, a flowering dogwood and have that real nice, just amazing spring color display. So I said we were on the southern end of that plant. This is cocoa plum, and we're on the northern end of its range here in Central Florida. Cocoa plum is just an amazing shrub. It is evergreen. It has really dense foliage, so it's providing cover. It flowers and fruits year-round and simultaneously, so it is just providing every resource it has all at the same time. The tiny little flowers are attractive, especially to bees. The fruit, a lot of wildlife use it. We can eat the fruit too. You can eat it raw, or you can make it into a jam or a jelly. It's a really nice choice as a hedge or a buffer. If you plant quite a few of them, you can prune it into whatever shape you need, or make it a nice hedge. It's also a great accent plant. It adapts well to a variety of conditions, although it does prefer a little more moist soil. So if you've got really dry, sandy soil, this might not be the plant for you, but it is really adaptable. There are two varieties typically available. There's a low-growing spreading variety that is pretty salt tolerant and more suitable for coastal landscapes. And then there's a more upright version or variety of it that is a little less salt tolerant. So we recommend that one for more inland landscapes. Coral bean is, as you can see here, a great attractor for hummingbirds with those beautiful red tubular flowers. This is another winter and spring bloomer. The plant can be deciduous or evergreen. I've seen it perform both ways. Right now, mine are deciduous. But it's very versatile. It's pretty tolerant of a variety of conditions. It does have little teeth on its leaves and stems, so it is something that you can consider maybe in front of a window or somewhere that you want to discourage foot traffic. But when it does bloom, the blooms or the inflorescences are really large, and again, covered in these beautiful red flowers. Yelp and holly, we have three species of holly covered in the book. They're all great for providing resources for wildlife. Yelpin is nice because it's evergreen, it has dense foliage, it flowers and fruits at the same time. Flowering typically in spring. I've got fruit on mine right now, and the mockingbirds are just going crazy on it. This is the only native North American plant that contains caffeine. So you can actually brew the leaves and stems into a tea that has caffeine in it. It's not like a coffee caffeine, it's the same chemical, but the way it's processed in your body is much more mild, and it's actually quite nice. But this is a good plant to use as a specimen, or you can plant several of them together to create a buffer or a hedge. You can prune it, but it's very adaptable to soil and light conditions. Simpson stopper is another great wildlife plant. If you are familiar with Suriname cherry, which is was or used to be a very commonly used landscape plant, but is an invasive species, so absolutely don't recommend it. This is its cousin. It produces very similar fruit. What you see here are the immature fruits. They turn a nice reddish orange when they're ripe. It's edible to us. The flowers are very fragrant, and of course you can see them here. They look, they have a very unique flower form. It's evergreen, has dense foliage, attractive to butterflies and bees. Birds eat the fruit and utilize the foliage as well. It's just a really nice ornamental plant because it has such a unique form to it, and it's very adaptable to a variety of conditions. Essential to a landscape, if you have the space for a pine or an oak, and I'll get to oak in just a minute, highly recommend that you include them because they are key elements in our ecology. This is slash pine. It is a fast growing evergreen. It provides vital food and cover and habitat for, you name it, small mammals, birds, reptiles, insects, everything. You'll find everything in a pine tree. And it is edible to us too. And there's a whole lot of things you can do with a pine tree that is another talk for another time. But it's a fast growing tree that, again, if you have the space for it, I highly recommend it. And of course, when the needles fall, you have an endless supply of pine needle mulch too, which is nice to have for your landscape. I mentioned oaks. We have 26 native oak species in Florida, and pretty much all of them are commercially available. So there's probably an oak tree suitable for your landscape. This is sand live oak. If you don't have the space for a true live oak, which is just a beautiful, massive tree, this might be an appropriate tree because it is much smaller, but still provides the same resources. It's highly valued by wildlife for food and cover. The acorns are low tannin, so they're an important food source for small animals, some birds, especially scrub jay, if you happen to be in scrub jay habitat. It's a larval host for several buckeyes, including the oak hair streak and the red-banded hair streak. But they're really just essential components to a good ecosystem, especially for providing for baby birds. The oaks host so many insect species, and insects are what baby birds rely on to thrive. And then finally, my favorite probably plant, even though if you'd asked me this 5 years ago, I would have said something totally different. This is saw palmetto, and it's one of our most ubiquitous plants. If you are hiking in pretty much any Florida habitat, saw palmetto is everywhere. But it has been, we've documented over 300 species utilizing this plant, from large mammals like the black bear that rely on those berries, all the way down to a plethora of insects, including honeybees. This is the third most reliable source for honey production in Florida, which is a booming crop now in our agricultural world. The other two are citrus, and if you know about our citrus industry, that's not doing so well as a crop. And bidens, or Spanish needles, which a lot of people regard as a weed, but is a really very important nectar source for honeybees, and as is saw palmetto. And yes, honeybees are non-native. That's another discussion too, but it is still a very good resource for, like I said, a variety of wildlife. It blooms in the spring. It produces these long inflorescence that are very fragrant. They're absolutely wonderful. We can eat the fruit. It's not particularly tasty, but you can add some sugar to it and make a nice sweet drink out of it if you're so inclined. But this plant is slow growing. It is long lived. You can use it as a specimen or group it to form a buffer. It does have teeth on its petioles, hence the name saw palmetto. So it's good to plant in a place where you want to discourage foot traffic. It's highly drought tolerant. It's fairly tolerant of salt winds too, so it's not a bad option for a coastal landscape. And it's just an all-around amazing plant that can add a little bit of diversity aesthetically to your landscape. It looks a lot different than our shrubs and wildflowers. So, you know, if you have the right conditions, it's one that I highly recommend. So these are just a few of the plants that we cover in the book, but all of the plants really bring what we call real Florida style to our landscape, while also providing those vital resources for wildlife and helping to sustain those corridors, those pathways in our urban areas so that wildlife can find the resources they need and can move safely between our fragmented natural areas. So I said it earlier, I say it again, even the smallest garden can provide food and shelter for wildlife. Don't think you don't have enough space to do something, you do. Many of the plants I've talked about do great in containers. We have a great article and video on our website about creating a pollinator pot. If that's all you have room for, do it. It's essential. There are a lot of books out there about gardening and landscaping with native plants. With our book, we have tried to take the guesswork out of it by making it easy to go native and provide this easy to use guide for selecting, planting, and maintaining native plants. You can purchase our book on our website. It's also available on Amazon. I think University Press has it, and pretty much anywhere you get your books, you can find it. For more information on planting, growing, maintaining, learning about native plants and wildflowers, please visit our website. We have lots and lots of resources. We have handouts you can download on, finding native plants suitable for your different conditions. You can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. My email address is here, so if you have questions that we can't get to today, you are welcome to email me anytime, and I will do my best to provide you with an answer. And with that, I will hand it back to Katie.
All right, we've got a couple questions in the chat box in about 5 minutes. So Juanita, if you want to get your presentation up while we take questions, that would be awesome. So first question, do the grasses spread a lot with self-seeding?
They can. My experience is that they really kind of contain themselves. The grass bunches themselves don't spread, but they will, their seeds can help grow new plants. So the answer is yes and no. It does take a little while for those to get to once they've seeded themselves to get to a point where you actually are seeing something. But they do, especially the muley grass. That one will definitely put out seeds that germinate pretty easily.
Well, on the topic of muley grass, do you trim back muley grass or let it dry in place? I see so many grasses that are weed whacked into ball shape after blooming. Is that the correct way to do it?
Not with my experience. Some grasses are require fire to bloom. Wiregrass is one. So a lot of times the cutting back is to kind of mimic what would happen if it were to go through a fire season. But generally speaking, I don't do anything with mine. I do. I like to comb mine. So when some of them start to, the leaves start to die off, I will take a little hand rake and kind of comb out some of the dead, but I don't like to do that too frequently because of course that is still providing habitat. But I personally don't recommend cutting them back. Not unless you have a fire dependent species.
All right. What's the best soil condition to grow slash pine?
Slash pine's pretty tolerant of, a variety of conditions. It does it doesn't like inundated too much. But if you have dry to moist, acidic soils, well-drained soil, it does do well in clay or loamy soils as well. If you're in a wet area, it's not the tree I would recommend, but otherwise it's pretty adaptable from, moisture range, dry to moist.
Okay. What was the name of the flower in your first slide?
My first slide.
Passion flower.
Oh yeah, passion flower. Yes, that's on the cover of our book. That's purple passion flower.
All right. Eric just has a recommendation for your next edition of the book. He wants you to put into the guide if they're deciduous or not, because that's something that he really considers with his HOA is whether they're going to be evergreen.
We do note that in the book. It's not one of the quick key elements, but we do note in the descriptions whether the plant is deciduous or not. Or in most cases we do. There might be some we forgot to mention it in, but we do, especially the deciduous ones, because that is something that people want to be aware of.
What native plants might be good to plant near a coconut palm or palm roots in general?
I honestly don't know. I am very focused on native plants and don't know a lot about our non-native palm trees. So I'm sorry, I don't know what to recommend for that.
With that one, I would say they're not going to be casting a lot of shade. So things that are a little bit drought tolerant and sun tolerant would be what I would go for, because those palm roots are going to be up near the soil surface. Also, coconut palms are now considered an invasive species in South Florida, though.
Oh,
let's see. Do the seed heads of Elliot's lovegrass break off and blow like tumbleweeds?
They do. Yes, they do. I find them scattered throughout my yard. And sometimes I leave them just to see what happens. But, you know, it is food for wildlife. So if you don't mind the way it looks, then I just kind of let them stay there.
And I'm sorry, that's all we have time for today. So Master Gardeners will continue answering in the Q&A box. And thank you so much, Stacy, for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. Next up for our 11:30 speaker, we have Juanita from UF Extension in Lake County. She's their commercial fruit production agent, and she's going to be giving us an update on growing citrus with greening.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Good morning. I'm going to talk about growing citrus with greening because everybody wants to grow citrus in Florida. I mean, why'd you move down here other than to have a citrus tree in your backyard? But you may or may not know that HLB, or citrus greening, is a disease that is killing a lot of our citrus and putting a lot of our commercial growers out of business. So it is called citrus greening because the fruit doesn't turn orange properly, or HLB, which is short for Huanglongbing, which is the Chinese name for yellow dragon, which is a disease, their name for the disease. We call it HLB. It did come from China. So let me tell you, let me see if I can get this to work now. All right. So citrus greening was first noticed in 2005, and it was thought to be just a nutrient deficiency because that's what the symptoms kind of look like, a nutrient deficiency. And it had actually spread quite widely before they realized it was actually a disease. And now it's pretty much statewide, although there are some groves up in the Panhandle where they've been able to keep it out pretty well, I think. But it is a bacterial disease that gets inside the plant. It's actually inside the plant. It clogs the vascular system, keeps the carbohydrates from the leaves getting down to the roots, and then the roots die off and are not providing the nutrients up to the top. And so the tree just declines and declines. It is different than citrus canker, which was that first bacterial disease that caused such a problem throughout Florida because the Florida Department of Agriculture was trying to eradicate it by cutting down any tree that had it. But citrus greening is a little different because it is actually inside the plant, and both of those bacterial diseases are throughout the state now. Okay, so citrus greening is spread by the Asian citrus psyllid. It's the only way it's moving around. This is a little bug that pierces and sucks, and it gets some bacterial in the sap of one tree and then flies off to another one and injects its mouth parts and spreads the disease that way. And it causes this, yellow shoots, twig dieback, root death, stunting and overall tree decline. We found that if a tree gets us within the first 3 years of life, it's going to be stunted and never really produce anything. And it also causes an off-season bloom. So the trees have kind of flushes of growth and blooming all different times. And that's not good for commercial growers. It probably doesn't make too much difference with homeowners, but commercial growers like all of their bloom at one time. The cool of the winter usually synchronizes it so that the trees all flower at one time. And then you have one age of fruit throughout that you can treat with off-season bloom, odd periods of blooming. You'll get, flowers, and you'll get fruit, and you'll get baby fruit, and everything all along. So we really like a single blooming season. So symptoms of HLB: the leaves have a blotchy mottle and yellow corky veins, and it looks like a nutrient deficiency. Up in the upper right-hand side there, you can see a nutrient deficiency versus greening. And the way to tell the difference is that if you take a line down the mid vein of the leaf, and you circle both sides, if they're symmetrical on both sides, that's a nutrient deficiency. If they're not symmetrical, it's just kind of random models, that's greening. You'll also get these kind of corky veins that it shows in the middle picture. And then the fruit, the concerns about the fruit, you get disfigured, bitter, early drop fruit. I rarely see fruit that looks like that on the left-hand side. It has to be a pretty bad tree to have the really disfigured fruit that's nasty, never turns orange, it just stays green, so it's just greening. The one on the right is more common, that just as you're getting close to harvest, they fall off the tree. And that if you look at that, the arrow is pointing to that yellow inside the stem end. It's kind of it just kind of causes a rotting down there that causes the fruit to fall off the stem. And is a real problem because you'll think that you've got a pretty good crop coming along, and then just before harvest, they start falling on the ground, and they're not very good quality. So when we first realized what this is and how it spread, there were several approaches to try. One was psyllid control, that's the insect that spreads it. One was nutrition. It looks like a nutritional deficiency. Why not try nutrition? Heat therapy is something that's used for bacterial diseases on some plants. Antibiotics, of course, it's a bacteria we wouldn't try to kill. Breeding is a long-term thing, but that's something that definitely any kind of new pest or disease, you're going to say, oh, we got to try to find some resistant plants and then breed them. And then more lately, soil health is because you've got the concern of the roots are dying back on these trees. So if we can keep that soil health really good, maybe we can keep those trees alive. So let's start with psyllid control. Psyllids are the insect that spread the disease. They're a type of plant hopper. You could see them there in the upper right-hand corner. Those are the adults. Very characteristic little angle that they're sucking the juices out of the plant with. And below that are some of the immatures, the larvae, which look like little scales almost with two little red eyes. You'll see some other pictures, but they exude this kind of white waxy stuff that almost looks like a mealybug type of white wax, but that is actually a immature Asian citrus psyllid. So the first idea was, well, if we can use chemicals, we can control this insect and it won't spread. But we found that, you know, when you spray one orchard, the insects will just fly away to the next orchard. And then as soon as the chemical residue is worn off, they'll move back into the orchard. And so they were just moving around. You're playing this kind of cat and mouse with these things as they just moved around and spread around. And you really don't want them to move around. You want them to stay there and then kill them because every time they move, they can spread that disease. So they developed these, what they call CHEMA, which is citrus health management areas, where they took large blocks, thousands of acres, and said, okay, we are going to spray all of these all at one time. And they would, you know, by air or whatever, all at the same time, so that those little insects couldn't move around to another orchard, they'd all get killed. And this worked pretty well in South Florida, where they have, you know, thousands of acres and blocks of citrus and not much else. Up here in Central Florida, we've got citrus groves intermixed with all kinds of development and everything else. Didn't work so well here, because here, when you spray a grove, they could always go to homeowners. You know, everybody's got them in their backyard, so the insects would just move onto homeowner trees, and they wouldn't be treated there, and so they move right back again. So it was felt that homeowner citrus was a reservoir for this insect and disease, and they really wanted us to discourage homeowners from planting citrus at all. Well, it is widespread. Citrus greening is so widespread now that, you know, that's not an issue. And we actually want to have people work to control, even in their backyard, citrus. So there is some biological control that we are promoting for homeowners that will help to control the levels some, and I'll be talking about that in a moment. And then there's also, if you got an insect, you can try excluding that insect, and maybe that will work. When this disease was first found or discovered, they realized that it could come from the nursery. Nurseries could have insect problems just as easily as groves. And so they made it a requirement that any nursery had to have an insect excluding screen around the trees. And this is pretty expensive. And so a lot of nurseries went out of business with that. But any nurseries currently operation have to have this insect excluding screen around their trees. So biological control. There is a Tamarixia wasp. It's a parasitic wasp, very tiny little thing. And here you can see it's laying its eggs in the larvae of the Asian citrus psyllid. You can see those little red eyes and the little waxy stuff coming out of them. And it actually lays its eggs in there. The eggs develop, they eat the inside of that larvae out. And then as they pupate and mature, they chew a hole out of the mummy and emerge out. And so those ones with holes in them are all dead ones where the parasitic wasp has emerged and escaped out to help control more. Now, biological control is a biological mechanism. They are never going to eradicate citrus psyllids because that's their food. Why would they eat up all their food and then they'd have nothing left? So it's always a balance of population. So you have the parasitic wasps and the psyllids, and they come into some kind of a balance. The more parasitic wasps you can release, the fewer psyllids there will be. And you can actually get these psyllids, that photograph of the test tube, that has about 100 of these little wasps in it. A lot of people are like, oh, I don't want to release wasps. Well, these are tiny little wasps. They're not going to be the kind that bother you or sting you or anything. And there's about 100 of them in that one little test tube. And you get the test tube and you hang it in your tree, you open the lid and let them loose. And the extension offices have worked with FDACS. That FDACS is the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. The extension office has worked with that. We periodically will get boxes of these tubes and we'll hand them out to as many people as we can to release them into their backyards or their groves. And you can apply online for these wasps. So this is a great way to try to get somewhat of a balance of whenever a new invasive species moves in, there's nothing to control it. And so it really takes over. So if you can release something to control it, it helps to keep those population levels down. Okay, so insect excluding covers. Well, if it works for nurseries, why not for people growing the trees? And there are some growers who are trying this actual, whole cover system for their grove. And you can see that citrus under protective screen or CUPS system, where they actually have this over their whole grove, and it has to be sealed because you can't have any holes or any way to let these little Tamarixia wasps, or you want to keep your Tamarixia wasps in, you don't want the psyllids to get out or get in. So you have to start with clean trees and make sure you have no psyllids in there. And it's expensive. Hurricanes can devastate this. So it is a system that some are trying and it's working pretty well, but it is expensive. So cheaper alternatives, individual protective covers where you get the screen, and the screen does have to be a certain mesh size. You can't just put any screen on because it has to be the size that the psyllids cannot fit through. And there are other insects that can fit through the screen that psyllids can fit through. So you can have some issues with that, but you do have to make sure you get the screen that psyllids cannot fit through. And that is also a balance because you want air movement, you want water movement through there, and screens can hold in a lot more moisture, so you can have some more problems with diseases, and you can still get some insects move into there that are smaller than psyllids. And it's critical that if you're going to use these kind of things, that you get a tree that's clean and you put it on before it's got any psyllids on it. And so this is one of the things that people, commercial growers as well as homeowners, can do to keep their trees protected, at least for a few years. As you can imagine, the trees get bigger and bigger. You can get some bigger screen covers, but eventually you're going to have to let the tree out. So it's good for the first 2-3 years to keep that tree clean and let it get some growth on it in size before it has to be exposed to the insects. Nutrition. Since we know that the roots gradually die with this disease, there was a lot of focus on nutrition. And research has shown that one of the things is you need to have a pH of about 5.8 to 6.5, so slightly acid. Not too acid, but you definitely don't want too basic. You don't want any 7 or 8, and that's often what homeowners have. So you want your soil to be slightly acid, and that has been shown to really help the trees. Now they tried foliar applied micronutrients are the nutrients you don't need in large quantities. They're just small amounts. They're like boron and manganese and zinc and iron. These are small amounts of micronutrients, and they're often applied as a foliar cocktail because they figure that they can get to the leaves much more quickly. The problem is that micronutrients are mostly immobile in the plant, so they're only going to stay where they were placed. And the leaves on citrus trees are so waxy that it's really difficult for anything to get through that waxy layer. And so the foliar nutrients probably are not getting into the leaves. They're probably getting washed off onto the soil, and then the roots take them up. So that's okay. You still get them on there, whether you put them on the leaves or you put them on the soil directly. And they're finding that spoon feeding these roots, you want to keep the tree from ever being under stress, because it's got this bacterial infection. You want to try to keep it from being stressed. So you want to make sure that you give it, a little bit of water frequently. That did you use controlled release fertilizer? Because it just gradually releases fertilizer all the time instead of just one shot of fertilizer and then 3 months before you get another shot of fertilizer. So controlled release fertilizer, really good, and micronutrients. And you need to look at the label of your fertilizer to make sure it has micronutrients. The citrus blend fertilizer is usually just has extra magnesium for the citrus. It does not necessarily have the micronutrients. So you need to get micronutrients on there. There's an example there, that Southern Ag, that's a citrus nutritional spray that is micronutrients. Of course, it's formulated as a leaf spray, a foliar spray. You can put it on the soil as well. Tiger Sol is a brand of micronutrient fertilizer that is in a sulfur format. So it lowers the pH at the same time as it provides these micronutrients. So that was very good, but you can overdo a good thing. And there have been some growers who use so much that they lowered the pH too much. So you have to be a little careful with that and try to keep that pH in the right range. And the most recent research is showing that micronutrients, about manganese and zinc especially, about 3 times what we used to recommend is what seems to be working. But that was with greenhouse plants. So they're still doing research on this, but it is key to apply. And we're reworking the recommendations now for trees that have greening, that they need more manganese, zinc, iron, boron, the micronutrients. Okay, heat therapy. Heat is something that has traditionally been used to cure plant tissues of bacteria and viruses. So if you take a cutting, you could heat treat it, and sometimes you can get rid of the bacteria. With tissue culture, you can take that little growing point and you heat treat it, and as it grows away from the bacteria and virus, and you can then take a little tiny piece of that and it'll be cleaned up. So that was one way that they would use to clean up stock plants for propagation. So they thought, well, let's try heat therapy on whole trees. I mean, if it works on small parts, why not try that? Because that'll kill the bacteria. Well, they did a lot of research on, how hot does it have to be? How long does it have to be applied? And they were doing it with all different types of things. They have this, it lowers this canopy down over the tree, and then they steam it. And there's been a lot of research on that, but they found that although the steaming can kill the bacteria in the leaves in the top part of the plant, the bacteria is still in the roots. And as soon as that tree is, back out, not heat treated, and is growing again, the bacteria will just move right back up in. And there's really no way with the tree on, in soil like this that you can get down there and heat treat the soil. The soil is just too well insulated. If you're growing tree in a pot, you can take that whole potted tree and stick it in, heat treat it, and you can kill it that way. But citrus trees usually don't grow in pots for too long because they're just too vigorous. We don't have a dwarfing rootstock. Well, we actually do have some dwarfing rootstocks, but they're not commercially used. People don't usually, commercial growers don't want a tree that's only 5 feet high because it's not going to produce enough fruit for them. So trees in pots usually are not big enough. Flying dragon is that Poncirus that is a rootstock that can dwarf the trees. And some homeowners might be able to get that. Homeowners usually don't have a whole lot of choice in rootstock, so because it's whatever the retail stores have for you. Anyway, getting back to this, other treatments, antibiotics. Of course, it's a bacterial disease. Why don't we apply antibiotics? Well, getting over the issues with, applying antibiotics higgly-piggly in the environment and potential antibiotic resistance that's going to reduce the options for us to use for antibiotics for people. The antibiotic sprays have not really been that effective. And it may be that they're not getting through the waxy layer, just like micronutrients don't really. So they were trying all different kinds of ways to get them through the waxy layer, to inject them. And there's some, injection just takes so long because you have to drill a hole in a tree and then you have to put the stuff in, and you probably have to put in more than one hole. And that's just an awful lot to do when you have thousands of trees. So, and then you always have that issue of, well, are the antibiotics then going to be up in the fruit, and are people really going to want to buy that? So there's still a lot of issues with using antibiotics. Now there's potentially other antibiotic compounds than oxytetracycline or streptomycin. There are some peptides that they've found that seem to be antibiotic. And one that's going to be released supposedly in 22 is Vismax, which is a natural peptide, patented. It's supposed to induce natural defenses. And so there's some potential there. And I'll tell you about this next one, which actually is a antimicrobial peptide that they know works. This is, you may not have seen these before. These are finger limes, and they're little citrus fruit. They're a distant citrus relative. The fruit are about the size of your finger, and inside the juice vesicles are loose in there. They don't have segments like a regular citrus does. The little juice vesicles are all loose in there, so it looks like little caviar. And they're actually quite popular with very fancy, restaurants to have as a garnish. But these trees are really, really thorny. So there's not been that much interest in growing these commercially, but it's a potential. But they found that this Australian finger lime, actually, because it was resistant to greening, what's going on? Well, the University of California isolated an antimicrobial peptide from this. And this peptide is something that's easy to manufacture, safe for humans. So they can manufacture this, and this may be something that they'll use like a spray, much more effective than antibiotics. They have also isolated the gene that produces this peptide. So there's potential for genetic engineering there. And this peptide supposedly moves through the plant systemically and can cure trees or keep them from getting greening. So there's a lot of interest in this. But right now, it's still in the development stage. So breeding, traditional breeding takes a long time because you first have to, identify, well, which trees are resistant. And for the longest time, we could not find any citrus trees that were resistant. Certainly not any of our typically cultured ones, but things like the finger lime, which is some weird one, that actually was resistant. So they're finding some resistance. But it takes a long time to traditionally breed to get that resistance in, because you have to make that cross and then you have to grow that seed out, and it'll be 5 years before that tree really produces much fruit that you can check to see if the fruit is any good. And if the fruit's not good, then you got to do more crosses with some good fruit and try to always keep that disease resistance in there, but find good quality fruit. So it takes a long time. You may have heard about the technique CRISPR, which is a genetic engineering where they either turn off or on genes that are already in the plant, or they can insert small pieces from the plant. So they could potentially take this gene for the finger lime peptide and cause the other citrus to grow it. And it's a citrus gene, so it's not considered genetically modified, it's just genetically engineered. But there's still, not sure how people will accept that. So there's still some issues there. The picture down there is just to show you that C is a regular line, and they can cause that line to express more and more anthocyanin, which is the regular normal color for flowers and fruit and things like that in plants. And if you can cause that tree to produce more and more anthocyanins, you can have a purple lime. So there are all kinds of things they can do with genetic engineering. And then there's also this idea that you can use a virus to introduce genes, because you've probably heard with all the stuff about COVID that once that virus gets into your body, it forces your body to produce things. And if they create a virus that they've genetically engineered to make that finger-line protein, you can infect trees with a virus that will cause them to make the protein, which is antibiotic, and will cure them of HLB. And the virus may or may not be a problem. Citrus testase virus is a very well, it's a virus that has killed the death of, or caused the death of a lot of citrus trees in the past that were on sour orange rootstock. But there are versions of this virus that are not really very bad. They don't cause many symptoms in the tree. And so they're thinking, well, we could modify this virus to do different things. And they've actually done in the laboratory, I've gotten this virus to infect a tree and then cause it to do things. So they can transform the plants to flower earlier. They can get them to produce an antibiotic protein, or they could get it to produce a toxin to the psyllids. So there's a lot of work on that, but once again, that's, whether the consumers will ever accept something like this is questionable. So we may have to go with traditional breeding. Currently, there are several rootstocks that they have found that do seem to be resistant to greening, and they're looking at whether they confer that resistance onto their scion, because as you hopefully know, citrus are two different types of genetics joined together. They have a rootstock that's been selected for being able to grow well in the soil, and then they have the scion that's been selected for really good quality fruit, and they graft those together, and so you have this complex genetics there. And sometimes the rootstock will produce some kind of chemical that is then transferred up into the top part of the plant that causes it to be disease resistant. And they're looking for that with citrus greening. So they've identified sugar bell is a scion cultivar that seems to be tolerant, and it was tolerant on any rootstock. And so they thought, well, let's switch it around. And they tried sugar bell as the rootstock, and it actually did confer resistance. Now, sugar bell is not the best for rootstock because it has other problems in different soils. So they're actually using the sugar bell as a parent for rootstock breeding. And that photograph there is a 2-year-old Valencia on a sugar bell hybrid rootstock that's been infected with HLB, but still looks really good and healthy. And so there's a lot of hope for that kind of technique. Okay, now we know that citrus greening kills the roots off, and reducing any kind of stress on the roots is going to help that tree to be healthier. And so they know that root health is key to success with HLB. And we know that the soil microbiome is important to root health. So whether you have lots of good microbes in that soil, roots can be a lot healthier. And organic matter is really that key to soil health. So they found that soils that have higher organic matter seem to have a lot healthier trees. Now, one of the problems is that photograph there is not a Florida soil, unless maybe it's from the Everglades muck soils. But most of our Florida soils, especially in this area, are sand. And we're lucky if they have 1% to 2% organic matter. And, like the soil that picture is probably more like 8% organic matter at least. We can increase organic matter either by growing cover crops. Cover crops are something where you grow the crop and then you just kill the crop there to return the organic matter and just continue to grow more and more. Or we could increase that organic matter with compost. And both of these are techniques that are being tried by growers and being researched. So cover crops, again, cover crops are crops that are planted they're planted to benefit the soil, not for harvesting for profit or anything like that. But they do benefit the soil. They can provide nitrogen if you grow some legumes like perennial peanut or iron clay peas, something like that. You can add nitrogen to the soil. They can reduce weeds. This looks pretty weedy right now, but it's keeping out, these outcompete some of the bad weeds that you don't want to have in there. It'll, of course, reduce soil erosion, reduce soil compaction. There's daikon, I think this is, daikon radish is a good winter cover crop, and it is a radish that produces an enormous root, which really aerates the soil, because then it dies back and you've got this big gap there. And so really good for reducing soil compaction. It actually increases soil moisture. You'd think all these cover crops going in there, they're going to be transpiring all this water, or there's going to be less water there. But they found that it actually increases soil moisture. All the roots in there allow any kind of rain or irrigation to get down into the soil and really get down and not run off. And it also, of course, increases organic matter. So there's research going on now with what kind of mix of cover crops, because mixes are usually better than monoculture. So you want some kind of a mix, and you can plant certain ones that grow well in the winter and certain ones that grow well in the summer, and then keep producing these. And the thing is, you just have to keep producing. Cover crops are selected to produce a lot of biomass. You kill that back, whether it's rolling it over or crushing it or whatever, and then you plant in some more. So it's not that pretty. A lot of citrus growers are not too, they don't really want to try that, because they like their citrus groves to look like golf courses almost. And this doesn't look pretty. You get weeds or cover crops that are 4 feet, 5 feet high, and then you have to crush them, and it just looks messy. But it is a good way to improve soil health. Now, a little easier way to add that organic matter is to just put compost on directly. And they noticed that groves are naturally doing better with HLB if they have higher organic matter in the soil to begin with. And so growers have started applying 10 tons per acre or more of compost. Now, it's expensive, so there's going to be some kind of a cost benefit analysis done to how much can you afford to put on that, and will it give you the kind of returns that you want. So they're doing a lot of research on this now, as well as on biosolids versus plant-based compost. Biosolids compost is essentially made from human poop that is mixed with wood chips and other things and composted. And of course, we have a whole lot of that because we produce a whole lot of that. You got to do something with it, and composting it is a pretty good thing to do. And theoretically, the composting, the heat that is produced during composting would kill off any kind of disease organisms, and it would, with the microbial activity that's going on there, hopefully reduce any of that other kind of stuff that you'd be concerned about. The only thing you would be concerned about would be any kind of metals, heavy metals, because metals don't go, they're not going anywhere. They're not biodegraded or anything like that, like everything else can be. So you have biosolids, which should be a less expensive option than plant-based compost, but either one, and homeowners can certainly create their own compost and use that to improve their soils. Okay, well, shade. Researchers noticed that wild citrus that are growing out in hammocks and all, they seem to be doing pretty well. Now, they don't produce as much because they've got shade and they've got competition, but they don't seem to have as much disease. And so, and citrus are naturally an understory tree. So they thought, well, maybe these are doing better because they have some shade. So they did some research on shade. They used shade cloth like this, and they also used kaolin clay, which is a kind of a clay you mix with water, you make a slurry, and you spray it on the trees, and it leaves this white residue on the leaves until it eventually washes off. But while it's on there, it provides shade and can keep things cooler. And they found that 30% shade, citrus does grow better. It yields better. So as long as it's no more than 30% shade, you can have a little healthier tree. It's a little less stress on the tree, but it wasn't completely a cure for HLB. They did notice that citrus that are growing under or near oaks had no HLB symptoms. And this is an orchard. You can see the tree on the right has HLB very obviously. Tree on the left looks pretty healthy, and it is growing right under a laurel oak. Laurel oaks are not our favorite ornamental tree, but because they have such bad crotch angles and can die and fall over and everything, but their leaves and wood are pretty good to use for citrus. They decided, well, what's going on under an oak tree like this? Is it the shade from the tree, or is it soil microbes that are under the tree, or is it something else? So one of the things, the theory was that, or the hypothesis, was that the rain coming down through the leaves onto the trees is washing something out of the leaves that's helpful to the tree, to the citrus. And so they took these oak leaves, they put them in a bucket, and they soaked them, made a tea out of them overnight. Actually, I think they only did overnight, but the longer the better, probably. And then they would take the water from that and apply it as a soil drench And this was done in the greenhouse, but they applied biweekly for 2 months in the greenhouse. And they found that that oak leaf extract, whatever was in that tea, actually decreased HLB symptoms, reduced the bacteria titers that they can measure in the plant. It significantly increased root nutrient uptake and chlorophyll content in plant nutrition. So, wow, what's not to like? This is something to try. And so right now, I've been promoting this, telling, it's worth a try. And so we still don't have definitive research about this, but people are trying it and saying it's working. They wanted to find out, because this is kind of for thousands of acres to treat. This is kind of an involved process. Is there any other way you can get the stuff out of the oak trees? And so one of the other things they're looking at is chipping the oak wood and then using it as a mulch. So it's a little easier if you have some dead oaks. And as I said, these laurel oaks are more prone to falling over from heart rot. So you may have a source of wood chips right there. And they actually did at the research station here, where they're have applied this wood chip mulch. And they've found that it's helped the soil health. They're still not sure about the effect on HLB, because this is still early stages. I think it was only just this last year that they did this. So the research is still ongoing to see if this is effective as the oak leaf compost tea. But definitely something to do with oaks that's helping the trees. Now, so for homeowners, try that oak leaf compost, oak leaf or oak mulch. And there's also certain cultivars that you can do right now that are available that are tolerant. And Sugar Bell is this top one. It is a mandarin hybrid, has nice quality fruit, and it seems to be pretty tolerant for HLB. It's not to say that it's going to be completely easy to grow this, because we have one planted at the Discovery Gardens in the Lake County office. And it still looks pretty bad, but I think it's because of the soil pH is not getting the fertilizer it needs. So you still have to take care of your trees, but it's not going to have greening. Tango and Bingo are two other mandarin hybrids that have a little smaller fruit. Tango has been around for a while. University of California developed that many years ago. And it wasn't all that favored, but now that it's tolerant, wow, it's, suddenly people are more interested. Bingo is on the lower left-hand side. That's a relatively new one. You probably won't be able to get your hands on that one yet, at least not on the trees. There are some growers, quite a few growers who are planting it, but it's a relatively new release. So there's not a whole lot of them around. And we have had some issues with some dieback in Bingo that we're not completely sure what's causing that. So we're still working out how best to grow Bingo. But Sugar Bell and Tango have been around, and you should be able to get those. There is a new cultivar 1351 that right now only Brightleaf Nursery is producing, and they may not even be now because there wasn't that much demand for it. And that was the only nursery that was producing it. And Brightleaf is a tissue culture nursery, citrus nursery in Sumter County, and you can go online to find them. They do some retail sales as well. Sun Dragon was developed by the USDA. It is also a very new one, so it's going to be hard to find, but it is one that's been traditionally bred with really complex genes from all kinds of other distant citrus relatives. It has really good flavored fruit, but because of the genetics, it's not considered a sweet citrus. And so growers are growing this, but they're not able to juice it because there's very strict limitations legally on what can be used for orange juice. And this one's not considered it because it has this complex genes. It's not the prettiest fruit. It always stays kind of green on the top there. It's a little kind of rough looking, but really good flavor. And if you can get a Sun Dragon, I would try to get that. Grapefruit and tangerines are the two most susceptible types of citrus. And I wouldn't even try growing tangerines. And grapefruit, if you have to have a grapefruit, the Jackson grapefruit is slightly tolerant, but that's not very much. But if you have to have a grapefruit, I would try Jackson and just realize you're really going to have to baby that one. Now, lemons are usually vigorous enough growing that they will outgrow it. As long as they're a healthy, vigorously growing lemon, they will kind of just outgrow citrus greening. So you can still continue to grow lemons. We're kind of borderline cold hardiness for lemons here in Central Florida. So you do have to expect that you may have some dieback. And limes, I wouldn't even try because limes are just, it's not, they are not tolerant to cold at all, unless you have a really protected environment, and limes are as susceptible as any other citrus. Okay, best practices for citrus. So if you're going to try to grow citrus, you better make sure you're growing them well and that there's no stress. So to start that out, you want to select a cultivar and rootstock that will do well in your conditions. And I've just told you about the cultivars that are going to have some high HLB tolerance. There are several rootstocks that are tolerant, but for homeowners to buy, the retail selection is going to be limited. So you're probably not going to be able to choose on that. Cold sensitivity, I already talked about that. No limes in Central Florida. You'll want good drainage. You don't want to put your citrus in a spot that's going to be kind of wet. I mean, those are the areas that have the highest organic matter. I used to live along a lake and had a great spot there at high organic matter, but it was a little bit wet, and citrus have a lot of susceptibility to root rot. Phytophthora, whether it's on the roots or in the trunk, you don't want to get the trunk wet. You don't want to have any kind of irrigation squirting on the trunk because you'll just get a rotten trunk. So you want good drainage, and you don't want to put too much water on that, going onto the trunk. Some mandarins may require cross-pollination. So you need to, if you're getting a mandarin, just make sure that, whether it needs cross-pollination, then you're going to have to get another type of mandarin to go with it. But most citrus do not need bees. I mean, we love citrus, orange blossom honey, but most citrus don't really need bees to pollinate. It causes seeds, and a lot of our citrus, we don't want seeds. In fact, those, the little cuties and stuff you get from Spain, they have excluded bees from those areas so that they don't get any seeds then, if you don't get any pollination. So most citrus do not need bees. Satsumas, mandarins for colder areas. If you've got a slightly colder area, you might want to try a Satsuma mandarin. And the main reason why in colder areas, we want trees that will, the fruit will mature like November, December, no later than December. And Satsuma mandarins mature in late November. Other trees like a Valencia is going to have fruit on it all throughout the winter growing. And if they're susceptible to cold, then you could lose your whole crop. Whereas if you have something that matures early, you can harvest it before it gets too cold. Container trees, which is what you are going to be able to get as a homeowner, they can be planted any time of year, but you want to make sure that you get a good tree. And you can check those roots before planting. That one on the photograph there is one that has been grown in a pot for way too long. And circling roots, if you planted that tree, within a few years, it's going to die. It's just never going to thrive. It's going to die because it's got those circling roots. So at planting is the time to take it out of the pot, shake the soil off and check. And if there's any kind of bad roots like that, cut them off or cut them back to where they start to circle. And you're not going to hurt the tree. You're going to be helping it because that's the only way it's going to survive is if it doesn't have circling roots. And sometimes you get some circling roots, and when you're planting it, you can spread those roots out and hold them in place and then put the soil on top. So you can rescue them sometimes that way, but don't be afraid to cut off some bad roots if you find them. When you plant, make sure that you've got that top root close to the surface. Just like any other tree that you're planting, you want that top root right close to the surface. And for a citrus, you can build that basin around it for the first year or so. That's going to help to hold the water in and funnel the water into that little root zone because it's a small root zone to begin with. You want that basin to hold about 5 to 10 gallons. And then you can water twice a week to fill that basin for the first month. And then you can gradually reduce that. Now with mature citrus trees, you can kind of look, and when the leaves start to look kind of wilted, you can irrigate in the afternoon, but just be aware that that's kind of you have to be really observant of your trees if you're going to try to water just based on watching the leaves wilting. Okay, fertilizer. I've told you root health is really critical. You can have organic matter in there, but also fertilizer and frequent small amounts of fertilizer throughout the growing season. And if you can use controlled release, that is the best. But you still can apply it, several times in a year. So when you apply fertilizer, you're going to start when after you've planted that tree, when the buds start to swell, indicating that the growth is beginning, or 3 weeks after planting. You don't want to fertilize immediately after planting. You want to let those roots get a little established. And then that first year, every 6 weeks from February through October, you want to apply some fertilizer, and 888 can be used. I've got a table here from the EDIS publication that tells you how much to use, but controlled release is best. Even if you're applying every 6 weeks, you can use controlled release. And the amount you're applying is going to increase gradually through the season. So you may start with a half a cup in that first fertilization, and then as it builds up until in September, you're applying 1.5 pints. Second years and later years, I'll show you the slide next that has that information. You want to broadcast the fertilizer in the root zone. You don't want to use little fertilizer stakes. You don't want to put just a little ring of fertilizer. You want to broadcast it in that whole root zone, but you don't want it to come into contact with the trunk. Fertilizer is salt, and if you apply that, put that salt on the leaves or on the trunk, it can burn them. And so you don't want to get that fertilizer in contact with the trunk or on any leaves, but do apply it in a broadcast. And as I said, those micronutrients, manganese, zinc, iron, really critical, and routine application of manganese, zinc, annual basis, iron chelate if necessary. These may or may not be in that fertilizer, citrus fertilizer, so you'll have to check. That example of the micronutrient fertilizer or foliar spray on the right-hand side there, it tells you what's in there. You want to make sure it has manganese, zinc, iron, some boron. You don't need huge amounts, but you need more than we previously recommended. And you have to make sure that you're at least supplying them. A lot of fertilizers don't have micronutrients. And once again, that soil pH 5.8 to 6.5. High pH, it's pretty typical with most homeowners' yards, not good for citrus. Fertilizer, this is the table that you'll find in citrus culture in the home landscape, which is the electronic data information service from Florida, University of Florida, and it tells you how many times to apply, how much to apply. The analysis, whether it's 666, 888, 10, 10, 10, it's not that critical, but you do have to make sure that you put in the right amount of fertilizer. And so this tells you how to do that. Pest management. There are pests on citrus, but they're not always that critical. You want to make sure you keep the weeds away from next to the trunk. A lot of citrus trees die because they've been weed-eated around right next to the trunk. They've girdled the trunk. You don't want weeds there. You don't want sod under the canopy. So keep that as weed-free as you can. If your mulching is great, but you don't want that mulch right up against the trunk because it'll cause that trunk it'll keep it too moist, the trunk will rot. There are many disease insect problems, but a lot of the ones with the fruit the fruit doesn't look pretty, but it's still good inside. And the problem that's brought into the plant clinic the most is this leaf miner. On the right-hand side, you see the leaf miner, and that is an insect that lays its egg on the edge of the leaf, and then the larvae hatch and they tunnel between the layers of the leaf. And whether it's serpentine like that or straight back and forth, they're protected by the layers of the leaf from a lot of pesticides. You have to use some kind of systemic pesticide to kill them. And we don't really recommend systemic pesticides unless it's a non-bearing tree. So when they're young, you can put something in like a midacloprid that can help with that. But you can also use oils. And those insects, timing is critical. Those insects really only target new flush of foliage as it's starting to open. And if you spray oil on the new foliage, you can help to control that. So oil and soaps are used for most insects, mites, and scales. Pretty good. Copper fungicides for most of the fungal diseases. I don't like to apply too much copper because that's a metal that you're adding to the environment, but that is a really good fungicide and bactericide really too for any kind of diseases on your plants. You want to maintain natural biological controls by not using broad spectrum pesticides. So if you're using something like malathion or 7, you can kill everything. But that's not good. We like to have natural biological controls and natural balance out there. And for any pesticides that you're using, always follow those label directions. The research that's been used to determine if that pesticide is effective and safe are all based, it's a lot of research, and they've taken that and they put it in the label. And if you're not following the label, you could be putting on too much, too little, at the wrong time. You have to read that label to find out what you're supposed to do. And the other issue that you're seeing on those leaves there is a leaf notch. It's a notch And that could be either a Diaprepes root weevil or a Sri Lanka weevil, blue-green weevil. And the concern with those is the adults eat the little edges on the leaves, and then the larvae are actually little grubs that are eating the roots. And those are a concern, but you can use something to control that, including mulch helps to control that. Okay, pruning. Not a whole lot of pruning is required for citrus. Commercial growers hedge them like this, mostly to keep the tree within bounds. As a homeowner, what you want to do is make sure you remove the suckers at the base, you remove any kind of really upright vertical sprouts, any kind of dead wood, and when you're pruning, make sure that you do not leave stubs. Just like any good pruning practice, in that picture in the middle, you don't want to leave a stub, but you also don't want to cut flush. You want to leave that little collar there so that it can heal and recover. And I just want to, that picture on the right-hand side is rootstock. Remember, we have a rootstock and we have a scion. And often the rootstock will send up these little suckers at the base. And if you let that keep going, it can take over your tree because a rootstock can be much more vigorous than the scion. And sometimes we have issues where the cold weather killed the scion back and all we have is that rootstock growing, and it does not produce good quality fruit. I've had people bring in, well, you know, my orange tree is producing these big lemons that are all rough. That's because it was a rough lemon rootstock. And that's the only thing that's left because their tree died back. So you want to make sure that you cut out those suckers at the base as soon as they get it. No, don't let them get this big because then you're going to have a wound at the base that's going to have to heal. But do make sure you remove those suckers. Okay, I've rushed through that last bit a little bit because I see all these pictures on the screen here. Resources: the Citrus Research and Education Center, the University of Florida's citrus research area, is based in Lake Alfred, and they have their own website there that has links to all kinds of really good information. The Citrus Industry Magazine at citrusindustry.net is, most of those articles are written by our researchers, so it's one of the ways that they get their research information out to the public. And then there's this nice publication, Citrus Culture in the Home Landscape, from the University of Florida Electronic Data Information Service, EDIS. I am now open for any questions, and hopefully I haven't overgone my time too much.
Nope, you're good, Juanita. So first question, for the individual screen covers for citrus, what about pollination? Are these applied after pollination, or how does that work?
Well, citrus trees, usually they're not going to produce a lot of flowers and fruit before they're outsized that. So those covers would only be used in the first 2 to 3 years. Usually you don't get any fruit then.
All right, so they're too young to really worry about that.
Yeah, they're too young to worry about that. And they're probably, you know, as I said, you don't really need pollination for a lot of citrus fruit. Okay. So if it was a navel orange, you don't need that. They don't have seeds, you don't need pollination. So yeah.
Oh, that's really cool. Okay. Did you say human waste can be used in biocompost? How is that possible?
That's what biosolid compost is. Yes, they take from sewage treatment plants, have a lot of what they call biosolids, all the solid stuff from that. You know, the water they can get off and they'll treat and release back into the environment, but the solids they have to do something with. And well, milorganite is a fertilizer that is made from Milwaukee biosolids. And so they can make fertilizer, but if they compost it, I think it's a lot healthier to add if it's been composted, because in the composting process, they're mixing it with organic matter like wood chips. The natural process is heated up and there's microbes that break down things. So a biosolid compost, I think, would be safer than even the organite.
Okay. For the oak trees, is it any kind of oak tree?
Laurel oaks were the ones they did the research on, but I think laurel oaks and live oaks are close enough that probably either of those would work. Mm-hmm.
And final question, should I have one or more sugar bell trees? And has HLB been seen in peach trees or kumquat trees?
You only need one one honeybell. It doesn't require any cross-pollination. And citrus greening is very specific to citrus. It doesn't affect peaches or I mean, there's other bacterial diseases that will affect peaches, and loquats will get a fire blight, which is when it looks like it's black, and they call it shepherd's crook because the tip of the growth kind of curves over, and that black canker can work its way down. That is another bacterial disease that is best pruned out if you can on loquats.
And kumquat trees are
Oh.
a citrus, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm kumquat, not loquat.
Yeah, loquat and kumquat.
Yeah, kumquats are just as susceptible to greening. Yep, sorry. Kumquats are
No,
just
no problem.
as greening. I don't know of any tolerant kumquats.
All right. So that's all the questions we have in our chat box. Thank you so much for joining us today, Juanita. This has been a really great talk on citrus greening and citrus trees here in Florida.
You're very welcome.
All right. Our next talk is going to be Lynn Barber talking about the lazy gardener at 12:30. So you guys are welcome to take a quick break, and we'll be starting back up at 12:30. Okay, Lynn, I'll be introducing you at 12:30 when we get started again, all right?
Perfect. Is it okay if I put my PowerPoint up already or no?
You're good to go with the PowerPoint up.
I was just gonna get it up there so it was done.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
Hey, Lynn, we can't actually see your screen right now. It's just black, so you might want to try restarting that.
Okay. So I should shut down the PowerPoint and try it again. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I would shut down the PowerPoint and try sharing it again. Right now, it's just black on our screens.
All right. Well, I can't even get the cursor on my laptop. This is like bizarre.
I grabbed the screen from you so that it would pop off of yours, Lynn. Did that disappear for yours? You might want to press escape on your PowerPoint if it didn't go down.
Well, I'm hitting escape on my computer. It's funny because the cursor is on my desktop screen, but it's not showing up on my laptop.
Oh no.
I don't understand what that is. I think maybe what I need to do is just shut down and start over.
Possibly,
I'm trying to
yeah.
get out, but I've tried control out escape. This is
Oh.
unreal because I
And it worked out
logged
so
on.
well yesterday when we did it.
I know. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen right now.
Yep.
See, that won't even. All right, I'm going to try again.
I'm smiling.
Me too. Yeah. Past years was horrible.
Uh, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties with Lynn Barber, so we'll be back up and running as soon as she comes back into the Zoom. But for now, just sit tight. All right, I can see you're back in, Lynn. You want to try sharing your screen again?
So can you see it?
No, I still can't see it, Lynn. It doesn't look like it's sharing. I do have it here on a drive though, so I could run it for you while you just tell me next slide.
Let me try it one more time,
Okay.
if that's all right.
Nah, still not showing up for me.
Oh, man.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and run it for you then, and you just say next slide when you're ready to go.
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
No problem. There's always going to be some kind of hiccup with this stuff.
Man, yesterday it was fine.
I know. All right.
Oh,
So next we've got the Lazy Gardener, and Lynn Barber of Hillsborough County Extension will be giving the talk today. Take it away, Lynn.
all right. Good morning, everybody. Well, I had a technical difficulty this morning. It worked yesterday just perfectly, but you know, sometimes that just happens. So this presentation, The Lazy Gardener, Pat O'Shea and I created, and we're pretty much both masters of lazy gardening. So you can just click on the next slide and I'll just keep talking if I'm continuing on the same slide. All right, so these are definitions. A gardener obviously is any person who gardens or could be skillful at gardening. If you're lazy, you may be disinclined to work a lot in your garden. And a lazy gardener could be a person that is disciplined or not enjoying working in their garden, or to me, it's more you're organized with a bunch of tricks and tips that are going to save you time, money, water, etc. So this is a picture of a garden. If this is what your yard looks like, you are not a lazy gardener, but you probably hired somebody to do this work. This is an example of a very lazy garden. So on this particular garden, this is very sad. It's a residence that's very close to our office. And this is obviously not lazy at all. You could garden and you can pick between extreme working in your garden and not working in your garden, but this is definitely a professional garden. So you can have a beautiful garden really and maintain a lazy gardener lifestyle. And trust me, I do that. So I'm going to give you some tips and tricks on that. And we're going to talk about a few low maintenance plants. So perfection is definitely overrated. Every garden is truly a work in progress. And that means that we're the ones that are doing that work, and that's fine. The more perfect that you want your garden, the more work, time, and effort you're going to be putting into it. So we have right plant, right place. And that means we're talking about sun, shade, hydrozoning. We're also considering several other principles. The size of the plants, you know, you really have to do a little bit of math. And the KISS part means let's keep it simple, silly, because gardeners are not stupid by any means. So think about sun and shade, the amount of water, the soil, what's the mature size and space of your garden. Usually the first thing we do is we buy the plants, right? And then the last thing we do is figure out where they're going to go. Hydrozoning is great. It's a lazy way to water because you're grouping your plants by their watering needs. You can also use water on your plants from a rain barrel, or you can have a micro irrigation system, which is gallons per hour, not gallons per minute. But a tip on rain barrels, you should not use the water that you're capturing off of a roof structure into a rain barrel on something you're going to consume. There are chemicals on the roof, and you really don't want those in your plants or in anything you're going to eat. Next slide. So this is a picture of micro irrigation on the left, and that's a squished picture of a rain barrel on the right. And this is not a good picture of how to install a rain barrel. It doesn't look like those blocks are really all that great. You can see the downspout isn't really it's over the top of the barrel, but it could be better placed, maybe laying on its side, with the issue being that in a heavy storm, think about hurricane season, that downspout is going to move back and forth and probably break off, and it could be an issue. So I'll just say a little more about micro. Micro is really good because you can leave it on that slide. It's good because there are many different types of micro irrigation. We have 3 different workshops that we do in Hillsborough County involving micro. One is vegetable gardening micro, which is a tape. And another is a patio and container garden for your front porch or hanging plants. And the traditional micro kit is for your landscape bed. So we charge $5 per household, one time only ever. And then right now what we're doing is people attend the workshops via Zoom, and then we have a drive-through parade in our parking lot, and we give them their materials after. All right, so it's important to determine the dimensions of your garden. A lot of times we just think I'm going to buy 10 plants and you buy them, or you have no idea what you're going to purchase. But if you don't know the dimensions of the garden, you're not going to pick the right number of plants. And it has to be based on mature size, not how small it is when you purchase it, but what it actually is going to look like when it is mature. So lazy gardeners always pick the laziest number of plants to fill that space. So there are some minor limitations to lazy gardening, and they are really kind of minor. So think about what we do in the garden. We mulch, we fertilize, we prune, not like that. We weed, we do pest management, pest control. Safety first is extremely important, and I like this theory called chunk it. I call it chunk it. So I have a friend that hated to file in her office. So she got a timer and decided she would set the timer for 15 minutes or an hour. At the end of that time, she could quit doing the filing, or she could continue. So I like the chunk it method because if I want to pull weeds in a specific bed for a specific amount of time, I can. And then when I'm tired of doing it, I can stop. Usually you'll continue doing it. You need to know the big picture. You don't need to perform the big picture all at once. So mulches, obviously this picture is showing you volcano mulching, which is very, very bad. The deal with mulch is it's great. It has a lot of benefits, which are on the next slide, but there are a lot of different options. You can use oak leaves if you're interested, pine straw if you have pine trees, municipal mulch. It's good if you know what's in it. We're currently not providing municipal mulch to residents in Hillsborough County, but we have in the past, and hopefully we will in the future. Flora mulch is melaleuca, so that's good because you're getting rid of an invasive exotic plant. Pine needles and bark, that's great too. So when you're thinking about mulch, just remember that if you're purchasing the biggest product that you can, chances are with a heavy rain and irrigation, those pieces of mulch will end up in your turf grass, on your sidewalk, on your driveway, places like that. So you do notice that there was one mulch that wasn't mentioned, and that was cypress mulch. And that's because cypress mulch may be a byproduct of the timber industry, but generally it's cypress stands that are cut down, which displace native plants, birds, or not plants, native birds and animals, and that's why it's not great. 60% of 60-some% of all mulch that is sold is cypress. And I believe the reason for that is because it is the cheapest mulch that you can purchase. So mulch is good. It regulates the soil temperature, retains moisture in the soil. It certainly is prettier than sand or rocks, and it does have organic value, and it's great to prevent the weeds again. So this is probably not a picture from Florida, but you can create self-mulching landscapes. So just Leave the leaves where they are if you're so inclined. Do not rake them into a pile and leave them in the street like some of my neighbors do, because then where they end up is down the storm drain, which is an issue. Everything that goes down our storm drains ends up in the nearest water body and ultimately in Tampa Bay. All right, so this is my friend Pat, the one that helped create this presentation many, many years ago. So Pat is applying some fertilizer on a plant that's in my landscape, and forget the Sansevieria because those are gone. So she's using a slow release fertilizer, which is good. It releases over time. If we used a quick release fertilizer on this plant and it rained, the fertilizer would be beyond the root zone. So a slow release is pretty good to use for plants, and also they're slow release generally in fertilizer for turf grass, even the liquid. So there are many reasons to prune, and we're going to show you several of them right now. So you can prune to train the plant. Maybe you want to espalier, have it fill a space between two walls in your garden. Maybe you have a pest or an insect infestation and you want to prune that off. Maybe you need to deadhead it. So all of those are great reasons to prune a plant. You can reduce pruning if you get the right plant in the right place. I'm sure you've all seen the lollipops or the plants that are pruned into ball-shaped items. That really isn't the way that plant wants to grow, but a lot of people like that look. Most gardeners, master gardeners, people at Extension really don't like that look, and they like the plant in its natural shape and form. So don't let your weeds go to seed, or you could have a mess like this. So when you see a weed that's going to seed, pull it out as soon as possible. So what is a weed? It is the right plant in the wrong place, the wrong plant in the right place. And it is a plant that has 9 lives. So weeding is probably one of the most relaxing, but on occasion it can be frustrating. But you are outside. We are in Florida. We are warm. It's supposed to be 84 here today in the Tampa area. And I thought that was a cute picture of the cows with weed of the week. All right, so less than 1% of all bugs are bad. So when we think about that, 99+% of all bugs are good. So when we kill the bad bugs, we're killing the good bugs, or some of them at least, and then we have to take on all that work ourselves. So there are pests, biting, sucking, and chewing, as you can see on this slide. And Count Dracula. So there are several ways that you can control pests. So there is murder by hand, where you can squish the pests between your fingers. You could use a hard spray of water using a hose end nozzle, or your finger over the end of a hose. Eyebrow tweezers, I think that would probably take a long, long time. Or you could prune off the infested sections. I was at Pat's house once when she was having friends over, and she had some great big lubbers on one of her plants, and she had a pruner nearby. My suggestion is never prune pests unless you get permission from your friend or the homeowner. So I did prune these 2 lubbers in half, and she was not happy at all. I guess you should always ask permission. All right, so then we have some issues. And you can see mealybug on top. So what we want to do is, first of all, you have to identify what the pest is and what you need to do to resolve that issue. So if you're too cheap to buy and too lazy to apply, then you could end up with plants looking like this. So there's also murder by chemical, and all of these are safe and recommended solutions. BT, spinosad, slug or snail bait, insecticidal soap. So for slugs, I have a big easement that has perennial peanut in it. So it's a really pretty green leaf with golden, gorgeous flowers. And I had used some slug and snail bait on it in the past. And then I saw some male cardinals in that perennial peanut bed. And that beautiful red with the green leaves and the golden flowers did it for me. So no more anything. The cardinals can have the pests. So you can see here what Carl said, when we kill off the natural enemies, then we inherit all of their work. So this guy is loaded for killing anything and everything that is in his landscape, and that is bad. So we have a few tips and tricks for you. So if you are too lazy to water during dry spells, you should plant plants that are drought resistant, or wait to plant them until you get to the rainy season, which around here is usually in about June. You can rake leaves or pine needles in the fall. And if you don't want to do that, create self-mulching beds in your landscape. You can plant annuals if you're so inclined, but if you plant perennials, they're there for many years, whereas annuals here are one season. Annuals where I'm from are actually around for a year. So here's a tomato timer like my friend Bev uses when she wants to clean up her office. So she puts that timer on and she can stop filing when that timer goes off. So the important thing to remember is whatever you're really successful at, you need to repeat. So plant things that reseed, and a timer system works really well for her and for me. Hopefully maybe for you too. So here are a few things that you can use in your landscape to help you take care of pruning and weeding. So they're sweat savers, but you will spend some money on them. So you can see that little swivel rocker that has a tool bag on it on the left. Collapsible bags. There are also large paper bags you can get at big box stores that you can put leaves and yard waste in. Garden carts. I have one that looks like this. If you're a shrewd shopper, you can wait until the end of the gardening season and you can probably get a really good deal on it at like a Sam's Club or Costco, someplace like that. It's really easy to haul plants and soil and mulch in that cart. Now this is very frightening. So for this, it looks like a pogo stick type of an apparatus. It's called a portastool. I think it looks like a doctor's visit to me. If you wear gloves while you're gardening, you can actually save time cleaning your hands. So some people like to put plastic gloves on first and then put gardening gloves on second. Some people like to rub their fingernails over a bar of soap and then they have that, so it could be less cleaning. I generally pull weeds without any gloves and try to clean my fingernails to the best ability that I have, but it doesn't always work. So you can maximize your laziness by using your friends wisely. So you could start a garden group. You could learn to love plants that volunteer and reproduce on their own, or you could do like a sharing with your friends. So I could go to Pat's house and work an hour with her, and she can come to my house and work an hour with me. And you also have the benefit of socialization. All right, there is Pat. with my pruners and my Minnesota winter face mask, which yes, I did wear. So commit larceny, steal from your neighbors. That is a joke. That is not real. Twice I have stopped at houses that had a beautiful plant or a magnificent vine on their fence and asked if I could have a cutting. And both times they were very happy and actually thrilled that somebody appreciated what they had planted. So that is Pat actually stealing at my house. So you can have pass along plants. And the Southern rule for pass along plants is that they have to have a value, a fragrance, maybe they bloom for a long period of time, or maybe it's sentimental to you because someone special gave it to you. It needs to be easy to grow so you can't have to baby it all the time, minimal care, pest and disease free. You should be able to propagate it from any of those three ways. And the Southern tradition is do not say thank you for plants or you've just jinxed that plant. And you can see the beautiful bromeliads in that picture. So you can propagate by using seeds. You can root plants in a water bottle or a container with water in it. You can also divide plants. And you could use a rooting hormone. There is a trick on that rooting hormone though. You don't really want to stick the stem of the plant that you cut into that rooting hormone container. You should put it in another separate, smaller container and then dip the cut end of what you pruned into some water so that it's wet, then dip it into the other container with the rooting hormone in it, shake it a little bit. And then what I usually do is I take a pencil and put a hole in the potting soil or the pot with the soil in it so that I'm not displacing part of that rooting hormone that's on the cut end of that plant when I'm inserting it into the soil. So that seems to be pretty successful for me. All right, so here's another lazyism. Cheap and lazy go hand in hand. So you can divide and relocate, don't spend any money, save money on gasoline, which is kind of going up in price right now. And then you don't even need to go shopping. Which, as you can see, could be a bad thing for several people. A lot of people would prefer going shopping. Plan first, plant last. All right, so lazy maintenance plants. So if you buy slow growers, you prune less, which is good, save time. Wide spreaders, less plants, and again, measure the garden, determine the mature spread, height, and go from there. Drought tolerant, don't have to water it as much. Pest and disease resistant, you have less lazy pest management. So here are some examples of plants that have low demands and very high returns. So bromeliads are one of my favorite plants. You can decrease the mosquito population by using BT in the cups. There is a granular form. And they reproduce wonderfully. They're beautiful. They're part of the pineapple family, as are tillandsias, and they're just a lot of fun. So if you're going to use ground covers, they're also very, very beneficial from a time management perspective for a gardener because they minimize the planting space because they're spreading. They manage the weeds by choking them out. Most of them reduce the amount of maintenance that you have to perform, and it can be a really good lawn substitute. So the mimosa is beautiful, as you can see. It's a lovely transition to your landscape. So there are 3 pictures of me for rewarding my laziness, laying in my perennial peanut, reading a Sydney Park Brown book in the Betty S. Walker Discovery Garden at our office, and then sitting on the edge of one of the planting beds. And that's what the garden looked like at one point in time, obviously with minimal people working in the garden. At this point, it doesn't quite look like that. So here are some websites that you may be interested in, or gardening books. And that is my contact information if you're so inclined. And Pat is still in hiding after stealing my tools and my face mask. But she does want to go out to lunch with me at Culver's at some point in the future.
All right, thanks, Lynn. We've got a couple of different questions here in the Q&A box. So first,
Okay.
are hickory leaves good for mulch?
Oh, hickory leaves. I don't honestly know the answer to that, but I'd be happy to look it up and let the person that asked the question know.
Okay.
I'd rather look it up than give an answer that's not correct.
No problem. What's the definition of a lazy gardener in a few words?
Smart, efficient, effective.
And Eve wants me to go back a couple of slides here so she can see the resources again. So those are the resources, Eve. And David's going to send you a email about the hickory leaves.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Lynn? Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, Lynn. I really enjoyed that talk. I'm sure all our watchers did too.
Thank you very much. And I apologize for the issue. I was a big smarty yesterday and got in and
I know it all worked yesterday. So you can never tell with technology.
I'm sorry. Have a great rest of your day, everybody.
You too, Lynn.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. So we are going to start back up again at 1:15. In the meantime, you guys are going to be able to watch some behind the scenes stuff as we sound check and video check for Tom McCubbin's live talk here in a little bit. So we'll be starting back up in about 15 minutes. Go ahead and take a break from your computer screens if you need to.
Ready to go when you are. How's that sound? Can you hear me now? 1, 2, 3, 4. The microphone's picking me up. Yep. All 5 of them.
Yeah,
Nice.
I know. I love this thing. Used to have to lug all this Panasonics around.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Not anymore, huh?
not unless I have an absolute need for it.
Yeah.
Simpler, the less things to go wrong.
That's good.
So that's all good.
Yep. Sorry about that, Marty. That's because I had the Q&A box up and I didn't realize it until the end when my helpers here in the auditorium told me. So I'll close Q&A boxes in between. Oh, yeah. Well, I actually apparently cannot open. Oh, no, I'll be able to open the Q&A once you guys are up because I won't be screen sharing then. Yeah, I can move. No, if I move, let me see. Yeah, yelling at you. Yay.
The old TV 24 days, they used to come through the speakers, or they come through the headset under the other. That reminds me of old television days, kind of neat. Yeah. Actually, I had my own because I was doing stuff with Channel 16. Understand the people along the lines or something. But they gave each other this sweating that one out that night.
Yep, I was going to do that a little. You want to do it now? Okay.
A little camera sensitive to white paper
Yeah, oh yeah,
because, you know, the old cameras, TV cameras, they told you not to use white, use
Right.
blue or something like that. So I'll try to keep these out of the way then.
well, no, it shows us as white, so
Yeah,
it's fine.
okay. So it's not glaring. or
No,
anything.
no,
Back in the old TV days, they used to
No.
glare.
Yeah.
So they had you use, in fact, the black and white days, you wore a blue shirt
Mhm.
instead of a white shirt, even though they were broadcasting in black and white. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, because they were using, it's all panchromatic.
It's all gotten better.
Sound good?
It's exactly like the old television days.
You ever try to total up how many hours you spent? No. You ever be?
I did one time as far as articles I'd written, I think. And I'd written more articles than anybody at the Orlando Sentinel.
Wow.
At that time. In fact, one of their writers totaled it up and printed it in the paper.
Impressive.
Number of hours I had.
Bye, Mike.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to be starting back up again here at 1:15 with Tom McCubbin, who is an extension agent emeritus from Orange County Extension. He's also a well-written novelist for gardening books and our radio show host. So, Tom, go ahead. They're all yours.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be with you today. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. This reminds me of my old television days, actually, and way back with Channel 24 when I first started a lot of my TV work. And one of the things was we had a program, which we have right now, but you can also ask questions. Isn't that kind of neat? Except you won't do them on the phone, will you? You just go ahead and text them in to us in a little box there, understand, you put in your question, and you put that in any time during the program, and we'll take probably a little bit of time here and there and get to any questions as they come through. But if you don't have a question, sit back, enjoy, and we're going to try to help you with some good gardening today. My topic today is do's and don'ts of Florida gardening. I like to do the positive first, like do, and then I'll do a little bit of a negative, okay? But I also like to do quiz questions. Well, today, we're not like my normal presentations. We're not going to have prizes, okay? The prizes may be that you got the right answer yourself. Wouldn't that be kind of neat? So how about the first one here? I have the first one here for a quiz question. The month of the vernal equinox. What is the month of the vernal equinox? And somebody sitting back here saying, what is the vernal equinox? I see it when I have audiences out there and looking at each other. What's the vernal equinox? Well, it's the first day of spring. And that's going to come this year on, in what month? March, of course. It comes every year and pretty consistently around the 20th of March. And that's what it will be this year. So the vernal equinox, important to all us gardeners because, you know, that's when we can really think about spring. But you're in Florida, you have to remember that. And spring comes earlier. And this year, I think it came very early. If you're in Central Florida, you see the tamargullas out there. You see the amaryllis flowering, the azaleas. I think all this is maybe a week or two ahead of time. How about one more? This will be a neat question for you. This will really make you think. Now, name one vegetable in the same family as the petunia. Petunias are flowering right now, aren't they? Really pretty out there. Some spectacular beds, but one vegetable in that family. I'll give you a hint. They're in the Solanaceae family. So that means you could have thought of, or you could have said, the tomato, the pepper, the potato, or the eggplant. There's some minor ones out there, but those are the major ones that you could have talked about. Let's go ahead and talk about a do's and don'ts. Here's a do. A do is improve your soil for flowers, vegetables, and herbs, okay? And a lot of us, your soil probably looks about like this. There it is. Yeah, you say, that's my backyard, right? Well, we do have an official Florida soil. It's my aquafine sand. And this is just typical cosmopolitan soil. The actual soil classification these days called cosmopolitan soil because it's a mixed soil where we have all different kind of things added to it, a little bit of organic matter, but mainly sand. It's a real shock to a person coming to Florida to find out they got sand here to deal with. When somebody says, where's your topsoil? What's on top of the sand, whatever it is, maybe more sand. Now, anything you can do to improve, it's going to help out. And one of the things, of course, you can get would be some peat moss. You can get that at your local garden center. One of the things you have to remember, you have to pay for some of these things, and some of the prices have gone up these days, but you can mix in some peat moss, and that would probably help you out some. Or you can go ahead and get some compost. Maybe make compost yourself. That would be kind of fun. Or you can buy it at the garden centers. Here's some that we made up. And it's a dark type of soil. It was kind of dried out a little bit, but that's okay. And you can mix that in. Anything you can do to improve the sandy soils are going to help the plants grow, especially if they're flowers, vegetables, or herbs. I'll give you the don't in just a little bit here. And here's one of my favorites, some good old cow manure. How about that? We can mix in some cow manure. There we go. And we'll add that. This about looks like compost because cow manure today, when you buy it, is composted. It's not like the old cow manure that I used to pick up in the barnyard or still hope to pick up today sometimes. But what we do is we add all of this together, and then we have a soil that your plants are going to love because it's going to hold some moisture. It's going to release some nutrients, and it might help reduce some of the bad microorganisms in the soil, like nematodes. It might slow them down a little bit, and you're pretty much ready to plant. Now, the don't on this is you don't have to improve the soil with trees and shrubs. I know a lot of people like to do it. They like to go out there and they will fix the fill soil up a little bit and add it around the plant. But the university study says you don't have to do that. You don't have to improve the fill soil around your plants. But be careful when you're digging a hole. You want the hole that's wider but not deeper, and then you can just use existing soil. Here's the thought behind that. The plants have to go into that soil, out surrounded it at some time, no matter what. Now, the other thing you need to think about, do check the soil acidity. So number 2 here, I'm probably not going to get through all these, but we'll get to a couple of them. Do check the soil acidity. Don't plant in soils that are too acid or too alkaline. And you can have that done through the university at your extension office or University of Florida. And they will test it and tell you whether it's acid or alkaline. Most plants like to grow in slightly acid soil, just below the alkaline level. pH goes from 0 to 14, 7 is neutral. That's what your blood, they tell me, is on a good day. But plants like to go somewhere between 5.5 and 7.5. Now, some like it at a different pH, and I've got the question here for you. Let's do this one. Acid or alkaline? Put your thinking caps on, okay? Acid or alkaline? What type of soil produces a blue hydrangea? Blue hydrangea, Easter's coming up. Be a lot of hydrangeas out there for Easter probably. Which one produces the blue hydrangea? Well, it's an acid soil. If you have an alkaline soil, you're going to have pink. If you have something in between, it's going to be kind of a muddy color. But if it's below, if it's acid well below 7, it's going to be a blue hydrangea. So if you have your soil at home, at least sometimes get a soil acidity test made, okay? Take it to your extension office or call up, and many of them now want you to ship it to the university. It's going to cost you $10, but you'll find out a lot about your soil, the phosphorus, potassium, magnesium, calcium, and some of the minor nutrients. So there you go. What you're starting off with is good soil, and that's number 2. Do improve your soil. Do check the pH. And here's the next one. Do plant your plants at the right time of the year. Now, if you get up online at our website, betterlawns.com, that's our radio program. Joni and I and Teresa Watkins do it together. Betterlawns.com, you can get the list of plants that you can plant at this time of the year. It's very, very important in Florida anyway, that you have the right timing. A lot of people move to Florida and they want to plant their tomato plants in about May. Remember that? If you lived up north, if you lived up in Maine or Massachusetts, you didn't put a tomato in the ground probably till May, or maybe even early June because it was too cold. If you lived in Maryland, you put them in the ground maybe at the end of March or April. But in Florida, our tomatoes go in the ground the 1st of March and in the middle of August, 2 times of the year. So time is very important. If you go up and get our list, it'll tell you what to plant. And some of the things that we're planting now, for instance, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's too late for pansies. Go out and buy them if you want to. But my neighbor was talking to me before I came today and he said, my pansies are starting to look kind of strange. And that's because of the heat. They're gonna go out very quickly. So even if it's a good buy at the garden centers, it's probably not something that you want to go ahead and buy right now. You're looking at Marigolds, for instance, we'll use some of these a little bit later. Begonias. Begonias have gotten to be kind of a year-round plant, but right now is a good time to do it. How about some little zinnias? And I'll show you how to start some zinnia seeds in just a little bit. And things like pentas out there. So make sure you're getting the plants for the warm season coming up. We're actually at an in-between time where the cool season hits the warm season. But these days, 80 degrees, I don't know, for most of us, is probably going to be the warm season plants that you want to go with. So make sure. Now, we also plant a number of bulbs, and I have a little game we're going to play. Okay, are you ready? And I have some different bulbs that I brought. See if you know what they are. There's a bulb right there. There's another bulb. Now, things that we call bulbs may not be bulbs, okay, really, as you know them. They're modified stems. That's what it is. A bulb is just a stem way at the bottom. It's a true bulb here, and it has leaves around it, okay, and it has roots coming from the base. But some of these things that are kind of strange looking, like that one right there, and then I've got this one. It's starting to sprout already. We'll put that one down there. And here's another thing that we tend to call a bulb. We'll put that one there. And the last one is right there, okay? Bulbs can be corms, it can be tubers, it can be rhizomes, and we have examples of all those right here. Now I'm gonna tell you what they are, okay? So you can just try to figure it out with me, okay? One is a canna, okay? One is an amaryllis bulb. Do you know which one that is? Yeah, you're thinking about it, aren't you? And one is a gladiolia bulb. Used to grow lots of gladiolias. And I have one here, which have a bunch of these cards, which is a caladium, okay? And one is ginger, okay. Do you have it figured out? Let's go through them one more time. What do you think this one is? How about this one right here? Kind of neat, huh? And how about this strange looking thing? There we go. And then we've got another one. There, look at that, starting to grow on us. And the last one, I just took this one out of the ground today. Okay, got them figured out? Let me tell you what they are. One is a canna, okay? And I'll put it right in front of the bulb there. Actually, the canna is a rhizome, but you know, it's a modified stem. And then we have one, which is the amaryllis. Did you get that one? Yeah, we'll put that one right down about there. Then we have the good old gladiolia, love my gladiolias. And then we have caladiums and a whole bunch of little caladiums. That's the one right here. And the last one right here, did you get this one? No, it was easy. It's ginger, and a lot of people like to grow ginger. Let me go over them just very quickly here. I don't want to spend too much time on them, but the amaryllis bulbs are starting up right now. I was in my neighborhood, and a beautiful orange when it popped up. Mine are a lot of reds in some of my collection, but I have others also, apple blossom, for instance. They have names. The bulbs normally aren't cheap, but they're fun to grow, and quite often they're available at Christmas time. But you can buy the bulbs to plant at other times of the year. Amaryllis, easy to grow. Florida has a real history with amaryllis. There was a big amaryllis producer in the Central Florida area, in the Orlando area at one time. There was a big amaryllis grower up in Gainesville also. And most of them now probably come from out of the country and maybe over on the West Coast. But the amaryllis, easy to grow bulb. Nice thing about it, put them in the sun, the filtered sun. I think they like the filtered sun the best. Next one is the gladiolia. Look at that big gladiolia bulb. That came out of my ground. The bulb was very small. My gladiolias loved it last year, and they were growing right along. Florida's had a real gladiolia career also. Fort Myers used to be the gladiolia capital of the world. You used to grow lots of them. Now it's housing developments, I'm afraid. But anyway, gladioli is easy to grow. Make sure you get them in soon, and you'll have the nice flowers to cut. My dad and mom used to grow lots of gladiolias, and they'd give them away to the churches. We didn't sell them. We gave flowers away. And this one here is the caladium. Isn't that a neat little bulb? It's actually a tuber, and a tuber is a compressed stem, and it has lots of little buds on it. Let me tell you a trick. If you want to grow caladiums, you see this little bud here? It might be hard to see. We're kind of wide angle, but you take the bud out. You actually take your finger and you pinch the bud out. And being that this is a stem, okay, what's going to happen is you're going to get a lot of side shoots developing. So you'll get lots more foliage out of it. And what the growers buy is what they call de-eyed bulbs. That means the eyes have been taken out. Some neat names, things like Frida Hempel, and here's one of my favorites, Carolyn Wharton. Isn't she kind of cute there? Yes. And I'll say that one to the last one. And this one here is Ted Mead. Everybody knows Mead Garden. One of the bulbs were named after people. And the last one here, Fanny Munson. Isn't she a cutie pie there? It's just amazing. A lot of them named after people. Okay, we'll go quickly with some of these. Cannas, for instance, lots of cannas. I enjoy my cannas. My wife doesn't like the cannas, so they get too many caterpillars. And last but not least, we have the ginger. And I will tell you, get a ginger shoot from your local food store and give it a start and keep it in a pot. And you'll have, if you start it now, you'll have plenty of ginger by the end of summer. That's for sure. You get a little flower, not as exciting as other gingers. I understand we have a question come in, so let's see if we can get it for you. Okay, we'll give you an answer.
Going back to the soil pH talk, will coffee grounds and eggshells change soil pH?
Okay, good question. Will coffee grounds and eggshells change the soil acidity or the pH? Coffee grounds might make it slightly a little more acid, but you'd have to add a lot of coffee grounds. And coffee grounds can provide some phosphorus, some potassium, maybe a little bit of nitrogen also, but it would take a lot of it. I suggest if you want to use coffee grounds, put it in your compost pile and then take it to the garden after that. But if you say, well, I want to use it in the landscape, just scatter it over the surface of soil lightly. I wouldn't count it from my major fertilizer or anything like that. Eggshells, calcium, of course, is in there, maybe a little phosphorus. Not going to make much of a change, I'll be honest with you. It's going to take a long time to even get the calcium or the phosphorus out of those eggshells. If you want to do it, grind them up real good. And I suggest for any soil where you're using any organic matter additions that you go through and have a pH test periodically so you know exactly what the pH is. Okay, we'll take one more quick one here and then we'll go on a little bit.
Should you keep your amaryllis bulb in a pot or plant it in the ground in Florida?
That is a good question. Do you keep the amaryllis bulbs in a container or in the ground? The Orlando Sentinel said, don't call them pots, okay? There's other things that we call pots. That was back in the olden days, I guess. But anyways, we call them containers. But anyway, we do both. We have the ones that are starting, well, I guess both of them are now. We have some in the ground and we have some in containers, and they're all starting to put up shoots. If you keep in containers, you have to transplant them probably once every year, maybe even twice a year if they're growing real well. And if they're in the ground, they're still going to get congested. So every 2 or 3 or maybe 4 years, you'll transplant them. Here's the other thing. If they're growing in the ground and you let them go to seed, those seeds are going to spread all over the place. We have amaryllis coming up all over the place where I did not plant them. And I think the good Lord planted them for me, that's for sure. Okay, here's one thing. Here's a do. Let's see, did I do the don't on the choose the right plant? Don't plant out of season was a don't on that one there. And that brought up the ball game. Now, do start some plants from seed. And I am a big one on starting plants from seed. And there's all different kind of ways of doing that. And one of them is you can use a potty mix. I have a little potty mix with me here. By the way, I've been at some of the garden centers and they're telling me that plants are getting hard to get in many cases, or the price is going up on them very quickly. And there's many reasons for it. One is we don't have the growers we used to. The other thing is more people are out there getting involved in horticulture, which is very good. And here's the other thing I heard, that a lot of our plants are going to be taken over to Texas because Texas had the big cold period there and they lost a lot of plants. So many reasons that you may want to start some of your own plants, and you can start them from seed. Here's one way I do it. I will go through and I'll fill a container. There's all different kind of containers out there you could use. Just a small pot like this, if you save it. I save a lot of my containers. I actually save too many containers sometimes. And something like you've got tomatoes in, for instance, maybe blueberries will come in these type of containers. Look, you got your drainage holes right around the base. That works out real well for you, no problem at all. Or you can start them in cell packs. And if you know your seed is good, if you know you have a very good quality seed, you're not worried about the germination, cell packs are a nice way to get them started. Now, I do want to tell you, and I brought this along, there is a germination mix available. And you can get this, or they call it a plug mix is the other name for it. And you get this available at your local garden centers or suppliers. And it's a fine textured material. Here's where I'll use this. if the seeds are small, okay? And like petunia seeds, begonia seeds. I'm growing some gerbera. They're a bigger seed, but I'm never sure how they're going to germinate. So I will go out and buy a germination mix or a plug starting mix, and that will work out for them. So otherwise, if it's a big seed, I'm going to use a container, and that's what we're doing today. By the way, here are some of the things we could be planting right now from seed, like zinnias. How about marigolds? I'll be starting some marigolds. I already have some started, but I'll start some more. How about some basil? You like basil? Sweet basil? That'd be kind of nice. If you want to transplant squash, you can do that. Here's my secret. I have a good sized garden, not a large garden, but I will start some squash and cucumbers in pots, and then I can transplant to the garden. Let's say when my cauliflower plants or broccoli plants come out. And here's another one I start as seeds in containers and sunflowers. And then I can put them exactly where I want them. And I have some of those starting right now. And of course, tomato seeds, we'll start those in small containers also. So let's start some zinnia seeds, easy to do. And one way to do it is my parents taught me a long time ago, when you're starting things in the ground and you're sowing seeds, tap them out. Look at the edge of the pot. You do not have to sow this whole packet of seeds, by the way. You can just sow a few of them. So I got my soil right there, and I'm going to tap out a few seeds. You can almost count them when they come out like this. Or the zinnia seeds are so big, you can do them, one at a time. Now, if you only need 10 plants, maybe you plant 15 seeds if you know the germination is good for it. So you can put them in there, put a little bit of soil across the top of it. There we go. And I'll show you what I do next after I plant this other little container here. This one here is my just regular cell pack that I've saved. And some of these will probably be hard to get. They tell me pots are hard to get right now. I imagine cell packs should call them containers, shouldn't I? Okay, so let's tap out some zinnia seeds. I have 4 cells in this one here. So I'm going to tap out 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go, 5 seeds right down there. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll set that right there so we can see a little bit better, is I will put 1 seed. First of all, you probably should make bunny tracks. You know what bunny tracks are? You go through like this. Boom, boom. My wife doesn't like me to do boom, boom. She says it's beneath me to do that. But anyway, I do it anyway. Boom. And then you put your seeds in. There we go. Another one. She's back here making noises at me. Okay. And let's see. Here's another plump one right there. We'll put those in. And then I've got 1 extra little seed over here. And I'll put it up in one of the corners of this little cell pack. Do you know why I put it up in the corner there? I put it up in the corner so that in case one of the other ones doesn't germinate, I will have one that's going to germinate for me. Okay, a little potting soil, just scattered over top just a little bit. Some seeds do not want a coating of soil over top of them. If the seeds are very small, quite often they'll tell you on the packet, do not cover with soil. And that's when I like to use this nice and thin germination mix. So they won't get buried too deep in some of this more coarse soil. Then what do? You go through with your water bottle and you go ahead and squirt it down. You wet everything down very well. And you do this. It's kind of like owning a dairy farm and you have to milk the cows every day, twice a day, okay? So you go through and you water them in the morning, you come home in the afternoon, and you water them again. You might even check them during the midday. These little containers of seeds will dry out quicker than you think. And you don't want them to dry out. Once they dry out and the germination process has begun, you may have a problem. Same thing for the cell packs. Somebody says, well, can I cover them over? Yes, you can cover them over if you want. The main problem there is if you cover them over, you have to remember that they're being covered over and go back and check them. And some seeds will tell you, for instance, don't cover them over. And I think pansy seeds and cactus seeds or something like that. So you don't cover them over at that point. Okay, so what are the results? Okay, if I sow them in a container like this, this is one of my cheap containers here. There they are. Guess how old these seedlings are? Guess how old? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks. I put the date on them. These were planted on 2/13, and so that was what, 14 days ago, just about. So we find that these are zinnias, same ones that I planted in the pot there. They're up and growing, and in 14 days. Now these you're going to have to transplant. That's a major problem. If you have something like this, you have to go through and transplant. These are the transplanting size. In 2 weeks, they are ready to go up into another pot about this size, or maybe a cell pack if you want to, and that's what I will do. Now, if you plant them in the little cubes, like we have here, for instance, then you can go through and watch them come up and let them grow. You don't have to do the transplanting. Here's the tomatoes. This is one called Cherry Princess Sweet Surprise, and this one was planted on 1/24. So it's a month and what, about 3 days, somewhere around there. So it's a neat thing to do. These will be ready for the garden. I have 2 of them in this one spot. I really need to pull one of them out and get it up so it'll be growing in a separate container. But they're easy to do. Seedlings, start your own, because we are starting to find prices are going up for some of the plants, and it's harder to get some of them. I understand we have a question coming in.
You've got a lot of questions on this section.
Okay.
So for the little seed trays and the cell packs, will they get found in there? Are they ready to transplant straight from the yard to the cell pack? You can pot them up again?
You have a couple of choices. In the little cell pack here, the question is, are they ready to go into the garden, or do you have to transplant them up? That little plant coming out, look at the root system on there. Isn't that kind of nice, all woven around here? Ready for the garden. In fact, I grow some for some of my friends, and I told them they're ready when you are. If you have to keep them much longer than this, then you want to put them in a little larger pot. And one of my friends is not quite ready, his vegetables aren't out, so I will go ahead and pot it up for him. But these are ready in 1 month and 3 days. Isn't that amazing? From seed to transplant, ready for your garden. Now, I have to tell you that the springtime this year has been a little bit different. It's been warmer, but normally 4 to 6 weeks, 4 weeks, I got to transplant. We got another one?
Yep. How long are seeds good for? What can extend seed life?
Okay. I have to water my garden. How long are the seeds good for? Well, most seeds are good for about 2 to 3 years. And what my wife allows me is a spot in the refrigerator. Isn't that kind of nice? And I can have my bottom drawer, vegetable container section, and I will put these in a plastic bag and keep them in there until they're ready to be sown. That way, some seeds will last more than 2 years. Some will go as long as 5 years. But when it gets to be older, after 2 years especially, I kind of worry about whether they're going to germinate and how well. And so I will definitely sow those in what I call a community pot, or a container about like this, or a container like this, where I can plant them. And if they don't come up, I still have a fair number coming up without any problem. Okay, we have another one?
Yep. Can new seed trays be set in a tray with water from the bottom, or is it better to spray from the top?
You can water from the bottom. Good question. Do you water from the top, or do you water from the bottom? You can do either one. It won't make a difference. Just make sure they don't stay overly wet. And I worry sometimes coming up from the bottom, they may stay too wet, but let them drain out before you re-water them that way. Now, you can use wicks. There's all different ways. All of mine are watered from the top. I just water them down. These little tomato plants, by the way, are going to need watering twice a day. And when I go home, for instance, I'm going to have to water them, and they're waiting out there. Okay, let's go move on a little bit. We'll get back to your questions. Don't worry about it. One thing I like to do is make container gardens. So I brought a container along here. There we go. And this is one of the things that we can do if you don't have enough room and you want to grow, for instance, a tomato plant, maybe on your balcony, maybe on your patio. So you can have your container and put in a nice loose potting soil like we have here. You can make it yourself, or you can buy it at your garden center. Just make sure it's nice and loose and fluffy, and it's not going to hold a lot of moisture. If you get potting soils that are mainly peat moss, they hold too much moisture, they don't drain very well. And so I like one of those white pieces you see in here are perlite. And perlite is a volcanic rock, it's been heated up to about 1,000 degrees, sterile. What we call this clean soil. Isn't that kind of an oxymoron, more or less? But we call it clean soil. There we go. It's ready for planting. If I need a little bit more, I think I'll add just a little more here. There we go. And then I'm ready to plant. And I thought I would plant some of the seasonal flowers that I brought today. One like the pentas. We love pentas. Neat little plant. And one thing you need to know to do before you do television work is make sure it'll come out of the pot. That one did come out a little tougher. And got a nice root ball there. Somebody says, don't you break those roots apart. I'll talk about breaking roots apart a little bit later on. And normally on these little plants, if it's a nice little light web, you don't have to worry about breaking them apart. The university did some studies on this, and it found that most annual plants that go in the ground don't have to have the root ball broken apart. Now, perennials and maybe trees and shrubs might, but otherwise, just put it in the pot. I'm gonna put this one in the center. Nice pink pentas there, kind of like that. And then let's add a begonia. There we go. And this can be kind of a wildflower garden. Maybe the colors don't all match up there exactly the way you might like it. We'll put that one in. Remember, the pentas is going to get a little size to it, so that's okay. It's not quite as big. How about a marigold? These are all the warm season flowers that we can plant right now. Remember, you can get up on our website, betterlawns.com, and go ahead and get the list of what you can plant. So we'll put the marigold in. Let's go over here so you can see what I'm doing. I'll put a marigold in right about there. There we go. And the marigold picks up the gold from the center of the begonias. And then maybe over on this area, we'll put in a zinnia. I like the little small zinnias. They're kind of neat, but I like the big ones too. Look at those roots on there, growing pretty well, huh? That's going to be kind of nice. I'll put a little zinnia in right about there. Let's see if I can get it over there. There you go. Because I want to put in another begonia. You can go ahead and plant things a little thicker, a little tighter when you're planting container gardens. If you were putting these out in a flower bed, you probably wouldn't plant them quite as close. There we go. Put the begonia in there. How are we doing? Is it looking okay so far? And let's see what we're doing. Begonia. And then we will do another marigold. Love marigolds. You know, marigolds almost became our national flower. And in 1986, the rose became our national flower, didn't it? That was under President Reagan. And it was officially declared our national flower. And we'll put in one last zinnia. Okay, make sure they come out of the pot. Remember the golden rule. And I remember a couple of times when I did some live TV work, they didn't come out of the pot very easily, but these did. There we go. That's not too bad, huh? Now, you'll come in and put more soil around, of course, but to save time, I'm just going to go ahead and leave them as is. But you've got a nice container already planted that you can put out in some sunny area in your landscape, and that's where it best goes. And also make sure to keep it moist. Make sure that you put fertilizer in there. I would get one of the slow release products, and we'll talk about slow release fertilizers if I have time in just a minute or two. Okay, let's see what we had on that. Do make some seasonal containers. Don't worry about planting the plants too close in containers, and that works out pretty well. Okay, the next thing I want to talk about do make sure root balls are moist at planting. Okay, and I've got one here I want to talk about a little. This little palm. I don't have a whole lot of plants in containers right now that are the woody type. This is a little palm, and look at the root system on that palm right now. There we go. Now, make sure that the root ball is moist. A lot of plants go in the ground with dry root balls. And if that's the case, I'm going to tell you, it's very hard to re-wet the root balls. If you put in a podocarpus in the ground, or you put an azalea in the ground, the root ball's dry, you're going to have a very difficult time going through and re-moisten it. So what I suggest you do, if you have a plant with a dry root ball, you take the whole container, set it in a bucket of water, okay, and let it get moist. And landscapers will sometimes build a kind of a trough. They'll use plastic and they'll sink the plants down in there. Probably not enough of them do that. But a lot of plants go in the ground dry, and when they're dry like that, you're standing a pretty good chance of losing them, especially azaleas. They're planted in an organic mixture. They're going into our sandy soils. Very hard to re-wet those areas around there. And I put here, don't plant a dry root ball. That's the don't on that one there. There we go. We've got the root ball. Here's some planting tips here. This is very tight, very tight. And what you can do is what they call shaving down, or you can break the roots apart on these here. And I won't do all of this, but just break them apart. Now I have to tell you, this is a palm, and they tell me palms don't make a difference whether you break it apart or not. But on most of our trees and shrubs, you're probably going to want to go through and kind of break the root ball apart a little bit, or shave it down. Big trees, you can just take a shovel, a flat pointed shovel, and go right down the sides, and then you plant it. Okay. Now, when you're putting it in the ground, how deep do you put this in the ground? We do not plant it any deeper than it would be so that the top of the root ball is even with the soil or slightly above. Actually, it's better to move the plant up a little bit because our Florida sandy soils have a nasty habit of settling down. And when that happens, the plant settles down, soil comes up around the top, and all of a sudden you get a plant that rots out. I cannot tell you how often I've found plants are planted too deep. And it might be that they just settled down in the ground too deep, and that could be the case. So make sure no deeper as far as the hole. Be much better to plant it so the top of the root ball is up above the normal level. And when you do mulch it, bring the mulch up to the edge of the root ball. The new guidelines today say don't put mulch over the root ball, or if you do, just a very thin layer. So there's our palm, and it'll be ready to go into, probably in this case, maybe a larger container when I get ready to do something like that. So do make sure the root balls are moist at planting. Don't plant too dry a root ball. Plant so it's at the proper depth. Okay. Let me give you another question here. How about, I got to do these quiz questions. They're kind of neat ones here. Name one vegetable, the one vegetable that gardeners like to grow. Can you think about which one that is? We've already talked about it a little bit, but it's a neat one. It is the tomato. Yes, that's the one that gardeners like to grow the most, and so that's kind of neat. Here's another quiz question. The bromeliad that is most eaten. The bromeliad that's most eaten. I like to grow this one. A lot of people do, don't they? And it is what? It is the pineapple. Sure, you know that one there. A couple of quiz questions. I've got a real couple of neat ones right for the end, and we'll do those in just a little bit here. Okay. Do maintain a good mulch. Do you have a favorite mulch? It's kind of silly, but I have my favorite mulch. My wife has her favorite mulch. But right now, I'm out there finding the cheap mulches. How about that? And I'm out there. I'm a little angel that goes through and picks up the dry leaves out there, the bags. And I do ask if you do two things. Put them out there in clear bags so I can see what's inside. Every now and then I get something a little questionable in there. And use the heavy bag so my hand doesn't get to the bottom of the bag. How about that? So leaves, one of the good mulches. Now, don't make it too thick. I use it for pathways. I will use it in my vegetable garden. What's left over, I will use in the compost pile. Leaves do mat down. And when they mat down, they'll keep the moisture from going down the soil. So no more than maybe 1-2 inch layer, and be ready to disturb it a little bit. Now, the next one I like to pick up, and quite often people put these out also. And if it's a clear bag, I can see it real well. How about the pine needles or pine straw? Hey, we go out and pay for it these days, don't we? And a lot of people are throwing it out there along the roadway. I like pine needles. One of my favorites. I have lots of communities I do consultation work with, and one of my communities just went through and wide acreage of area beds, and they put down pine needles. They stay in place. They're just attractive. I think it's one of the good ones. Now let's see what we have here. Let's do the bark, the pine bark. Lots of barks out there. Old pallet bark's been ground up. We also have cypress mulch, not very much really pure cypress mulch anymore. If you look at the bags, it's going to say a blend. Okay, so it's not a true cypress mulch. And this is pine bark. And we like pine bark at our house also. It's another good one. But when you get it, pine bark comes in all sizes. And what's normally sold is the big chunks. And I don't like the big chunks. I think it looks too coarse. And also you don't get as much in the bag. So these are pine bark nuggets, mini nuggets, classic mulches, sometimes sold as smaller particles. You get more in the bag, and it just works out very well in our landscape. And the last one I have is the pine bark fines. It's a fairly new one to people out over the years. But there's the pine bark fines. Can you see it there? Just little chunks of pine bark. I like to use this around bedding plants. I use it where I plant the marigolds, the pentas, the begonias. It keeps the soil from washing up onto the leaves. The other thing is if you're planting blueberries need an acid soil. If you don't have an acid soil, you're not producing blueberries. And you can actually grow blueberries in pure pine bark fines. It works out very well. I really like this. You get it in the bags. Shop around for it. If you get it from landscape supply companies, you normally get a little better price on it. Okay, So there's some of the mulches. There's others. There's rubber mulch out there, lots of things. And you have to guess now, which one do we use in our landscape? Remember, I kind of like the pine needles, okay? My wife likes the pine bark. There we go. So which one do we use in our landscape? How about the leaves? How about some of the others? I'll be honest with you, we use the pine bark nuggets or small, medium pieces, because that's what my wife likes. And I want to keep her happy, right? So anyway, that's the type of mulch. Any of the mulches do the same thing. Neat thing about mulches, they all help to conserve moisture. They help keep the weeds down. They may, as they break down, the ones that are organic supply a little bit of nutrients, but they're definitely a benefit. Keep them back about a foot from your house. Keep them back from the trunk of the trees. And no more, I say trees and shrubs, no more than 2 to 3 inches around perennials, things like that, no more than an inch. Okay, I think we got break time for a quiz question or something. A question, yeah. Quiz question for me.
I have a lot of questions, but this one pertains to mulch. So Kathy wants to know if hickory leaves are good for mulch or for compost.
Hickory leaves, I would not feel bad about using them as a mulch or put them in the compost pile. There's some leaves that might keep plants from growing quite as well. Haven't heard that about hickory, walnut, I have, but I would go ahead and use hickory leaves in the compost pile as a mulch, yeah. Next.
When is the best time to grow leeks and scallions?
Leeks and scallions, okay. You have to decide what you call which one. Now, leek is an onion-like plant, and that would be like the cool, all of them like the cool weather. Let's start there. All the leeks and the scallions all like the cool weather. And so I'd be planting the leeks in the fall, starting somewhere around October, November. I start my onion seeds in September. Actually, I did a little study this year. I planted my onion seeds in kind of towards the end of September, and then I planted a month later. The ones that I planted, same variety, the ones I planted in late September are bulbing, very big right now. They're ready to eat. The ones I planted in October are much smaller. They will produce bulbs, but they're going to produce smaller bulbs, okay? Scallions are just young onion plants. And when you go to the store and you buy these bulbs, onion sets, they call them, that's what you're going to get. What I call small onions, scallions, just pure green onions, what they're going to be. So if you want leeks, and I've grown leeks, you'll plant them in the fall, somewhere around October, November. If you want the scallions, you can plant those, start those in September also, and then harvest them through the winter, or you can buy the little sets, okay? Got another one?
When do you know that seeds haven't germinated? Is it immediately after the date on the seed packet? So when you know that your seeds aren't going to germinate?
You never, the question is, when do you know whether or not your seeds are going to germinate, or when it's too late, I guess it might be. I have a rule. Normally, I don't try to start a seed germinating if it's been with me for more than 2 to 3 years. And I know what the seeds are. If it's broccoli, if it's cauliflower, if it's cabbage, you're going to get germination from them after 3 to 5 years, kept in the refrigerator in a sealed container. If it's tomatoes, I go 2 years. It just depends. Corn, bean seeds, beans for the garden. I will go 3 years for them. I have some that's 4 years old, still get pretty good germination from them. So what you'll find is you have to experiment a little bit. You can get tables that'll tell you how long a seed is good for, but it also has a lot to do with storage. They need to be kept in a nice, cool spot, and they need to be in a sealed container, and then they're going to store the best. So you store them out on the shelf somewhere, they're going to dry out. It's not going to work out very well for you. Okay, let's do something else here. How about practicing, the do on this is do practice good weed control. Anybody got weeds out there? Yeah, I see the hands going up. Everybody's got a few. Most of the people are here with me. Well, I brought a few weeds with me. I couldn't help but do that. And I'll bring some of them out here so we can see them. Which one? I think the one I had the most trouble with is at the bottom of the barrel here. Let's see if I got, okay. I think I'm getting it out pretty good here. It has a little blue flower. Maybe the blue flower didn't make it through. This right now is my worst weed. It looks like a little shamrock, right? We could probably start selling this on St. Patty's Day. And that's what it is, an oxalis. And it is really a tough one because it has these little bulblets at the base. I'll run it around my finger there, little bulb at the base. And they come out on runners and stretch out into the soil. And if you leave any of those in the ground, they're going to keep multiplying. If you till up the garden, you just move them from one spot in the garden to the other in most cases. So I'm gonna be honest with you. This is one. Here's the blue flower on it. There it is. I found it. There's a little blue flower that comes with it. Kind of neat little flower. And somebody probably planted that in the garden at one time, thinking, "Boy, that's a nice little colorful flower. I'll add to it." But it multiplies. Here's the secret to this one. This flower produces seed. Okay, and those seeds are what spread the flower, the plant, the weed. Not the bulb. The bulbs will do it too if you move them around, if you till the garden and move the soil around. But the flower, keep the flowers off of it if you want to get them under control. Then you can spot kill these in your garden or landscape. Okay, let's see what else I got in the bag here. Lots of weeds. Oh yes, there's some more of my little oxalis. I'll plant there. Okay, here's one that we found in the garden. And it's got a clover-like weed. This is oxalis, and it has a yellow flower on it, and it just kind of runs along. A couple of flowers on these, and then you get a little capsule, and the little capsule will shoot the seeds a long distance, and that's what spreads this one here. When I was an extension agent, I had people bring me in the little seeds that when they walked across their yard, they got onto their clothing. And they would keep them in a little container and bring them in, and they thought they were fleas, but they weren't. They were just little seeds off of this oxalis, and it just shoots a long distance. So that can be a bad one also. Here's one that bothers a lot of people. These all came out of Joan, my wife's section of the yard, by the way. No. Now here's one that we have a lot of problems with. It's called heart leaf dryberry. That little heart-shaped leaf to it. And when you walk across it, if you let it grow up, when you walk across it, all the little flower portions, seeds attached to your pants. And so you move around, your shoes or anything like that. So anyway, that's heartleaf dryberry. I didn't mention the little oxalis with the yellow flower, heartleaf dryberry. Liquid weed control products selectively for lawns will normally take it out without any problem. The oxalis, pretty much the shamrock type, the Cuban oxalis, purple leaf Cuban oxalis, pretty much purple flower Cuban oxalis, you pretty much have to dig out. Okay, here's one got real big problems with in the yard, and it runs all over the place. Little runners like this, has a pretty blue flower on it. We call it day flower. Okay, and this one here just creeps across the yard. Tough one to get out. I suggest you rake it out. You can rake it out of the lawn even, or you pull it out. Most broadleaf weed killers don't do a good job on this, but maybe if you have St. Augustine, use one of their products for St. Augustine. Okay, how about this one here? I've got a couple of these. It's amazing what weeds you can find in your yard, isn't it, if you look. And here's one here with yellow flowers on it. Has kind of a fancy little leaf at the bottom, and it's a relative of lettuce. And when I was an extension agent, I got a call from a resident, and they want to know, can we eat this? Everybody wants to go out and eat all these things out there. It's okay with me. So I shipped it up to the university. I didn't know. This one here is called hawk's beard or youngia. And I didn't know it was edible. They wrote back and told me it's a lettuce relative and you should be able to eat it. So I wrote back to the person and I told them, I said, as far as we know, it is edible. Let me know if you eat some of it. Never heard back from them, so I'm not sure what that meant. But anyway, lots of weeds out there. Sometimes just better to pull them out and be honest with you. Sometimes you go through and spot kill them, and that will help out as far as getting control on it. So that's some of the things that you have to do in the place. So do this good weed control. Don't let the weeds take over. And this winter, a lot of weeds started to take over, didn't they? Okay, the next thing I have on the do list here is do feed your plants. It's amazing how many of us put plants in the ground, just expect them to grow, and I don't know where we think the fertilizer is going to come from. The birds flying over, I don't know. And my don't on that one is do feed your plants, don't let them starve. And I have lots of fertilizer samples here. I'm not telling you to go out and buy any one, but one like Osmocote, for instance, has been around a long time. The Osmocote product was out there when I was a graduate student, just being developed, and that was well over 40, 50 years ago. So it's still around, probably in approved form. There's one here, another particle. Most of these here are slow release fertilizers. And what we're suggesting is you get something that releases the nutrients over a period of time. You can use the old granule. Somebody says, can I use my 666? Feel free to use your 666, although it gets harder to find 666. Probably going to be 606 because we're suggesting that you don't put down as much phosphorus. Do yourself a favor. Have your soil test done through the university, and it will tell you if you have adequate phosphorus in your soil. If you have adequate phosphorus, you probably don't need to add it anymore. If you're in an old citrus grove, if you've been fertilizing your lawn, you're probably not going to need to add any more phosphorus fertilizer unless you're putting down a new plant, and it may help stimulate the root growth. But release some of these particles like this, you're going to feed your plant regularly. They are more reliable than I am, okay? So tell you what, I forget to fertilize. And something like these particles here are going to fertilize for 3 to 4 months. And then by then you'll probably realize that you need to fertilize again. But there's many products out there that you can use as far as fertilizers. You can use liquid. The little plants that you see in this container here, for instance, I've been getting a liquid fertilizer. Seedlings, when I first grow them, I will go through and use liquid fertilizer half rate once a week, and then I'll step it up to full rate. These here are now getting full rate liquid fertilizer, one that's water soluble, and so they'll get it once a week. There's products specifically for your certain plants like citrus trees. You know, that might not be a bad idea because it has some of the minor nutrients in it that the citrus trees might like. So you might want to go through and get a special product just for that. Okay, we have a question? Yes, go ahead.
10 minutes left, and we have a lot of questions left.
Okay.
Do you worry about sterilizing pots when you're using them?
Not as much as I should. The question is, do I worry about sterilizing pots when I'm reusing them? Not as much as I should. If they've been sitting out, and I have too many pots, and I've just gotten rid of some of them actually. Probably should have kept them now that here's a pot shortage out there. But what I will do, they'll be sitting outside, the weather gets to them, and some of them I haven't used for months and months. And so I figure it's not a problem. I used to go through plastic pots and bleach them down. And if I'm really serious about a plant, worried about a problem, I will. What I will do if it's a container is I will not use the old soil in most cases because I don't know what organisms are built up in it. You know, you're growing the plants in a container, and especially if it's a tomato plant or something like that, make the investment in new soil. Wash the pot down, scrub it down, put new soil in, and grow your plants. You do not need any residual organisms. So the answer is I don't do as much as I should, but it's not a bad idea if you're growing a plant where you might have a questionable problem. Okay?
Should we worry about damping off and starting from seeds?
Good question. Do I worry about damping off? You know, when I was a kid, we used to hear so much about damping off. My dad started lots of plants from seed, and he would get a damping off control solution. If the seedlings are kept in an area with nice air movement, if they're kept where they should be, like these are in full sun, both of these are getting full sun regularly, then I don't have trouble with damping off. If you're trying to grow them inside and they're staying too wet, yeah, you're going to have trouble with damping off. But even if you use a control for damping off, then I think you're going to find that you're not going to get the control. So it's environmental conditions, good potting mix, like we started off with, a good seed germination mix, and give you good air movement, and don't overwater them. And I don't think you're going to have a problem. It's hard to find something for damping off anyway, but air movement, sun, good growing conditions. Okay.
Can you sow wildflower zinnia and marigold seeds right in the ground, or do they have to be done in pots?
Okay, good question also. Can you sow wildflower seeds, marigold, zinnia seeds right in the ground? Yeah, you can, but the trouble is our Florida soils tend to eat seeds, okay? I'll tell you a story. I had a friend of mine, bought a lot of seeds. She was gonna do some gardening articles, and she spent $60 on seeds. She sowed them in the ground, just like the label said. She got almost nothing coming up. Seed company refunded her money, you know, it was a guarantee on them. But what you find is if you start them in these containers, then you know what the conditions are. You know whether the seed's going to come up or not. Wildflower seeds, like we had a call on the radio today about the phlox seeds, the little phlox, the wild phlox, Phlox tremundi, which is native to Texas, but now growing throughout Florida here. That's a miracle seed. That one there, you toss it out, and that seed just seems to grow. It's amazing. So we don't worry about that one, but that's another case. Other seeds, if they're plants that you're serious about, like marigolds and zinnias, start them in containers, start them in cell packs, and then transplant them out into the garden. You can save yourself a lot of money right now doing that for sure. Yes, do we have another question?
So with a large pot, she'd hate to change out all the soil. She's been rotating crops between tomatoes, eggplants, and baby peppers in the future. Is that okay as long as she enriches the soil again?
Okay, remember we started off with a question about the petunia relative. Peppers, eggplants, tomatoes are all related. And so they're going to pick up some of the same diseases. So if you're growing them in a container, then I would change out the soil. I mean, if you've had good luck with your tomatoes, seem to die naturally, then maybe you can go through and reuse it. But I'd still till the soil real good. I'd put some new soil in there with that old soil and give it a try. But when you have a valuable plant like that, you know, tomatoes going to last for several seasons quite often. We've had peppers last for a couple of years and produce for us in the same container. So if your plants are closely related, as the eggplant, and the peppers, and the tomatoes are, I'd change out the soil. Okay.
Have you grown dahlias in Florida?
Have I grown dahlias? Yes, I have. And I've grown nice dahlias in Florida. And I did a newspaper article on a gentleman who raised big dinner plate dahlias, but he did heroic things. He sterilized his soil, which we can't even do these days. But he went through and improved the soil heavily. And he grew great dahlias. I've grown nice looking dahlias. His problem, my problem, everybody else's problem, you can't save the tuber from one year to the other. They rot. They just do not store under Florida's condition. So you have to start them every year. Do I get dahlias every once in a while and plant them? I certainly do, because I love the flowers. And I can tell you, I'll probably get a few of the tubers this year, but they're more difficult to grow and they're not going to last for a long period of time. You get them, you plant them now, you grow them up until summer. Regretfully, the rains come in, they rot out. You're not going to be able to store the tubers. I wish you could. He used to make cuttings, and he'd make cuttings and restart the plants that way, and then he'd get them from one year to the other sometimes. Yes.
We got 5 more minutes. I got 4 questions.
Okay, let's go for it then.
All right. Can you set out, or when do you set out garlic bulbs?
When you set out garlic bulbs is in the fall. October would be probably the end of October would be the latest I would send them out. Garlic bulbs go during the fall into the winter, sometime around March, May, end of April, May. That's when they form their bulbs, and they'll form the cloves if they're going to. Not all of them form cloves. Some of them just form bulbs. You can eat them or you can store them for the next year.
Do you put old soil in compost bins?
I put old soil in the compost bin or in the garden, because in those areas it's mixed in with the other soil, and the microorganisms that are there will take care of any problems that it has. Compost pile, of course, heats up to about 140 degrees. Hopefully it'll knock out the organisms also.
What's the best soil for ginger?
Best soil for ginger is any good potting soil. That's what I use. I fill up my containers with potting soil. I will plant the rhizome. This is a rhizome, which is a swollen stem, in there, and let it grow. And any good potting soil will be just fine.
And then what's the best treatment for loquat trees that have a blackish fungus on them?
Loquat trees with a blackish fungus, probably on the trunks, I would guess, or the limbs. Probably copper fungicide is about the best thing. You probably won't, it'll probably still be a bleeding wound in the tree, and the tree's going to have to heal itself. So just keep the tree as healthy as possible. If you want to put a copper fungicide on there, it may help it out a little bit. Is that the last one?
One last one.
Okay.
Can you put dahlia tubers in the fridge?
No, we don't put, question is, can you put dahlia tubers in the fridge? No, you don't do that. They don't like that type of storage. If you're going to try to store them, keep them in a cool spot, mix them in with some peat moss so they stay on the dry side, but doesn't seem to make a difference. There's one friend of mine that grew them and tried to grow them. He'd wax them to try to keep the moisture in with them and everything during the winter time, and he still lost the dahlia tubers, and that was a problem. One last quick thing, do some pruning. Do pruning judiciously. Don't tabletop your plants. When you do prune them, do selective stem removal. For instance, you want to shorten it a little bit. You can go through and just take that one portion of the stem off, or you cut it back to a joint. I don't like to see tabletop plants. That means hedges that are just topped time and time again back to the same spot. If you do that, it's going to be a problem eventually. We wear our plants out by pruning them. I'll be honest with you, just wear it out. This is a crepe myrtle branch. If you have some seeds up at the top, you can go through, shorten the limbs if you want. You don't need to prune your crepe myrtles at all. Everybody's heard the term crepe murder. I do not like to prune mine back, and we don't. So anyway, just be judicious when you're pruning. Don't over prune any of your plants. Folks, it's been my pleasure. It's been fun, just like the old TV days. You see, you get to ask questions from out in the audience there, and that's kind of neat. And I get to show you some things that I like to do in my landscape. So I want everybody to have a great gardening day and a great gardening spring. Get outside, go over to your garden centers. Remember, you may find some of the plants not there anymore. It's going to take a while for the growers to catch up, especially when we've had some real severe problems in some of the other states, and they may be getting some of our plants too. So have a great gardening day, and anything we can do to help you, we certainly would at your local extension office. Take care. Thank you. It's been my pleasure.
All right, Nita. So next up, we have Nita Villalobos-Bell, who's going to be talking to us about for a colorful and inviting spring garden, plant Florida native wildflowers. Nita's with the Couplet Fern chapter of the Florida Native Plant Society, and you'll need to unmute yourself, Nita, and go ahead and share your screen.
Okay. Okay. So welcome everybody, and thank you for attending this presentation. I want to thank the Extension Office and the Master Gardeners for inviting me. My name again is Nita Villalobos-Bell, and I'm with the Florida Native Plant Society, which is a statewide organization with 33 chapters throughout the state, and your Seminole County chapter is Couplet Fern. It's not all about fern. Sometimes that's confusing. The couplet fern is a very rare fern found only in a couple spots in Central Florida. And the mission of the Florida Native Plant Society is to conserve, preserve, and restore our Florida native plants and their native habitats. So you can't preserve a plant without preserving where it needs to live. It's kind of like you can save the polar bear, but it needs its habitat to live in. So some of the things that they're involved in is they are on a statewide committee to assess public natural lands so that the managers can properly manage it, land management. Also, we do plant rescues. For example, if there's a development, upcoming development, and we get permission, we can go in and rescue some of the plants and replant them other places so they won't be lost. Also, we give out grants for research projects on Florida native plants. So each of the chapters also offer programs, not just on native plants, of course, but the things that are surrounding the native plants, like maybe the native wildlife and the ecology of our environment. So be sure and check out some of your local chapters for that. My goal today is to show you some of the many colorful plants that you can put in your garden, and also to encourage you to plant those. Kind of step out of the box there. Learn a little bit more about the native plants, and hopefully you'll plant them. So not working. We'll try this. My slides are not advancing. I'll take care of. I'll just
Hey,
disconnect.
Nita, your slides aren't advancing, huh?
Pardon?
Said it looks like your slides aren't advancing unless we're still on the first
Yeah,
slide.
that's, let me see if this will work. No, mine aren't advancing either. Yeah, do you mind, can you do that?
Let me see if I can take control. 1 second.
Okay.
So I'm gonna request remote control of your presentation here.
Oh no.
Do you see the request?
I approve.
All right. Let's see if I can do it.
Okay, let's hope so. It's going to be a short. Oh, there we go. Yes, thank you.
All right. I might have clicked twice, so we'll see what happens.
Okay.
So just tell me next slide when you're ready to go to the next.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for stepping in there. Oops. So I say, why native? And I say, well, why not? But just before we do that, let's step back just a second and make sure that everybody knows what a native plant is. It's different in each state. So in Florida, the definition is a plant that was here in Florida prior to the Spanish coming over in 1513. Because when the Spanish came, they brought their own plants and animals with them. So the native plant would be here prior to their arrival. And so now I'm going to say, I mean, that's kind of, you probably don't know what that means, but that's another lecture. So anyway, why native? And next. Oops. There's a sense of place. Florida's beginning started millions of years ago and is unique. Florida is very unique in its beginnings. And I'm going to condense millions of years down to a couple sentences. The first one is Florida was a landmass not attached to North America, but it drifted over and smashed into North America. And then a lot of it was under the water, up and down, and created some pockets here and there of standing water. But when it was underground, underwater, a lot of the sea creatures who died ended up being our limestone, a platform of limestone on Florida. And then the Appalachian Mountains were eroding, and they came down, drifted down into Florida, and brought our quartz sand. So we have a unique situation in our soils here. Then we have our climate is humid and subtropical. Now, a lot of the plants over time, of course, had to adapt not only to our soils, but also to that humid climate. And our rainfall, which is in the summertime compared to a lot of other places, so they had to adjust to that, adapt to that. And all of the other diseases and bacteria and wildlife that came with that. So our rainfall is approximately, and this is probably changing with climate change, but it was stated that it used to be about 60 inches, and it's not the same all over Florida, but about 60 inches per year. So Florida is unique. Our plants are unique. Yes, we are special. Next. So why do I say it's healthier to have native plants? The reason is that we don't have to use pesticides. Along with that, it doesn't mean that native plants may not get diseases, bacteria, insects. but there's also your tolerance level to what's acceptable. When you get a few insects, we want the beneficial bugs to come in and take care of that. And if you have a balanced yard, an environmentally balanced yard, over time, those predators, those beneficial insects will come in and take care of the problem. Unless, of course, it's a cultural issue that's causing problems. You know, maybe it's getting too much water, too little water, that kind of thing. But in the long run, a balanced environment in your yard is going to be healthier for you, your kids, grandkids, and your pets. Okay. Next. And I mentioned the relationship between wildlife. Everybody thinks comes to mind the milkweed and the monarch, but it's more than that. We have fruits and seeds that come just at the right timing of when migratory birds are coming through. Our plants will be putting out seeds at that time. You know, 95% of our North American songbirds they need insects to feed on. That's during migration and for reproduction. The insects and the fat caterpillars provide more nutrients for them. So you want to encourage those insects in your yard because they're good for wildlife, okay? So today I'm going to talk about 3 general topics. And the first one is wildflower suggestions for your spring garden. Now there are many, many, many native plants. You can get different numbers from different sources, anywhere from 2,800 to 3,900, but I'll kind of stay around 3,000. Now, not all of these are available commercially. Some of our native plants are very specific to different areas and they don't survive anywhere else. Some of our native plants can't be easily propagated or live in a homeowner situation because our homeowners, our homes are not what they used to be. We've got a lot of development, soils have been changed over the years. So some of them, they just don't survive. So what I'm going to do is, out of the many wildflower choices, I'm going to give you a few that I particularly like, and even a few that I haven't really had experience with, but I am very anxious to try them as I learn more and more. Don't know everything, but it's always a learning curve. And then I'll give you some planting tips on our native plants and end with resources so that you can explore some more on your own, okay? Now I watched Stacy's presentation this morning and it was wonderful. I know her personally and I have her book. And we overlapped a little bit in some of the plant suggestions, but I'm going to go ahead with these anyway, because maybe you didn't listen to that, or maybe you don't remember all the information. So let's go with it. The common name is called tick seed. And if you look at the left flower at the bottom, I guess the name was the little seeds were supposed to look like ticks, which doesn't sound very pleasant, but that would be how it got its name. Although the other coreopsis don't necessarily have a little dark center. So our coreopsis species, there's about 12 to 14 different ones, but not all of them, again, are available to homeowners for gardening. 2 of the most common ones that you have available to you, and I have these in my yard, love them, The first one on the left is Coreopsis leavenworthii. It likes more of a moist soil, and it has a, how can I say this, basal. The basal leaves will stay. So when they bloom, you'll still have some left. On the right, lanceolata, it likes more of a dry soil, and it does die back. Both of these can be pretty prolific seeders, and actually that's a good thing, because you can, if you leave a little bit of bare space, you can see it on the right, then you will get more of these flowers. After they die back, they will come back. One of the things that happened to me, and this was like an experiment I did just last week, is I saw all the little seedlings come up for the one on the right. And it was a blanket of all these little seedlings. And this friend came by and he goes, "Oh, you've got a bunch of weeds in that area." And I go, "Nope, I know my plants. I know what the little seedlings look like." So if you're not familiar with what they look like when they're young, you may just pull them all out as weeds. So what I did, like I said, this was an experiment. I've never done this. I scooped them up below the soil line. So I got the roots and I potted them in plants. And I got 14 pots, 1-gallon pots, but I'm going to spread them out through the rest of my yard. Okay, next. Salvia. There's about 8 native salvia species in Florida, and probably 2 of these are the most commonly one used, although like I said, there's others. On the left are the tropical sage. And it can get to be about 3 or 4 feet tall. It likes it dry. And you can see the tubular flowers. Of course, it's going to attract hummingbirds. However, it will also attract long-tongued bees. You know, there are butterflies that have short tongues or long tongues. There's bees that have short tongues or long tongues. So the tubular flower can attract more than hummingbirds to your yard. The one on the right is Salvia lyre leaf sage. And you can see some of the leaves they're supposed to look like the musical instrument, the lyre. And sometimes it can have like a purple line through where the midrib is of the leaf. Again, some tubular flowers. And this one, however, does not die all the way back. You see those basal leaves there. When it's done flowering, you can just cut off the stalk and hopefully it will re-sprout into another stem with all these little tubular flowers on it. Okay. Milkweed. So many milkweeds, native milkweeds. There's about 21 different species in Florida. Again, not all available. These are probably, again, some of the more common ones that we have. The one on the left is more pinkish, and it likes more moist soil. On the right, the white one, actually the little buds come out a little pinkish, and then when they open up, they are white. And that one is also a moist soil, moist soil requirement. The orange one is called tuberosa, milkweed, Asclepias tuberosa. Now, all the milkweeds will attract your monarch butterflies. However, be aware that everybody talks about the monarchs and saving the monarchs, but it also is the host and larval food for the queen butterfly. And you may be surprised, for some moths. Most plants, when they supply or they pump out their nectar to attract pollinators, some of them do it sporadically, or when there's a pollinator around, they can pump out more because it does drain, you know. I mean, it can be sucked all the way out, and then they have to manufacture some more of that sugary nectar for the pollinators to come. But the milkweeds, or native milkweeds, will actually produce nectar during the day and at night when the moths are out. So we're all sleeping and the moths are out there gathering around your native milkweed. There's the milkweed tussock moth, dogbane tiger moth. So that, I think that's kind of interesting, and also know that you're helping a lot of other wildlife. Another reason to plant our natives is because they die back. Now, most people want to buy the Mexican milkweed. It has different names: tropical milkweed, Mexican milkweed, because it stays evergreen during the winter. But there's a problem with that if you're not already familiar with it. The milkweeds have this protozoan organism that is in the milkweed. And when the butterfly lays their egg on the milkweed and it hatches, all of those spores can get all over the caterpillar. And the damage happens when it's in the chrysalis. It can either die or it can come out deformed. That's the reason why our milkweeds die back in the winter, so that it allows the monarchs to fly down to South America. On their way back in the spring, that's when our milkweeds come out, flourish, and provide nectar and plant for their long migration back up north to Canada. So please reconsider using tropical milkweed or Mexican milkweed, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so twin flower. There's about 3 different native species of twin flower. And the name is because you can see the little one down in the middle on the left side of the screen. The two flowered coming out of the axil. And this is indicative of a twin flower. However, that doesn't always have the 2 flowers, so you can't count on that. Again, these are 2 different species of the plant. The one on the left is oblongifolia, which is more of a dry soil plant. The one on the right is humistrata. And to me, that kind of is a signal to me: humistrata, humid, wet. So it does need more of a wet soil. They can decline in the wintertime, but they can just reseed and they sprawl. It's a great ground cover, whether you want it to integrate with some of your other wildflowers, or keep it in a confined area, you know, where it's surrounded maybe by a sidewalk or a building, that kind of thing. What's kind of fun about these plants is that it is the host, the larval food for the common buckeye. So if you have these plants, be sure and look at the leaves for small little green, which might blend into the leaves. Those are the eggs, small little green eggs of the common buckeye. And what I want to say about that is butterflies, when you're looking for their eggs, the different butterflies lay their eggs on in different spots on the plant. For example, when you look for the little yellow milkweed, the monarch eggs, you have to look underneath the leaf and you'll see the little yellow eggs there. This one, you can look on the top. The viceroy butterfly, which lays its eggs on willow, they actually lay their eggs on the edges of the leaf. So you know how you have to be very observant and kind of look all over when you want to find these little treasures in your yard. Next. Okay. These are called false rosemary, and you can see why. It's got these stubby little leaves, and that would be indicative of something that lives in a dry area because they're conserving water. It's also in the mint family. And the mints have these very specific looking flowers indicative of the mint. It has, you can see in there, some nectar guides, little spots that go from the edge of the leaf and goes deep down into the throat. So this is what the pollinators look for. It's like landing lights at an airport. And they can go in there and extract the nectar from the mint. And this is also called, well, its common name is called pineland. And when I think of pineland, I also think of dry. But, and again, it dies back in the wintertime. But it comes back in spring just in time for all our pollinators. Next. Asters. This is golden aster. Asters have probably some host species, different species, numerous flowers in this aster family. And they're most valuable to our insects and our pollinators because you can see it's got those flat petals on the outside called ray flowers, and then the real flowers are all scrunched up in the middle. So that's, you'll know it's in the daisy family by that. Of course, there are many different genus and species in that, as I mentioned. I haven't done any asters because they can reseed very aggressively, but I'm going to try them because they are so valuable. Some of the other ones that are available are Chrysopsis floridana or the Scabrella, which is more on the coast. But this should be a good candidate in a garden. Next. Ruellia. This is wild petunia. Again, this is one that Stacy talked about. It's in the same family as when we looked at the twin flower, which also had little blue flowers or little purple bluish kind of flowers. It's in the family Acanthaceae, which means exploding seeds. So as she mentioned, be prepared for this. I've never seen it explode, but I think that would be a real treat. I'll have to go out there and wait for that. And there's about 20 different species in this family, which are wild petunias, Thunbergia, which one of the species is black-eyed Susan, vine, not the flower, but the vine. This is also a host plant for the common buckeye. And the flower opens just once and dies, but it's so continuous on all the stems that you have flowers for a very, very long time. Next, bee balm. I never had an appreciation for this. It's one of those plants that the flowers are stunning, absolutely stunning. Again, if you look at the top, those are the little flowers, and actually the petals around it are not part of the flower, really. I think they're bracts or something. Anyway, again, in the mint family, you can test for square stem, opposite flowers, and a fragrant scent. These again will just take over, so you need space for them. But in my yard, I have never ever seen so many native bees on this plant, little insects all over. And we have, if you're not familiar, we have about 300 native bees in Florida. And most of them live in the ground. So it's always a good idea to leave patches of bare space for these native bees to live. Most of them don't sting. And most of them are solitary. They don't live in those big nests like the wasps or honeybees. They don't make honey. They won't swarm after you. They're just busy feeding on the nectar and pollinating. This will die back, and what I've done is just sort of gathered them all up because I know that the seed bank will be in the soil for when spring comes again. One of my favorite plants. Okay, next. Back to the aster. Berlandaria is green eyes. Here, the disc flower you can see in the center has green bracts underneath it, and that's where it gets its name, green eyes. And so it is it can adapt pretty well to much areas as long as it's well drained and tuberous root so that it is very, very drought tolerant and can grow back after it dies back in the winter. But you'll know where it is because the basal leaves at the bottom of the stems will stay there. So it's not like you're wandering around looking where the plant is. You'll know where to look for it to come up in spring. Next. Oh, mist flower. Oh boy. Mist flower is mist flower is, you want me to skip that one. The mist flower has only the disc flowers and none of the petals, and it can spread all over too. Blue color means like heavenly, celestial, the blue color, but they can come in different colors. Okay, so now we have to start some tips on planting. You're going to hit the bullseye here for success with these 3 tips. One is be sure to clear the area. There's going to be perhaps a lot of weeds and weed seeds in there. So it's going to take a little time to make sure your clearing area is ready to put in your plants. You want to choose diversity of plants. Don't put in all spring plants in your garden because most of them are going to die back. What you can do to mitigate that is start some of your fall blooming flowers, and also put in a couple anchor plants, things that don't die back. Some Kunti or maybe Penta, something like that, which is not native. But at least you'll have something there to look at. So you also want to choose different flower shapes, you know, the disc flower, the flat open asters, the tubular flowers, clusters of flowers are very popular with pollinators. Then to establish it, when you dig your hole, fill it with water and let it drain. You might be surprised, different areas of your yard can drain or not drain, which may change the choice of plant that you had. From maybe a wet to a dry, more dry kind of flower if it doesn't drain fast enough for you. Also, you want to set the bottom of the plant on the level of the ground, and you want to plant it maybe a ½ inch above the soil line, so as it sinks in our soft soils. And also tease the roots before you put it in the ground. When you put the soil back in, no amendments, no fertilizer, nothing. And water in after each layer to get rid of the air pockets. So it might take about, probably want to keep an eye on it. If it wilts a little bit, water it again. And also maybe 1 to 2 weeks, whatever you think it starts adjusting to your soil. Okay. Next. There we go. Okay, so this just kind of wraps up what I said before, is plant some diversity in the different kinds of plants that you have, and plan for the future for fall blooming ones. Okay. Next. Okay, this is the end. These resources, these are some of my favorite books. Not one book can tell you everything for sure, and you might find some variation in what's in the books, but in particular, I like the top left one by Rufino Osorio. He talks about motility, which is, does it have underground runners? Are they on top? Do they have stolons? Do they have exploding seeds? That kind of thing. The one in the middle by Gil Nelson, I like that particular one because he has pictures up close and further away, and also drawings, so you can get a better idea other than just looking at a picture. Craig Hegel has a lot of books, and his approach is, it's like he's talking to you and you can learn from his experience. Two of his books here are great for the wildflowers and what attracts our wildlife. And then Stacy's and Nancy Bissett's new book is great. I've also got that one. She does like care, how to take care of the plant after it's in the ground, what to expect there. Also, I did not talk about seeds. There's the link, the second one from the bottom, to buy Florida native seeds. You don't want to buy them from out of state. And then check out the Florida Wildflower Foundation, second one from the top. They have excellent publications on many different topics about wildflowers and how to start a wildflower garden and menu. the Florida Native Plant Society. They have a lot of information on native plants, as well as the Florida Native Nurseries has information about flowers and where to buy them at native nurseries. I've wrapped it up. Thank you so much for attending. And I hope you're encouraged to go out and expand your gardening experience.
Thank you, Nita. We actually have a lot of questions for you.
Uh-oh.
So Bassam wants to know, what's the difference between wildflowers and weeds?
Oh my goodness. The difference is that weeds, of the typical definition is it's not wanted. And what we call wildflowers, in some people's perception, can be a weed to them. But we native plant lovers call them wildflowers because they have a relationship with our wildlife and they provide benefits to our environment. So it's all a matter of perception. What's beauty in the eye of the beholder?
How tall do the two native salvias grow that you showed?
Tropical salvia, the red one, can actually get, oh my gosh, mine got up to like 3 feet. And as it starts dying back, I leave the dead stems so that they can spread more seeds. And then I just cut them back, the dead ones, the dead stems, I just cut them back last week because the bottom was flushing out again. So those is a new growth. And then the lyre leaf sage is only about maybe a couple of feet. It spreads by runners and it's only a couple of feet tall.
Is the tuberosa milkweed hard to grow from seed? Do you have any suggestions on growing it from seed?
I am not positive, but I do know that the Growers Association, the Native Plant Growers Association, they do have milkweed seeds. And I believe on the packets that they send, they tell you how to sow them. Also, on the Florida Wildflower Foundation, they will tell you how to sow many of the seeds. So they may be like a little bit more difficult, but it can be done, yes.
The two pictures of wild petunia had different leaves. Are they a different variety? I think you actually had the Mexican petunia and the native on that one, right?
No, the wild petunia, they were both the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I did not have the wild petunia does not get very tall, maybe only 1 to 2 feet, you know, where the Mexican one can get very, very tall. And so, yeah, they was the same.
All right. Do you have any suggestions for anchor plants in the garden?
Anchor plants. In the garden in general, I'm sort of gone over the top with my kuntis. The reason I like kuntis is because they don't do much. They just sit there, they're green, they may get some hail, but if they get some insects on them, you can just cut the top of those fronds all off and it will reflush with new green fronds. So they are so easy care. They go in part shade, they go in the sun, they go dry, they go moist. So that's one of my favorite go-to anchor plants.
All right. And I put blanket flower in the fall. When can I anticipate seeing it sprout up again?
Say that again, please.
I planted blanket flower in the fall. When can I anticipate seeing it sprout again?
Oh, okay. I don't have a specific date. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, probably as we get a little warmer, though, it should be popping up.
Yep.
All right. Well, that is all the questions that have been typed into the Q&A. So again, thank you so much for joining us today, Anita.
And
that was a really
for helping me out there.
You're the second one to have that problem today.
I know. Isn't that bizarre? Yeah. Well,
especially
anyway.
after we practiced. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate being invited. It was great. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Awesome. All right, so next up for our speakers today will be Robert Bowden, who is the Executive Director at Lou Gardens. And Robert's going to be talking to us about edible gardening. We still have about 2 minutes before his time slot is up. So we'll go ahead and get that all prepped and ready to go at 3 o'clock.
Katie, can you tell me how many people were on?
63.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, and 10 on Facebook, I'm told. So 73.
Have there ever been more than that at any time?
All right. Robert, do you have a PowerPoint that you're using, or are you going to be just sharing from your screen?
You have that?
Yep, got your screen share. Awesome.
Good. You want me to go to presentation mode, or is this okay?
Presentation mode probably would be best.
Let's try it. Does that work?
Yeah, that looks beautiful. I like that picture.
Yay.
All right.
Wish
It
I
is.
could take credit for it.
It is 3 o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and get started with our second to last talk of the day. We have Robert Bowden here, who again is the Executive Director at Lou Gardens, and he's going to be talking to us about eating our yards.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody? I've really enjoyed listening to all of the speakers. I'm going to share the video for a little while. Woohoo, boy, that's an ugly picture, isn't it? So one of the things that we've noticed at the garden since the pandemic is that everyone is interested in growing their own food. It may be they don't want to go to the store. Maybe they discovered that maybe they really do know how to cook after all. But for whatever reason it is, people are really involved and want to grow their own food. And there's lots of reasons why. I don't know if I could just get the thing to move forward and backwards. That would help a lot. So I'm going to go back out of the full screen, maybe. Maybe if I don't show my ugly face, that would help. I don't know. For some reason, I'm not getting a forward and backward here.
Let me try taking control real quick and giving it back to you. 1 second.
Okay.
I'm going to request remote control from you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And now let me give it up and see if that fixed it. If it didn't, I can just control your PowerPoint. But if you can control it, that would be probably more convenient.
I don't see it.
All right. I'm taking control. You're going to have to tell me next slide when you want to go next slide, Robert.
Oh, this is fun. Yeah, well, that's good. All right, we're going to switch.
Yep.
Maybe.
Oh.
There we go. Now, there's a lot of transitions and animations, so you'll just have to work with me. All right.
Yep.
So the question really is, why don't we all grow our own food? I mean, think about it. 2015, Americans spent almost 30 billion, that's billion with the B, on lawn care. It's just horrible. And wouldn't it be great if you could take some of that space up with growing food instead? The nation's grass requires 9 billion gallons of water every day to keep green. That's why I hate golf courses. And I apologize to all the golfers out there. But next. Number 3. Next again. So The Environmental Working Group discovered illegal pesticides on 42 fruits and vegetables. And every year they publish the dirty vegetable list, and strawberries, bell peppers, and cherries are always there at the top. I'm surprised tomato isn't in there, but you think about it. If it takes that many different types of poisons to grow the vegetable, maybe that would not be a good plant to start with if you're just starting out. Because we do know that strawberries, bell peppers with the chili thrips and things like that, a little difficult to grow here. So we're going to start out with some of the easier things. Okay, next. So why do people garden? Well, number one, it tastes better. You and I all know that when you take a bite of lettuce that's grown hydroponically versus a bronze mignonette butter crunch lettuce that you grew in your own yard, everybody knows the difference on how the tomatoes taste. That's probably the number one reason why people want to save money too. One of the things I've noticed, my wife won't let me go to the grocery store anymore because I keep complaining about how much things cost. You know, peaches are $2.49 a pound, and a bunch of beets at the $1.79 a pound. You know, I can grow 250 beets for the price of a single package of beets, which is $2.50. So what are you going to do? And you have quality. Think about how long it takes your beans to get from point A to point B, meaning your table. It's pretty bad, and all the carbon that it takes to transport that back and forth. Next. So it's not necessarily true in Florida because we are a large agricultural state, but on average in America, the vegetables that appeared on a citizen's plate last night for dinner traveled 1,500 miles to get there. And that's wrong for all the reasons. So next. Next.
There we go.
So when you go to the grocery store, it says fresh. You know, it says fresh vegetables there over the store, and well, they're certainly fresher than frozen and fresher than canned. But on average, these vegetables, which are really selected for being able to pack them and to ship them and the shelf life. Next. So the green bean harvest today will lose 50% of its nutrient value in 7 days. Now, I'd like to tell you that the fresh green beans that you ate in the store last night were only a day or two old. But I remember when my wife and I, 48 years ago, eloped from Cleveland, Ohio to Key West, Florida. The sign over the fresh fish market in Key West, Florida said, if you can't see the water, the fish isn't fresh. It's the same thing with growing in your vegetable garden. If you didn't grow it, you don't know how old it is or how long it's been there. Next. So energy and water have to be spent on maintaining any landscape. We all know that. It costs money, as I said, nearly $30 billion to maintain our lawns last year. We have to spray the trees. We have to spray for bugs. We have to fertilize the lawn. We have to spray. We have to get Massey to come in and spray for chinch bugs and all of that. Next. So energy and water must be spent on growing food, right? We all know that. It takes fertilizer, it takes water, it takes 8 hours of full sun. So I'm hoping that maybe you're saying that there's energy in maintaining turf. There's energy in maintaining and growing food. There amounts of water may be the same, maybe less, maybe more. But the bottom line is, next, why not take all that energy that's being spent on landscaping and have it serve a dual purpose? I mean, you can't eat grass. You can't eat Caliandra. You can't eat shrubs. So next. So this replaced not someone's. This was a friend of mine up in Seattle. But everything in this garden is edible. So you have rosemary there. You have sage. You have purple basil. In the container, you've got laurel leaf. Everything in that garden next is edible. But you don't have to have a big piece of yard to do it. You can plant in garbage cans or ordinary pails. The pail on the right cost me $2.50 at Home Depot. And look at the things that are in there. Can you see my arrow when I do this? Maybe not. Well, anyway, we have fennel, and we have oh my gosh, this is savory on the right. You have parsley, you have syllabum, you've got fennel, you've got dill, just in that one pail. And you have two different kinds of parsley. In the garbage can next door, you've got tomatoes, you have eggplants, you have nasturtiums. So whether you own a big piece of property or no property at all, you can grow your own food. Next. And gardening doesn't have to be perfunctory. It doesn't have to be boring. Here we've taken, this is at my parents' home up in Ohio, where we've taken apples and trained them into a form of espalier, where we can grow a lot of fruit on a wall or a fence, or in this case, as a living wall, instead of a fence to separate your one neighbor from another, from your front yard to the next front yard. Why not plant espalier? We do that a lot at Lou Gardens. Here we have wonderful classes on how to perform espalier. And I know everyone thinks it's an advanced horticultural technique, but quite honestly, it's not. All you really need more than anything is a little patience. You just can't go out there every day and fuss with it at all. You've got to let it do its thing. Next. So in 2018, the legislature passed and Governor DeSantis signed a law that said people in Florida are allowed to plant vegetables in their front yard. Believe you me, it was an upstage battle. And this is not necessarily true for anyone living in HOAs, but how wonderful is it where we have a couple with a small child who probably has a backyard, but by looking at the landscape, there probably isn't a lot of sunlight back there. It's probably taken up with a patio and probably a swing, maybe a barbecue patio, things like that. So you really oftentimes don't have enough room to plant in the back. Maybe the backyard is too wet. Any number of reasons. Why not bring all this stuff into the front yard? And you're going to have neighbors walk by, neighbors you've probably never seen before, and the neighbors are going to start talking to you. Oh, that's an interesting plant right there. What is that? Oh, well, that's a Listia digandi. That's a variegated purple and white eggplant. Let me cut that for you and take it home so you can enjoy it. You've got a new friend. And so here, what a wonderful way to introduce not only neighbors, but friends and your family to growing food in the front yard where maybe you might not have been able to do it before. Next. So these people live, this is how do I describe it? This is government subsidized housing. And there was a move afoot from the government to take this property and use it for basketball courts but bottom line is they didn't want to maintain it anymore. They didn't want to cut the grass. They didn't want to have to cut the shrubs and trim the shrubs and spray the shrubs. So the people in this subsidized housing said, could we create a garden? Can we grow food there that'll help us get better nutrition? We could grow food for those people who might not be able to afford going to the grocery store. Can we take that area across the street and get rid of all the grass and grow a vegetable and herb garden instead? Well, you can imagine the work that it took to make that happen, but it did in fact happen. And now there are about 25 people. This is just a small part of it, about 25 people who maintain this area, and they provide lots and lots of food for many of the older residents that simply can't afford or can't grow their own food. Next. And this is, if you just take the camera and go 90 degrees, this is not subsidized housing, but there was a park across the street, and the Parks Department continued to spray it, continued to mow it, and the neighbors, quite honestly, just got fed up with it and said, we'd really rather you didn't spray it. We don't like the sound of the lawnmowers when they come in here all the time. Can we build a garden? Can we plant herbs? Can we plant vegetables? And it became a sort of a communal community garden. You weren't given a bed and this was yours. This is in Philadelphia, actually. Next. So these are the people that maintain that little garden. And isn't it wonderful? Now, I want you to look at the skin color on all these people. Gardening is one of those wonderful things everybody has to eat. And whether you're black or whether you're Asian or whether you're from Poland, I don't care where you are, you have to eat. And the great news about all of this is that you can share all of the different cultures and learn about the other people that live on the planet with you. And so the lady that's in the white shirt with the necklace on above the little girl on the left, she's from Poland, hadn't been in this country very long. And she started growing vegetables that no one else in that entire group had ever seen before. And so this person gets to begin talking with this person, and that person begins talking with this person. And then they begin to share recipes. And then they invite one over for breakfast or one over for dinner, or one for tea. It isn't, I get goosebumps talking about this. It isn't just gardening, it's people. We have to live on the same planet. We all have to get along. And that's a wonderful thing that gardening can do. Next. So this is a community garden in Sarasota. When the city of Orlando began a community garden program, and same thing in, throughout Central Florida, Blue Gardens has helped over 30 different organizations or 30 different gardens be created. This is one that was in Sarasota that we went to look at. And it has pollinators, it has flower, it has vegetables and herbs. There's a bird bath there to encourage birds to come to the garden so they'll eat the bugs. So vegetable gardening, herb gardening doesn't have to look like fleet farming, just rows and rows of vegetables in front of someone's house. It can be attractive, and you need the pollinators. We are so fortunate in Florida to be able to have over 400 different wasps and bees that are native to the state. And we need every one of those to help us in our garden. Next. Now, this is a community garden in Philadelphia. And this used to be a very large piece of property that was owned by an individual. And it was vacant. Their house was on the property, but they had a big backyard. And so a group of people got together and went to the owner and said, there's a lot of people that could really benefit from growing fresh vegetables and herbs. Would you be willing to give up your yard so we can put in a community garden and be able to provide food for those people who can't afford it? And the individual said, absolutely. I hate cutting that grass. There's so many things I could have done with it, but I didn't. Help yourself. So, you know, they signed all the insurance waivers and everything, but what a wonderful opportunity in downtown Philadelphia. Now, just as an aside, that second bed, um, these are all 4x12. They're 2x10s, and there was a young lady who was working in that garden, and the rest of the group went somewhere else, and I stayed behind and talked to this young lady for about an hour and a half. Turns out she was asking questions on how she could maximize the space. How can I grow the maximum amount of vegetables in the limited space? She paid $1 a month for this space. Turns out she was homeless. About a block and a half away, in the shadow of the City of Philadelphia Department of Education, she lived in a cardboard box. So this garden was not a Martha Stewart experiment for her. This was life. This is how she got nourishment. So you can imagine the problem she has when it snows and gets cold up there. But she lived on this garden, and for me to be able to spend some time with her and tell her how she could make the best use of what limited space she had was something I'll never forget. Next. So here in back of a church where they have lots and lots of property, they didn't want to keep spraying it. They didn't want to have to keep cutting it. This garden has quadrupled in size. It's so effective. There are a group of 16 or 17 volunteers that got together and said, there are a lot of people that could use fresh food. And I wouldn't mind growing a squash myself. I just simply don't have the yard. So this was the very first attempt at a vegetable garden on church property. And then, as I said, there are a total of 10 beds in this picture in the initial phase. Now there's over 50 beds, and the number of volunteers has increased to 25. And the people that maintain the garden get first pick of all the things that are there because they're the ones that put in the effort. And then, and well, not surprisingly enough, they take just a bare minimum of what they would like to cook, and then they share everything else with all the parishioners in that church, especially those who can't afford to grow their own or don't have a place to grow their own. Next. So at Jones High School, right here in Orlando, there's a class of students who, for lack of a better term, are called throwaway kids. These kids are stupid. These kids don't have a chance in life because they're just dumb and they're never going to amount to anything. So we're just going to push them through until they graduate. And then, you know, what happens after that, we don't care. That's awful. These are human beings. So a good friend of mine, Mr. Brooks, who he and I were in Rotary together. His son, Byron Brooks, was the CEO for the city of Orlando and now is the chief administrative officer for Orange County here in Central Florida. He and I got together and said, these kids need help. No one's paying any attention to them. They have no skills. At the very least, let's teach them how to grow their own food. So again, we found a plot that the school had that they were mowing and they were fertilizing and they were spraying all these horrible chemicals on it. And we said, let's teach them how to grow their own food. And so a week before the planting, I took the rototiller from Lou Gardens, and we rototilled beds that were 50 feet long and 40 feet wide. And since then, we have multiplied these times 2 or 3. And it was the soil wasn't that good, but we were just hoping to show them how things grew. So the day that we were getting ready to plant this garden with the students to show them how to grow their own food, Mr. Brooks pulled up in his pickup truck and pulled down his tailgate, and then there was a bag from Publix. And he started pulling out bags of soup beans, frijoles negros, lima beans, kidney beans, navy beans, cannellini beans. Now, I buy seeds from Territorial, Johnny Select Seeds, Burpees, Ball. I really respected Mr. Brooks because he and his family had a farm up in Sanford, 5 acres. So clearly this man knew how to farm, but he was getting up there in years, like me. And I didn't want to say this isn't going to work, but again, showing respect for Mr. Brooks. I said, Mr. Brooks, what are you going to do with all these soup beans? Oh, well, we're going to plant them. Again, full respect. Mr. Brooks, I'm sorry, but those are soup beans. You can't plant soup beans in the ground. They're for soup. He said, yes, you can. Again, wanted to keep my mouth quiet. I didn't go into any detail. So he'd had his little cultivator and he made the rows, and the students went and he had black-eyed peas, kidney beans, the whole thing. And you know how many, there's what, a couple thousand beans in a bag of soup beans for $1.25? And aisle 4 of Publix or whatever, So I said, okay, I'll go through the motions and we'll go ahead and we'll plant these and we'll show the kids how to do it, knowing full well, of course, that we were going to have to come back in a couple of weeks and replant them with real seeds, right? I came back 2 weeks later, everything had come up. It was the most beautiful thing you have ever seen. I saw garbanzo beans for the very first time. I had never planted black-eyed peas before. These things were the most beautiful vegetables you have ever seen. So you're never, I guess the moral to that story is you're never too old to learn. And don't think you know everything, because you never will. Next. So we encourage you to roll back, party along, and take that old tradition of surrounding your home with a landscape that produces food. Now, when we talk about edible landscape, when we're talking about things like fruit, trees, and berries, vegetables, herbs, edible flowers, we talked about nasturtiums, any kind of ornamental plant that's aesthetics pleasing that adds to the design and isn't solely vegetables, fruit, trees. You can intermix all these things together and get an incredible landscape. Next. Now, there's some things that you need to consider, especially if your garden is in the front yard. You may be real excited about having vegetables in your front yard or in your backyard, but as the neighbors walk by, they may not be so keen on the idea. So as we begin this, we need to remember that you're not the only one that lives in your neighborhood. So let's really think this through. Instead of just planting multiple rows of beans in your front yard, like a couple clubs do, let's spend just a little bit more time and create something that has some aesthetic credibility as well. So create some secondary and primary focal points. Easy to do. Next. So use plantings and landscape to define the spaces for uses and experiences. So you're going to do the same thing with ornamental plants. Just substitute your ornamental plants with vegetables or herbs or fruit trees instead. A flowering peach tree, a flowering cherry tree, It's just as easy to grow as a flowering peach that you get food from. They grow exactly the same. They require the same amount of fertilizer and water. But if you're going to plant a peach tree, why not plant a peach tree that flowers as well? And work consciously with color and texture and keep in mind the blooming and fruiting seasons. You don't want a big, strong spring and then have it look really bad the rest of the summer into the fall. If you plan properly, you do a little research, you take some classes at the cooperative extension or a botanical garden like ours, you can learn some of those things and then take that and put that in your front yard. Next. So pay attention on how you lead your eye from one part of the garden to the other. And we'll see that in just a moment. We can do that with pathways. You see a pathway that heads out and kind of leads around the corner. Your eye are unconsciously led around that corner. You unconsciously want to see what's down that path. We deal with a lot of landscape architects at Lou Gardens, and I'm on several committees around the states. We talk a lot about landscaping and landscape architects. Bill Evans, who was the landscape architect for Disneyland and Disney World and Tokyo and China and all the other places, always wanted to see plants planted in large groupings. So my father-in-law is a perfect example. He would grow one geranium and one marigold and one petunia, and he'd put them in a bed. And Bill Evans used to call that a dog's breakfast. I'm not going to go any further than that, but it's awful. It just looks awful. It looks busy. There's no continuity. So if you can, plant in big swoops so you can maximize the effect. So instead of one Swiss chard with bright yellow stems, maybe a dozen Swiss chard as a border would be much more appropriate. And don't forget to include things like chairs and arbors and gazebos, containers, hanging baskets, window boxes. All of these things can grow flowers as well as food. Next. And make sure the plants do double duty. You know, if you're going to plant a tree, plant a deciduous tree on the south side of your house so it gives you lots of shade in the summertime, but it warms your house in the wintertime. It's good use of plants and they're relatively free. So explore the potential. Here, look at this. This is just amazing to me. We've got amaranthus in the back. We have red stem, a variety of Swiss chard called rhubarb. And I have that in the gardens at Lou Gardens in our vegetable garden, and they see rhubarb and they assume it's rhubarb. Well, it's not. It's Swiss chard, but the variety is called rhubarb. So you can have edible walls, you can have edible vines, espalier fruit trees, which we talked earlier. So you can grow decorative borders of edibles. A few years back, I planted a large bed in my front yard with bok choy. And the bok choy was the variety that gets about 6 to 8 inches tall. And it was absolutely incredible. Because behind the bok choy were nasturtiums. And so we have bok choy and nasturtiums, and it's very pretty. It's all filled. It's very nice. None of the neighbors knew that both of those plants were edible. So I'd go out early in the morning and I'd harvest a couple bok choy leaves, and I'd harvest a couple nasturtium flowers and leaves, all edible, but again, dual purpose. Go ahead, next. So these arbors and the other things that I've talked about don't have to be, Kmart, Walmart varieties. You can take some nice pieces of wood and create things like this that have high architectural merit. Everything that you see in this picture is edible. What an incredible trellis that is for plants to grow on. Next. And if you don't want a wall, maybe you could have a Florida version of an English border. And you see in the front, for instance, there's okra growing there, and further down, there are a number of herbs and so on going on. So this is very well prepared. It's very architectural, but it serves a dual purpose because you can plant herbs and vegetables in front of this as well. Next. So some of the pergolas that we're growing things on can be fancy. If you look carefully at that pergola on the left, that's kiwi vine growing up there, and of course there's a pretty basic tomato teepee, but extended. And if any of you have bamboo, you know that you want to cut some of that dead bamboo out anyway because it's really bothering you. Why don't you make use of it? And now you can plant any number of things like this, including cucumbers. What a great arbor that would be for cucumbers. Next. So as I said, you want to put things in your garden, accessories. In this case, these are some pretty low maintenance paths, wouldn't you agree? But I don't know about you, but I want to see what's around that corner up there in the left-hand side photograph. Now those are just stones that are embedded in dirt. So this isn't something that's going to be a lot of maintenance for you. You don't even have to sweep it because it's dirty anyway. And then the one on the right, you just lay some paver bricks and lay the rock down and then infill with pebbles. What an attractive path that could be. Next. And it doesn't take a lot of money. I especially like this one. This has a driveway on the left, as you can see. And then those are granite stones that were used as ballast. This is at my home up in Long Island. And those are ballast stones for the ships when they came over. And then I took shale, which was often used as roofing tile, and instead of laying it flat, I put it up on edge. So I'm getting a multitude of textures there. And then I use chipped brick on the right side. So you get a multiple use of different materials on that. And I just really enjoy the texture. Next. So talk about focal points. If you remember, after 9/11, Robin Stuckey had a contest where they would have prominent people in the state create a chair, and then all these chairs would be auctioned off, and the monies then would go to the 9/11 fund. Well, all the football coaches, they did it, the governors, the mayors of all the cities, they all did it. We wanted to do something special, so we created this chair out of cryptanthus and tillandsias. So the pink are the cryptanthus, and those are embedded in oasis bricks. This is all built on rebar and chicken wire, and we put it all together and took it to Robin Stuckey, and then they had this big party. I mean, it was a great party, and all the funds. I'm very proud to tell you that Lou Gardens chair won Best of Show and was able to garner over $6,000 in donations through an auction, and all that money went to the 9/11. So here you have a beautiful focus, and and as far as I know, it's still alive. It just needs to be watered from time to time. Next. So also in my home up in Long Island, I had a small stream, and I had a rock, and it was just a rock. and it was too big for me to move it. So what did I do instead? I carved it. I got some equipment together and I carved this leaf. So it isn't just about vegetables. It isn't just about fruit trees. It's about decoration. It's about fulfillment of a potential of any given landscape. Okay, next. So a perfect example of doing double duty. The path on the right, everything in that picture is edible. Now that probably goes 200, 250 feet. Wonderful use of stepping stones and lots of different forms of sage and different forms of, there's actually a boxwood basil. It's called boxwood basil, and it, in all purposes, it looks just like boxwood, but it's actually basil. And if you look on the right, there's nothing there that's edible. However, what a wonderful way to get your guests from one point to the other through your garden. Next. So again, I understand this is a big space. This is Meyer Gardens up in Michigan. But my point for bringing this up is they very easily could have planted turf on both sides of that walkway going up to the conservatory. But how boring would that be? Think of how boring your front yard or your backyard is. Why not plant it? And why not plant it with things that you can eat? The great thing about vegetables is that you don't have to go to a garden center or home improvement store and buy expensive plants that somebody else has already grown. You can grow these yourself. So instead of growing 5 marigolds, maybe you grow 30 marigolds and plant them in these big groups like you see here on the path on the left-hand side. Well, I have a friend up in Philadelphia, and he absolutely hates grass. Doesn't mind ornamental trees. He thinks they're appropriate, but he absolutely hates grass and refused to mow the lawn anymore. Plus using the horrible chemicals that he had to use. He had a lawn service. And again, $29 billion spent on maintaining lawns in 2015. Who knows what it is now? So she said, I'm over it. I'm going to hire a landscape architect. They hired Rodney Robinson out of Philadelphia, one of the foremost landscape architects in America, and designed this garden. This is her backyard. So she has flowers, she has vines, she has teepees, she has trellises and pergolas, but no, well, maybe a little bit of turf, because you need a little bit of turf, right? You're going to have garden parties, you're going to have teas, kids have to run around on the grass, you have to play bocce ball, you got to do all that stuff. Next. So here we have dahlias, and we've got ornamental tobacco in the front, but we have kale, dinosaur kale, and a little bit further on we have other kinds of mustard. Next. And a great fence, by the way. And there's another use of a, I can't remember what that, it was a food vine, but I can't remember what the vine was, and I apologize. But here she wanted to create an architectural item in the landscape, but she also wanted to grow food, and the way for her to grow food was to grow up, because she didn't have a lot of space otherwise. So she's growing food up. You're serving a purpose of having a pergola or a trellis so you can walk through, and then you can also have food growing on it as well. Next. So you can see she has a little bit of grass there. She has a little cold frame back there. But look at the other things. Look at those carrot or the onions, for instance. I don't know of any other ornamental plant that you can grow that's going to give you that gray green and that very upright form than you're going to get with onions. And I think it makes that whole picture. You know, the reason this is so sweet to your eye is because of the combination of forms and textures and colors. And that's exactly what we have here. We talked about that earlier. Differentiation in colors and form and textures. She did an excellent job on this. And after it was designed by Rodney, she made a few changes, but I think Rodney sort of expected that. Next. So this is a friend of mine up in Tallahassee, and she too got tired of her lawn in the backyard. I was able to, you know, we've had long conversations online, and I was finally able to get her to read Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. And she called me a few days later, and she was crying on the phone because she had spent so many of her years having that perfect lawn. And it didn't make any difference to her what it took to make the lawn the way it looked. Chemicals, excess water, didn't make any difference to her. It changed her life as it did mine back in the late 60s. And so she decided that she didn't want a backyard anymore that was going to be harmful to the planet. So we had a designer design this for her, or at least give her the idea that this is what it could look like. Again, everything in this picture is edible. Again, that looks like boxwood. It's not boxwood, that's boxwood basil. So she's actually started with half of the backyard. She wasn't quite sure. I don't know if she sold solely on changing everything from the from backyard, front yard into vegetables. But we talked at great length. So she started with the garden, one half of the backyard, and she was so pleased with how that worked that she came back and 2 years later did the garden in the forefront. So if you look carefully at that slide, you'll see pansies and lettuce interplanted with triple curl parsley, and then the Medusa ornamental pepper and the boxwood behind that. That's, I hate to admit it, it's a flowering tobacco. Yeah, that's kind of a stretch making it. But what about those tomato cages, huh? Those are made out of 1/2-inch rebar. Tomato cage is going to be there long after the house disappears, I'll guarantee you. And then the other, look at that wonderful flowering kale and flowering cabbage in the background. It's an amazing garden, and she's using less chemicals, almost no chemicals, and not nearly as much water. Go ahead. Next, please. Just another. You notice how too she's integrated containers into that, and then also some other accoutrements with it to give it a little style. Next. So I want to say all of this is edible. It is not. This is up in Tallahassee at a private estate I used to work at. And this is boxwood. And then that's the herb garden in there. Again, took green grass area. Now, this plantation had over 5,000 acres. So it's not like, you know, they didn't have a lot of grass, but they took a piece of grass and they transferred it into an herb garden. They have espalier along the wall, based and other herbs in the foreground. Just really simple thing to do, but gets rid of the grass. Next. So let's talk for just a moment about those plants that are suitable for using in landscaping your front yard or your backyard. Lettuce is one of the easiest things to do. It's oak leaf lettuce in the back. That's deer tongue in the lower right with freckles. Freckles is a form of Cos lettuce, and then the Burpee's Butter Crunch in the upper left. Next, we use these primarily as border plants or as fillers. We use them in containers, and we don't harvest the entire plant. We simply select those leaves on the bottom, and if you have 15 plants and you collect 2 leaves off of each plant, at night for lettuce, those lettuce plants will go for a very long time. This is one of my all-time favorite plants. I know, I apologize. I've said that about everything that I've seen here, but this is a flowering kale called white peacock. And yes, it's edible. Should you eat it? You can if you want. I mean, you could pick it and use it in smoothies and things, but talking about an absolutely amazing edible plant that transforms the front yard or backyard landscape into this very luxurious, very special planting or landscaping. Next. Next. Flowering cabbage. So that's boxwood basil on the left. And this is a form of mustard. It's a Chinese or Asian mustard called Tai Sai, Taisai. And I use that instead of loriabe. And again, I harvest only those leaves on the bottom. You don't need a lot of these plants to make a good pot of mustard, but look how attractive that is. And they have different colors as well. So it's a beautiful dark green, almost black leaf with white stems and a more purple variety in the back of that. Next. And other herbs like basil or the basil that's, I want to say that's Thai basil on the right, but I'm not 100% sure about that. And in containers or in perennial borders, we're always looking for something that's going to give us that leafy, that sort of frothy sort of look that will contrast with some of the plants that have larger leaves, like rhubarb, for instance, which we're growing in an English perennial border, and everyone wants to know what that big leaf perennial is. They're very surprised to find out that it's rhubarb growing along our perennial border here at Lou, and also a beautiful rhubarb growing in the vegetable garden as well. Next. So this is actually in Tallahassee at one of the estates I worked at, and here we've taken a sickle pear and espaliate it. That's probably a 5 or 6 year old tree against a brick wall. And again, extremely easy to do. You just have to have patience. Okay. Now, I have an espalier at my house on a wall that is 14 feet wide and 8 feet tall. And I espaliate a Sunhome nectarine on it. And last year, I was able to get 75 wonderful nectarines off that tree. It just has to be in full sun, and you have to be willing to give it a little water and leave it alone and let it do its thing. So in this case, in addition to some of the food things you see in the front, I've taken English ivy and made it into a sort of decorative espalier on the wall. Next. So a lot of fruit trees can grow in an urban setting, whether it's the front yard or the backyard. What neighbor wouldn't enjoy seeing this in your front yard, in your vegetable garden, in your new landscape? This is persimmon, and this is a native plant, persimmon. Now, clearly, this is Asian variety, but I'll guarantee you this tree is going to gain more attraction than anything else in your garden. And wouldn't it be great to be able to offer persimmons to someone who's never grown a persimmon before? Next. So this is the nectarine. This is called Sun Home. 75 of those little suckers on my plant. And you really find out how many neighbors you have when the nectarines get ripe. Next. I'm going to admit to you, I did not grow, I can't eat peaches. But this is a friend of mine up in Alachua who grows Florida peaches. And they're amazing and they're very, very easy to grow here. Next. If there is an easier plant to grow in the garden, it's big, green, doesn't require any special care, it's the fig. And fig trees do extremely well here. And many of the figs grow figs here for probably 9 months out of the year. So figs make a great plant for the landscape, front yard or backyard. Next. So as we begin to close up, we're looking at different ways of using things, using vegetables and herbs. So there's some herbs in the containers in the front, and then there's food growing on the trellis in the back. Next. Just some ideas of things that you could grow in the front yard or the backyard, especially with yards like now, they're getting to be very, very small. If you live in Baldwin Park or Celebration, your backyard's probably 30 by 30. So it's really hard to produce a lot of food in a small space. But if you grow up and not out, you can get a lot of food from a very small space. Next. And lots of ideas. That's a bean teepee that I grew for my children when they were younger. And after they come home from school, they'd go out. There's a little chairs, and a little table under there. And that's where they would read books after school. And if they got hungry, they'd just reach up and grab a couple beans and they'd just sit there and eat green beans. It was pretty nice. Next. So there's lots of things that you can grow too. Things like Malabar spinach. This is a runner bean. So yes, they're edible, but they're also attractive as well. And to wrap it up, don't forget those beautiful, wonderful nasturtiums that you should be growing in your garden right now. Well, thank you very much, everyone. And are there any questions about anything that we've talked about today?
There are so many questions.
Okay.
We got about 5 minutes.
All right.
Actually,
sorry.
you answered this one about peaches, which is you can't eat them, but you can grow them here in Florida.
You absolutely can. Just make sure you get those that are hybridized to grow without any very much cold hours.
In the pictures that you shared of a lot of these landscapes, were the homeowners taking care of them, or did they hire professionals to take care of them?
Oh, no, everything is strictly homeowner.
Any
they were
advice for
professionally designed, many of them, but they were all maintained by the resident.
Okay. Any advice for edible landscapes if you have deer?
A 30-aught. Really, there's nothing you can do.
Or create a fort.
Short of putting up an 8-foot fence, there isn't much you can do. I've tried sprays. I've tried Irish Spring. I've tried coyote urine. I have tried everything, and they're just bound to determine if they know where your food is, they'll get it. It's just that simple.
There we go. What goes in the beds during the summertime here in Florida when it's too hot to grow veggies?
Well, I have this conversation from time to time with administrators. A good example, OUC, and maybe even some legislators that say, "Oh, we just sort of let everything go fallow in the summertime because nothing grows here." Well, that may be true if your upbringing, like mine was in Ohio, um, I don't I don't eat Edo, and I don't eat. Um, I go to I go to fancy produce stores and look at all the stuff that's being sold for the different cultures that I'm not familiar with, and um, I talk to the people. So what is this used? I mean, people shoppers. What is this used for? And they begin to talk to you, and then they share recipes with you. So just because you and I may not eat anything that grows in the summertime, you can grow jicama, you can grow South American yams. There's an amazing amount of vegetables from South America that you can grow here in the summer. And don't forget your okra and your mustard, sweet potatoes. I mean, there is a lot of stuff. So don't think just because it's hot, you have an excuse not to garden anymore. That's not the case. You can grow a lot of stuff here. And what a great way to learn about other cultures is through their food. So I'm not shy. When I go, I'll go to the Longwood fancy produce place and I see all these roots of elephant ears. Yeah, they're pretty, but how do you cook with them? So that's how you learn about all these different cultures. We are so fortunate to live in Orlando and have all the different people that live here. It's a great place to live.
All right, and last question. You keep the same soil in the raised beds from year to year? How do you enrich the soil? Do you plant rotations in those beds? I guess that's 3 questions.
You always rotate. You never, ever, ever plant the same plant in the same place or even in the same family. So let's say you're going to plant tomatoes in a raised bed. You don't want to come back and put potatoes in there. You don't want to come back and put eggplant in there because they're in the same family, and the bugs that and the nematodes that are attracted to that are going to be attracted to all the others in the same family. So it's absolutely essential that you rotate the crops. Um, we do not replace any of the soil in all of our raised beds. Some of our raised beds are only 10 inches high and some are 26 inches high. The instructions and pictures of them are on the Lou Gardens website in the horticulture section. We just simply add new soil to it, and we combine the new soil with the old soil to regenerate it, to give it a kick in the and we just start growing all over again. It's great.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Robert. I really enjoyed watching all of those different pictures go across my screen and hearing your stories.
I have lots of stories. I may not be informative, but I'm entertaining.
Informative and entertaining, I think.
Thank you very much,
good
everyone.
afternoon,
It's been a
sir.
pleasure talking with you. Bye-bye.
All right, so our final speaker today is going to be Tina McIntyre, and she's going to be giving a talk about our happenings at Extension. Tina is our Florida-friendly landscaping agent here in Seminole County. So take it away, Tina.
Hey, everyone. Hope you've been enjoying your wonderful long Zoom into spring gardening. We miss being in person, but I'm happy that we've been able to get together today, at least virtually. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the happenings at Extension to wrap up our day. So I just first wanted to kind of close out the day with just a reminder of what Florida-friendly landscaping is. So of course, we start off with the right plant in the right place, and everything we've discussed today really helps us to better understand what does that mean. When we're thinking about trellising plants, what would be a good candidate? When we're thinking about the soils and the pH of various landscapes that we might have, or the wetness and the shade. So, picking that right plant for the right place is really what today is all about. Be it vegetable gardens, turf, landscape, a variety of things that we can be into, herbs, and, just kind of thinking about the site conditions, the goals for the place, and selecting that perfect species and variety. And then of course, watering efficiently. We definitely want to calibrate our irrigation. Just as a quick reminder, we do have daylight savings time coming up, I believe March 14th. And at that point, we can start to irrigate 2 times a week. Doesn't mean you have to, but within the St. Johns River Water Management District, we are allowed to change to twice a week. So, recalibrate that irrigation, look for broken irrigation heads and rotors, and see if maybe you can switch some over to micro irrigation. Those are great for our vegetable gardens and our herb gardens and our container plants, a lot of what we discussed today. And really try out the catch can method, where we put a little tuna can out in the landscape and try to get 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch in that tuna can for each zone, so that we're making sure that we have that proper calibration, we're applying the right amount of water to our plants, and they're going to be happy, along with conserving our precious water resources. Fertilizing appropriately. So we definitely want to do fertilizer. If you want to go organic, we have lots of different types of composts and various types of things, even Milorganite for turf. There's a lot of different products that can be utilized for all the different, projects that you might be planning. Just make sure that you're reading that label and applying the right amount, for that tree or shrub or whatever you're fertilizing. If it's turf, you get your calibrator, calibrate your fertilizer spreader. And now is a great time to start thinking about fertilizing. So March, April, May are perfectly great times, recommended by not only the University of Florida IFAS Extension, but also for our county. It is allowed once we hit June 1st, then we have our restricted period for our nitrogen and phosphorus. And so we want to make sure that we're fertilizing now. Mulch, of course, 2 to 3 inches on that landscape. I like how Robert Bowden was using the oak leaves and the pine needles. Those are fantastic and sustainable. Attracting wildlife, get your butterflies and your pollinators and, mix those beautiful attracting wildlife plants into your garden. Managing yard pests responsibly, avoiding any routine pesticide applications. Getting a compost bin started, that's always fun, and it's a great way to have a banging garden, is to recycle all those kitchen scraps and yard waste and leaves, put them to work for you. And then, of course, what Florida Friendly is really all about is protecting the waterfront and reducing that stormwater runoff. So installing a rain barrel and vegetating your stormwater ponds. These are all really great things to do Florida friendly. So, now that we've done our little FFL recap, I just want to let you know that we actually have our weed wrangle taking place up until tomorrow. So if you have any invasive species on your property, send us a picture, find us on Facebook, and I will try to just chat this link at the end where you can actually win some of these great prizes. So here we have a lot of books from the UF IFAS bookstore about pollinator gardening, nice little gloves. And so all you have to do is remove those invasive species from your yard, send us a picture through our survey, and then you can get qualified to win some of these great prizes. We do have several winners that will be selected. So get out there. By tomorrow is when this weed wrangle ends. And then we do have always classes coming up. So Katie, I'm sure, has some planned, but we also have creating habitat in your landscape class coming up. So that's going to be March 23rd. Registration link is shown here. I can also chat it in there. And we have, basically, it's going to talk about, how can we replicate the ecosystems that were lost in the construction of our neighborhood to be able to provide the services, the ecosystem services that are needed by these wildlife. So thinking about how do we provide that foundation for wildlife, the water, the food, the berries, the flowers, the nectar, and all those great things that they're looking for. So if you're looking for more birds in your landscape and you want to attract wildlife, you think frogs are cool, join me on March 23rd at 10 a.m. and the registration link is already available. And then kind of on that same note, we have butterfly gardening coming up. That's March 30th at 10 o'clock. That's a 1-hour class where the Creating Habitat is a 2-hour class. And the registration link is already available. And this is particularly how to sustain butterflies. So we want to not only provide the nectar and all the great aspects that they're looking for from the flowers, but we want to have the, the leaf material for those little caterpillars. And so looking at some of the host plants and those native species to do so. So join us for any of our classes. We're also planning a Healthy Living series going on for the month of April, where we're kind of trying to replicate a healthy lifestyle when it comes to not only horticulture, but agriculture, mental health, and other activities. So Katie and I are partnering on that one, and we'd love to have you sign up where you can learn more. And then, of course, our social media. Wow, in the last year, we have gone virtual. Of course, we've always had our Facebook, but we also have a lot of other platforms that we're very active on. And Katie is definitely the blogging queen. So if you're not already subscribed to both of our blogs, please do check out UF-IFAS blogs. They're a wealth of resources on a variety of topics. And you can actually select the ones that you're interested in when you subscribe. So you can say, yes, I'm interested in nutrition or horticulture or natural resources or agriculture, all the stuff that Extension brings to you. These blogs are totally free, delivered to your email inbox. So check out UF-IFAS blogs. They're a lot of fun. I know I just did one on landscape design and native plants. And so there's a lot of great material out there that might pique your interest. And then along that same line, we also have our newsletters available. So we have Katie's Green Thumb newsletter, which you might be familiar with. I also retain a Florida Friendly newsletter. I have one for residents and another one for landscaping professionals if you're in the profession. You can actually go right to our website, seminolecountyfl.gov/lowercase ffl, to subscribe to our newsletter that comes out. It's, none of ours really will bug you terribly. We're not going to spam you once a week type of thing. We just really want to get the word out there when we have cool things, classes, and things like that. So out on the MailChimp in our newsletters. We also have LinkedIn. So I personally have a LinkedIn. Our sustainable agriculture agent, Dr. Morgan Pinkerton, has a LinkedIn. And we also have a UF-IFAS Extension Seminole County LinkedIn. So if you're out there on LinkedIn, find us, friend us, connect with us. And then for YouTube, we have a lot of our classes are available. So if we do record a class, it'll either be on Facebook Live and or YouTube. So you'll be able to kind of catch those classes. I know that I have a Florida Friendly Landscaping playlist. So you can actually see little shorts that I've made and that catch can method where you're able to see me calibrating an irrigation system. And Katie and I show you how to take a soil test and all this great stuff. So definitely check out our YouTube. It's UF-IFAS Extension Seminole County, as is a lot of these other handles. And then Nextdoor. So if you and your neighborhood are not on Nextdoor, I highly recommend you check it out. The county itself pushes a ton of great information along with safety information through Nextdoor. So you can learn about our classes. A lot of the times when we make something on Eventbrite or we make it on Zoom, and that class, registration, the magic registration link, first step is Nextdooring it. So we go on Nextdoor and we send it out. And this is a really cool way to get your neighborhood involved too. So if you're not already on Nextdoor, check it out and find us. The county will typically push information out to the community that way. And so we can educate about our classes as well. So with that, that is my last slide. I'm just taking a peek here at our questions. We do still do FFL education for homeowners associations. So if you live in an HOA, absolutely, please come to, email me and let me know. I'm happy to talk to your HOA if they'll give me 5 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever. We have a presentation that's perfect for you. I'm actually happy to tell you this week, I just talked to the board and the landscape committee along with the landscapers at Sweetwater Homeowners Association over in the Wekiva area. And we were able to just kind of look at their fertilizer regimen and make sure that they're not only being great stewards of having healthy plants, but also being great stewards of protecting our waterways, so our Wekiva River, Lake Jessup, St. Johns River, and all the beautiful waterways we have in Seminole County. So if you live in a homeowners association, please definitely let me know, and I'm happy to come talk with them. Of course, right now, virtual, most people are meeting virtually, and I'm always happy to do that as well. So thanks, Sarah Faye. That's a great plug. And with that, I don't see any more questions, so I'll turn it back over to Katie.
All right. Well, we're ending right on time then. So thank you so much for coming and closing us out, Tina, and telling us about what's going on at the Extension office. And thank you everybody for attending our Zoom into Spring Gardening event today. I will be sending out a link to the recording after you take our survey. So I'll be sending out a survey to everybody who joined us on Zoom today. And once you take my survey, I'll send you a link to the recording on YouTube. You can get around that by finding it on Facebook, where it has been going live all day and it's recorded on Facebook. But please take my survey when I send it out. It's how we prove that we were here all day streaming different people talking to you. With that said, there's still a little bit of daylight left, so hopefully you can put some of the stuff you've learned today to use out in your gardens this afternoon. It's pretty nice out. So bye.